Hi, it's JulieBDeepDives on camera. I've never done this before on a live, but welcome everybody. I'm so excited here to have Doug Hughes as our special guest tonight. Doug, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Happy to be here.
The man in yellow himself. Amazing.
Both men in yellow. Oh no, other shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Man in Yellow Jr.
Yes. And Mini Man in Yellow. He's become a star in his own right these days on Instagram.
He's exceedingly talented.
You're having a lot of fun with him. I'm thoroughly enjoying this new series that you've been doing.
I just have way too much time on my hands. That's all.
I love seeing what he's up to. It's a lot of fun. I'm gonna just close my door.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who plays with toys as an adult.
What's that? Sorry?
I'm glad I'm not the only one who plays with toys as an adult.
Oh, good God.
Well, me too. There's three of us then.
It's good to never lose your sense of whimsy, like that's a good thing, like nourish that inner child and indulge the inner child. Why not? But yeah, I've been really enjoying that, and the interview. I premiered both my second part of my interview with you, Doug, this week, and everyone's enjoying it so far. That was an awesome experience. Very generous of you to stay. It was like almost an hour and 41 minutes or something like that for that interview, and it was too good to cut anything out, so I had to split it into two parts. So I very much appreciate that you did that.
And, like I said, my pleasure. I love doing this stuff,
Well, we appreciate it, and that you're willing to come on a live in addition. Wow, like you've been so generous with your time in general with the fandom. I mean, all of your interviews have been fantastic. You've got this presence now on Instagram. You directly communicate with fans. Most actors are only accessible through their agents or their managers or something. So it's kind of you to do that.
As we've discussed in the past, there's a difference between me and everybody else in the cast, because they've been doing it for 3 years. They've got a much higher profile than I do. And as a result, way more followers and interest online and all that kind of stuff. And I imagine that I will pretty soon reach a point where it's no longer practical to do this. But, the attention, it's hard to describe to people because, the season 3 finale created a tremendous response. But a lot of it has all been going sort of past me, I mean, a fair amount of it has been directed straight at me, but a lot of it has just been kind of around me. And so I feel like I'm kind of flying under the radar a little bit here, Right. And as a result, I've got, I don't have that many people sending me stuff, and I've got a lot of time right now anyway, so it's very easy to keep in touch with people. And also, there's a part of me that sort of feels because the finale created such a stir. It did create a lot of curiosity about me, and a lot of people have no idea how to get in touch with me. So I thought maybe I'm the one that needs to reach out here a little bit to, to sort of flesh things out for folks,
Right. Well, yeah, you've been a lot like the From ambassador to the fandom over the past couple of months. That's what you've become, really, and it's awesome. I've talked to people that have interacted with you, and they were just thrilled about it. And I mean, you may have only appeared in one scene. It was 45 seconds, but it was a monumental scene. It's the one that everyone will be talking about the most for the next year or so until we get the next season. And I mean, it was so impactful. So, yeah, I mean, I think next season your presence is going to be even bigger. So, yeah, I imagine you probably won't have as much time to engage with fans, but it's nice that you do while you have that ability,
Yeah, it's a very strange thing, you know, when you do film and TV, because like that scene was shot last April, you know, so it took 7 months before it showed up on TV, and then you know, God knows how much longer we're going to be sitting around before we get back to it, you know, and I still at this point don't even know for sure that I'm coming back. I mean, you know, I don't have a contract for next season or anything like that. So all that is very much up in the air, and it looks like right now they're not going to be starting up again until sometime in the second half of the year. I'm hearing different times, but you know, so it's going to be a long wait before we get back at it again, you know, and this is a rather interesting way to fill my time in the meantime, you know. That's all.
I'm sure it is. Speaking of long waits, I was just thinking, like, did you tell anybody that you were going to be on the show? Or could you at least tell people close to you, like, you were going to be there? Or were you told to keep your mouth shut and just keep it a secret from everyone? Because that was a huge surprise that Man in Yellow was even going to be there.
Well, my writing partner Marcia knew, because you know it kind of affects our working relationship, you know, schedule wise and stuff like that. And I also knew that she wasn't going to be telling anybody. But no, beyond that, I didn't say a word. I discovered that I was on IMDb. I was listed on IMDb as a character for season 3 long before the episode was released, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. Kind of giving the game away a little bit, you know. I mean, there was nothing more than the man in the yellow, or the man in yellow, or the man in the yellow suit, however they listed it, and my name. So it wasn't a lot to go on, but I was just frankly surprised to see it there before the episode had aired.
Yeah, Scarlett, you pointed that out to me. I remember you said, would this be too much of a spoiler that the man in yellow is going to be there? And I said, yeah, I think we better not say anything. Because for me, I actually would have rather not known. And IMDb is not always accurate. It could have been wrong. But I remember when Scarlett told me that, and I just thought, oh, yeah, we better not say anything. I like they revealed so many spoilers. Not spoilers, but I just feel like a lot of information got out that maybe it would have been better if it had been a surprise. But Scarlett, you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember looking at Doug Hughes' photo and then looking at the painting of the man in yellow, and I was like, we won't tell anybody about this.
And that painting was made long before I was cast for the role too.
Yeah, it's
so
amazing.
I mean, part of that is just coincidence, you know. I mean, I don't know. I assume it's coincidence. Let's put it that way.
So they had the painting, and they were like, "I want a man looks like this," and they show the painting.
Well, it's a little more complicated than that. I actually auditioned for From before the first season. I auditioned for a couple of different characters, and I had callbacks and stuff, and then nothing happened. And then 3 years and change go by, and then one day out of the blue, I get this call to read for this part. And you could have knocked me over for a feather when I found out I was auditioning for From again, because I had long given up on that, you know.
Yeah, they must have kept it in mind.
Yes, clearly. And it's funny because when I got the offer, I didn't actually think about that until weeks later. In fact, it might have been after we shot it that I sort of thought, oh yeah, I guess I was on a back burner somewhere, you know?
Yeah. I was thinking about that. Like Jack Bender talked about how Doc had this great idea to do research segments every week, like a different topic every week to kind of investigate and dig into during the off season to keep ourselves engaged. Those of us who are the diehard From fans. And last week we researched Jack Bender, listened to, so I was listening to more of his interviews and learning about more of his work. And he said something in an interview about how when you cast the right person for the role, you really don't even need to do that much directing, like of the character at least. Yeah. You don't need to give that many notes. And it reminded me of the situation with you, because you said you only did 2 takes of the scene, and he didn't even direct you in terms of like what to do with the character. You're right. He just gave you a note.
Well, yeah, and that's not uncommon either, because, you know, particularly when you're just a day player, when you're just auditioning for a very short scene like this. Initially, they weren't even going to do auditions. They were just going to cast the part from our audition reels, you know, and that has not happened to me very often at all. Every once in a while, someone will ask for an audition reel. But in this case, initially that's what they asked for. And then they changed their minds. And they thought, no, we need to see these guys. And so that's when the Zoom auditions were set up. And I mean, it's a really short scene. And as we've talked about before, when you read it, it's so self-evident what's going on that there wasn't really a lot to say about it, you know, and generally how these things go with small parts like this, because, you know, for the purposes of, until they even knew there was going to be a fourth season, this could be all we ever see of this guy. So, I mean, it was treated very much like any other, you know, sort of one scene job that I've got in the past, where you go in, you know, you get the breakdown, you get the audition, you figure out what to do with it, you do your best in the audition, and if they like what you did and they hire you, you're just kind of expected to more or less reproduce what you did in your audition. Now, as I said, Jack gave me a few pointers between the two takes, and I did that. That's extremely common too. It's like, even if they liked what you did, they want to see if you can take directions. So they'll give you something different to do just to see how you handle it, you know? I don't know if that was the case here with Jack, or if he just, you know, genuinely wanted me to change the thing he asked me to change. But yeah, 2 takes, I'm out of there in like 5 minutes, and that's typical for something of this size, you know?
Wow. So most of the time you actually spent probably in makeup getting ready for it, and then it only took a few minutes to actually shoot the 2 takes?
No. Oh, you mean for the audition? No, there was no makeup. This was just me at home.
But when you were shooting it, like, how long did it take to shoot the scene?
No, it took all afternoon, because we did a ton of angles. I mean, if you watch that scene carefully, you can see that there are shots from all different angles.
Yeah.
And there were several angles that they shot that didn't end up getting used too. So, I mean, yeah, now that for a scene of that length and that complexity, you know, half a day is not atypical for shooting something like that.
That's wild. And it was only a 45-second scene, but they did a lot of different angles. I went back and took screenshots of everything, and it's crazy. Like,
they did one from over my, well, not from over my shoulder. I was actually behind the camera, but it was like an over the shoulder shot looking down at Jim as I was coming down the hill. And they didn't use any of that one, which I was kind of disappointed about, because I wanted to see what that looked like. But there's any number of reasons why. I mean, a lot of that stuff is just shot for safety, for coverage, you know, in case we need something else to cut to. And for whatever reason, they decided not to use that. But I was curious just to see what it looked like, you know?
Yeah. I would like to see this footage from the cutting room floor myself.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, last thing I'll say on this, and I'll let Doc ask you something. But I think you said the first take, he just thought you were a little too comical about it, and that was it. That was the only note you got. Like, just
yeah. Jack just said, tone the humor down a little. You know, that's basically all it was. And I was like, well, that's easy, sure. You know, did it again. Yep, fine, thank you, see you. You know, and it's funny. I just had an audition a couple of weeks ago for something very similar in terms of, it's a short scene, it's a 2-hander, it's a very impactful scene, but it's very short, just 2 people. And the callback audition, the original audition was just a self-tape, which I sent in, but the callback audition was a Zoom audition. And it was kind of a carbon copy of what happened with From, you know, and I did it, you know, the way it was sort of suggested. And then the director gave me something quite different to do with it, I think, just to see how I would handle that. And I did a second take, and he said, okay, thank you very much. And again, in and out of there in 5 minutes. And a couple of days later, okay, you're booked, you know.
I suspect, though, in this case, though, with this particular role, even though it's so small right now, it was a short scene. I mean, he had to be pretty sure you're the right person for the part, because it's going to be much bigger.
That's ultimately why they decided to do the Zoom auditions, I think, because they thought, okay, you know, if this guy's going to come back, we need to know that this is really who we want, kind of thing, you know.
Exactly. So I think you probably, the way that you interpreted the scene when you shot it, it just hit the mark the way it was. He gave you that one note, and that was it, because he cast the right person for the role. Just like he says, you know, he's careful in how he does his casting, and that way he doesn't even have to give a lot of notes. because it fits. He gave Harold as an example. Harold, doesn't have to give him a lot of notes, that kind of thing.
Well, there's another important element to this that you have to bear in mind, and that is, I'm sure the other guys that they saw and they were interested in did very good auditions as well. But at this stage, when they know they're interested in a group of people and then they're calling them back and that kind of thing, it's no longer really about, well, how well did they do the scene? It's more like, who's the best fit for what we have in mind? I mean, I look at the two actors playing the two roles that I originally auditioned for, and I go, oh, I totally get why they hired those guys. I was very happy with my auditions. And I mean, they were calling me back and stuff, so they clearly were too, but it wasn't about that. When you get to that final stage, it's more about, okay, who is just the right one? And I've had the opportunity to be on the other side of the table and experience what it's like to watch people auditioning, because my writing partner is a director, and she has directed a number of productions of plays that we have written. So when she's casting them, she'll often call me in to sit in on the auditions and watch people. And it's fascinating because, you'll get someone who'll come in and, she'll do the audition and we'll look at each other and go, oh, she's lovely. That was wonderful. When you think, okay, that one's cast. And then somebody else comes in the room and they do it and you go, oh my God, she's perfect. No knock against the first woman. We would have been totally happy with her. It's just something about this other one. And sometimes it's quite ineffable, whatever it is. But there's something where it's like, no, that's exactly what we thought we were looking for, and it could be anything. It could be, they may not even be able to articulate what it is. Casting is such an ephemeral thing, really, when it comes right down to it.
Right.
And often when you ask, what was it about that person, they're not even able to say exactly what it is. They'll just say, we knew that was the right one, simple as that.
When it's the right fit, it just clicks.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Doc, I know you have a lot of questions I'm sure you'd like to ask. Would you like to ask Doug something?
Yeah. All right. Well, so my first one is, did they really intentionally dirty up that beautiful yellow suit, or did you slip on the incline on the first take? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, okay, good, fair enough. But it's funny you should ask that, because that's exactly what I was afraid of. That hill was just a pile of slime, basically. Slime covered rocks and roots sticking out of the ground. I almost did a face plant once hitting one of those. And of course, I'm walking down the hill. I have to look at Jim. I can't look down at my feet. So I'm basically walking down this minefield blind, and yeah, falling on my ass was one of my biggest concerns while they were shooting from that angle.
I'm glad you didn't.
You and me both.
I've got the real questions that people want to know. So the real questions are, do you have a favorite dinosaur?
I knew you were going to ask me that. I knew it. And it's really hard to pick one.
Yeah.
I guess if pressed, I would probably say Stegosaurus.
Okay.
Because he was my first love, when it came to dinosaurs. There are several since then. I loved Pachycephalosaurus, partly because of how he looked, but partly because his name translates as bone-headed lizard. And I thought, well, that kind of applies to all of them. But anyway, yeah, those are the two that come to mind.
Do you have a favorite giant monster or a kaiju?
I don't know what a kaiju is. I'm sorry.
It's a giant monster.
Yeah, not really. It's hard to explain what the fascination with dinosaurs was. I think part of it was the fact that they did actually exist, but they were no longer accessible, So like present day animals, I wasn't so interested in wildlife because, anybody can go to the zoo and see that any old time, These guys died out millions of years ago, but they were here. They were real, Whereas, Mothra and all of those guys, no, it's fantasy. So it doesn't have the same cachet,
Okay.
For me, anyway, that's,
Yeah. Didn't you have Man in Yellow riding a dinosaur in one of the things you posted on Instagram?
I did indeed. My little Stegosaurus, who's right behind me here. Here he is.
Mini Man in Yellow.
This guy. There you go.
Yeah. I thought so. Love it. Love it. Scarlett, do you have a question? You there, Scarlett?
Oh, sure. I have a bunch of non-from based questions.
Excellent.
Doug, do you have a favorite poem?
A favorite poem? It's one of those questions that, like, if I had time to think about it, I'd probably come up with a different answer. But yes, I'm very fond of one of Shakespeare's sonnets, the one that begins, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" Do you know that one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, love that.
Can you recite that for us?
I think I can do it from memory. It's been a while. Let me see. "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds may shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee." I got through it.
That's
That was
Ring my
great.
bell.
That was beautiful.
Beautiful.
beautiful. Love it. Oh, nice
Oh, the
choice.
chat also wanted to know if they could ask questions. Chat, you can ask questions.
Of course. Let's see what the chat is saying here. Yes, just me. Hey, just me. Just me had said, "Thank you, Mr. Hughes, for joining us. It's such an honor." Just me is an awesome member of our little Fromily here. Grow and Thrive is here. Let's see. Looking for questions. Of course, Dieter is here. And thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Dieter, for being here, being my rock star mod, as always. Let's see. David Agil. Let's see. Doug says, "I have one burning question from Lost and also from where." Well, I don't think Doug would know the answer to this, but it is an interesting point. Where does the director's obsession with Catholicism versus Buddhism or Jung versus Buddhism come from? I definitely see the themes. I see the biblical themes in From. I definitely do, but I don't know if Doug would know the answer to that one.
Okay, to begin with, I never saw enough of Lost to be able to speak about it intelligently. As for the rest of the question, do I look like a mind reader? I have no idea. No idea. And I'm going to warn you in advance, folks, I have no idea is going to be the answer to so many of these questions, because trust me, I all I know about the man in yellow, for instance, is what you saw in that scene. That's it. Those 6 lines of dialogue were all the information I got about the guy. So there you go.
Yep. That's the thing. Yeah, Doug is they keep all the actors, not just Doug, but all the actors are just as much in the dark as we are about what's going on the show. So all they can offer are their opinions on that. Well,
Alexis. And again, it's not a question of like keeping people in the dark, I mean, obviously, when they get close to shooting, there's rehearsal and stuff like that. So people know what's going on, but that doesn't happen until it has to happen, and that's not really unusual when it comes to series. So it's not like there's this, conspiracy where no, we can't show them anything until we absolutely have to. It's just that's the way it works,
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And mystery is a fundamental element of the show. So it makes perfect sense, and I think it helps with the actor's performance because they don't know what's going on and their characters are not supposed to know what's going on. So it adds to the realism of that, I think, that performance.
That was one of the things that struck me about the series when I first started watching it. I thought they're so clever here in that the characters in the series are finding things out in real time at the exact same time as the audience. And that's very seductive. That's really addictive when you realize that, like, it just keeps you on tenterhooks all the time when that's the case.
Yep. I know. That's the appeal of the show. It's
one of many, I would say.
It's one of many. But I think that's the hook that keeps people really obsessed. That really gets people invested and theorizing year round, I've never seen a fandom this active all year long before. It's really incredible. Weekly live streams. We do weekly live streams even when the show's not on. We're we're looking at right now we're doing a rewatch. So we're deep into that and analyzing, like, finding foreshadowing of future events and analyzing it like a piece of literature. Let me see if I can get questions from the chat here. Do I look like you guys are funny? Let's see. Yeah, no glasses for me today. My glasses are missing. That's why there are no glasses, and I'm trying to see without them. It's not that easy.
Can I ask a question from the chat?
Sure. I found one here.
Okay, cool.
I found one here, and then yeah, you can ask one. But Muncher Luncher is a big fan of the Jim character. Jim has a lot of fans, actually, and as he should, and but yeah, Doug doesn't know that either. Of course, he's joking. He says, Doug, why did you agree to do that to Jimbo? He was such a great character.
That is the most common question I get. And my answer is because it's in the script. That's why. Hello. That's what they hired me for.
Exactly. Yeah. It had to be done. I mean, I feel like it was done because Jim was the one who not encouraged, but he's the one who realized that the wires don't have cords. Tabitha never would have dug that hole if he hadn't pointed that out. He started the whole thing. It all led up to that point. It all started her whole journey that led to her revelation of being reincarnated. It started with her digging the hole, which is a nice metaphor for digging into her past, her real identity, digging for answers. It started with that. She saw the first little kid down there, the first ghoulish kid in a cage. And it was all because Jim pointed out the wires. So I think that he's the one who had to pay. But
we can come back to this. There's another question here. Someone was just asking. I'm going to have to scroll up to find it now. Question for Doug. Is there a possibility that your character is a future version of a character of the current timeline? Maybe Ethan. My theory is the MYI is the future version of BIW. This is, again, this comes up all the time. And, this is purely my opinion, but I find all of these theories, because of the fact that we found out that there are reincarnated people now, suddenly everybody's got to be a reincarnation of somebody. And my response to that question is there a possibility that the man in yellow is just the fucking man in yellow?
Right.
This other stuff, I have no idea. B, I'm really not interested in exploring that. It doesn't have anything to do with, whatever information I need in order to play the role, I'm sure John Griffin and others will provide me with. But this stuff is just, we're just playing mind games here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun to theorize, but some of the theories are pretty out there. Some of the tinfoil theories, they go down some pretty wild rabbit holes that, I don't know. To me, I need to analyze what I see on the screen and not go too far down a rabbit hole. I look for evidence in the show, and I enjoy following the breadcrumbs they drop in the show, because they do drop breadcrumbs to build theories off of.
Sure they do. But
yeah.
my attitude about all the theorizing that's going on is I think it's great in the sense that, if nothing else, it's a measure of the incredible interest that the series has generated, And so from that point of view, I think it's a great thing, I mean, and given that everybody has to wait so long before the next season comes out, it gives them lots to play with in the meantime, I've got him and, you guys have got your theories. So everybody's got something to keep them occupied.
Absolutely. It does. It keeps us going, analyzing the show, making theories, and just enjoying it for the work of art that it is in the meantime, while we're waiting. Some of these I've seen, I think you've answered already. We know, he doesn't know this, but hey, Para Women Radio. Doug doesn't know like how many episodes he'll be in or how much screen time he'll have. So I'm already
I don't even know if I'll be in next season, for that matter. No, you know, that's one thing that doing this for almost 46 years has taught me, and that is don't believe it until the contract's been signed. And sometimes don't believe it until the check is cleared. So who knows? I mean, yes, I assume that's going to be happening, but you know what they say about assuming, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And Golden Child here says, do you think the man in yellow had ever seen Julie before that last scene? If you had to theorize,
Well, I guess my best answer is this. There's a suggestion of a measure of omniscience with this character. And if that's accurate, then yeah, that's entirely possible. That's the best I can do.
Yeah. I mean, he shoved her aside as if, you know, she was just a little gnat that he needed to flick away. Like
Well,
he wasn't interested in killing her. So
and I have to say, with regard to that, there was, other than the 6 lines of dialogue, I mean, there was the action in the script as well. And it was clear from reading the stage directions that this guy was winning these battles with very little effort, you know, for whatever that's worth, you know, that whatever that suggests about him, you know.
Yeah. He didn't even have claws, which is an amazing thing. That's something I didn't realize until you pointed it out. He obviously has superhuman strength to be able to rip someone's throat out with no claws. That's fascinating to me. I went back and looked, and indeed, you see there are no claws. So some kind of superhuman strength, I guess, is the way that he did it. But you also said
it's inside, you know, I guess.
You also said that they did something to your teeth too, and you can't really see it at much in the episode, but I went back and took screenshots. So there's one quick shot where you can see what did they do to your teeth? Did they just how did they make them look like that?
They just went at them with makeup. There's makeup designed specifically for teeth, and they went to town on the teeth. I mean, they were disgusting.
Yeah, I got a screenshot here. I'll share the screen so you can see it. Yeah. They're pretty nasty. Oh my God, yeah.
But even in that, you know, because of the lighting, like they're kind of in shadow, so you can't really see them very clearly. But yeah, they were gross, and I'm sure, you know, when we get to next season, there'll probably be ample opportunity to see them in better light.
Yeah, I mean the series in general is shot in pretty dark lighting. When I make my thumbnails for videos, I have to brighten them up so people will see it and want to click. It's in general, it's very dark like that. But in that brief glimpse, yeah, they look pretty gross. They did an amazing job on you.
Yeah, and it took a while because, you know, there was the face, the hair, the hands, the teeth, and very detailed work too. I mean, it was very intricate what they did.
Yeah, that's amazing. It must have taken hours with the makeup department, I would imagine.
I think it was probably a couple of hours all told with everything, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard to say because, you know, sometimes when you're in the makeup trailer, part of the time you spent there is just sitting around because they're shooting something else and they don't need you yet, you know. But yeah, it was very time intensive. It's one of those things that, you know, if I'm doing it regularly, they'll probably get a lot faster at it very quickly because they've got it all set now, so they know what they have to do. And once you do that kind of thing, you know, day after day for a few days, the time comes down quite a bit, you know.
I would imagine so. Yeah, this was the
To a
first
point,
time.
at least. I mean, it's always going to be a time-consuming process because of everything that's involved. But I'm sure that it'll get considerably faster as we work on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a question here from Mark Yablonsky. He says, "Hi, Doug. Your brief performance was incredibly horrifying. How were you able to get there in such a creative, convincing way, seemingly fight off the bat?" That I think he means that big stick with Jim.
I think he means seemingly right off the bat.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, off the bat. Right off the bat.
Well, a lot of this, every time this question comes up, the first thing I point to is John's writing. Again, you know, it's a very short scene. It's very explicit. It's very clear when you read it what the intent is. And I think one of the many things that makes John such a gifted writer is even in such a short scene, he was able to encapsulate this character in a 3D Technicolor kind of way, so that when you read the scene, you go, "Oh, I know who this guy is," you know. Or that's how I felt anyway when I read it. It was like, and also, what a gift, and also, people are gonna freak, you know. Those were kind of my three responses when I read it. But I think everything I needed in terms of what choices to make as an actor was right there for me on the page. I just sort of felt like 90% of my job had been done for me, if that makes any sense.
Oh, no, makes total sense.
I mean, when I was standing up there at the top of the hill, I was thinking about, you know, what is this guy's state of mind, and who is he? I mean, is he human? Is he superhuman? Is he like, I didn't really know, you know, but whatever type of being he is, you know, I can only play him as a human being. And so I was thinking about his state of mind in human terms. And the best I could come up with was, I looked at myself and I thought, okay, whoever this guy is, in order to reach the state that he's now in, he had to have undergone a tremendous amount of damage. And sometime after I got home, I think it was after the episode aired, I was poking around online and I found this quote from Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein. And she wrote this quote about monsters. Do you mind if I read it?
No, please do.
Here we go. She said, "The story of villains is much more entertaining than the story of heroes, because monsters are not born, they are made. They do not emerge from the void or darkness by themselves, but they are shaped by circumstances, by the wounds of the world around them. They reflect the deepest of human pain, rejection, loneliness, misunderstanding. A hero is defined by his acts of bravery, but a villain is the result of a heart that was once pure and ended up corrupted. The monsters, in their tragedy, show us what could happen to us all if the world turned its back on us." And I read that and it resonated with me so deeply, because I thought, yes, that's what I was thinking about before we shot the scene. That's what was going through my head, was not quite so articulately put as Mary Shelley did it, but, you know, thoughts along those lines. That's sort of where it lived for me.
I think that's spot on. It sounds perfectly in line with what John Griffin said his inspiration for the character was, that dancing man in a yellow suit on the street who looked so joyful the first time, and then a few years later he saw him again and he looked like a magical figure who'd gone on a quest and been defeated. I think it's in the same spirit as that. You know, he wasn't always this way, and circumstances must have shaped him and changed him. I think it's the same type of thing, because I don't think John Griffin would write. I mean, I knew he wouldn't write a cartoonish, two-dimensional type of villain, and so I definitely think that that you were spot on with your instincts in conceiving of this character as having a heart that was once pure but ended up corrupt. Like, it makes total sense when you hear his story. It fits.
You know, I just had a new thought, because many times I've told the story about how when I showed up for my first costume fitting, you know, it was this beautiful, pristine Irish linen they were draping all over me. And the next time I saw the suit, it looked like that someone had run a truck over it. And when you think about it, that's exactly what happened to John's Man in Yellow, except it took many years. But like in the space of 24 hours, that's exactly what happened to the suit. He went through that same it went through that same transformation. You know?
It did.
Mhm.
Yeah. You've talked about how beautiful this thing was. It's a shame you couldn't, like, did you even get a chance to just like grab your phone and take a picture with it before they like destroyed the thing, like threw it in the garbage dump?
Well, of course they took pictures, but no, it didn't occur to me to do that. You know, I knew it was going to get broken down. I mean, I knew that was coming. And the shoes as well. The shoes were beautiful, brand new Cole Haans, and they got trashed as well. But it's just so ironic, you know, that you've got this lovely material. It's a suit that's absolutely made to measure. And, you know, well, you saw how it ended up.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, Scarlett, do you have another question do you want to ask? Or Doc, either of you?
Sure. I have a question. I have a whole
I'll
bunch
go
of
after.
questions.
Okay.
Doug, what was the first play you ever attended?
The first play I ever attended?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't even know if I remember. I have a very dim recollection of a show that I saw in my school when I was in about grade 7 or 8.
Hmm.
And I think they were using puppets because everybody was dressed in black. And I think it was one of those companies that like operates life-size puppets. But all the actual actors are, they're on stage and they were dressed like ninjas basically to operate these big things. And I was quite fascinated by that. However, by the time I sat through that, I already knew I was going to be an actor. That decision was made long before the 7th or 8th grade.
Were you in any school plays?
Every school play I could be in.
Oh, okay.
And the first one was an operetta. And at the time, I was like 9 years old, I think, 10 maybe. And I had a voice like Mom's Mabley. I was not a singer at the time. And it's a show that's nothing but singing. So they made me a dancer. And I was perfectly happy with that because I got to be on stage. I did feel a little funny about how I was the only male dancer, but I didn't care. I get to be on stage. Great. Sign me up.
Do you remember the name of the operetta?
Yes. Princess Chrysanthemum.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I'm going to let you guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I've already drunk my quota of water, so I'm just going to go refill my mug if that's okay, but I'll be right back.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
I'm actually looking through the chat right now for questions, and I'm starring them. So bear with me because I'm new at this. I've never had somebody on live before to do an interview. And I lost my glasses. So
Yeah,
I'm
I was
having
going to
trouble.
say, if you wanted me to
having trouble.
field questions for you since you don't have your glasses, let me know.
Yeah, I'm having trouble seeing the screen. I'm nearsighted, but my eyesight is very bad. So I'm starring questions right now. And Para Women Radio had a question, but I know the answer. I'm pretty sure they start filming in the fall.
Yeah, that's what John said in an interview several weeks ago. I mean, these things are very fluid. It may be earlier. I don't think it'll be any later, but it may be earlier than that. There are a lot of factors involved that can't really be predicted. People's availability are part of it. It is part of it, So yeah, it's up in the air.
Before I take another question from the chat, Doc, do you want to ask something?
Yeah, sure. So, Doug, do you think dinosaurs look cooler with or without feathers, or does it depend?
It depends. Yeah, I think my initial reaction when that started to come out, that all of these dinosaurs that we've seen as lizards for so many years were actually covered with feathers, was a bit of a shock. Thinking of a T-Rex, looking like a giant chicken was a little hard to get my head around. But
keep changing the designs too.
Well, yeah, but now that there's a lot of that kind of artwork around, I guess I've gotten sort of accustomed to it. I mean, it's interesting, and we've known for a very long time that dinosaurs that survived eventually became birds anyway. So it shouldn't be that surprising, really.
Did you get to work on any productions involving dinosaurs? Obviously fictitious.
No, I don't think so. However, I was doing a tour in Alberta many years ago, and I got to visit the Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller, which is kind of like a mecca for anyone who's into paleontology. It's right in the middle of the Badlands in fact, it's in an area called Dinosaur Park, because a lot of the skeletons that are in the museum have literally come from the hills around the museum itself. And it's a great exhibit. If you ever get to Alberta, I recommend it very highly.
Nice. So I'm starring some questions to ask. Javon Keys here wanted to know, how much of a fan of horror are you? What aspects of the show do you find the creepiest or the scariest, if at all?
I'm not a fan of horror, to tell you the truth, as a genre. And it's not the horror aspect of From that appeals to me. Julie and I have talked about this many times before, and I think we're kind of in concert on this. To me, the fascinating thing about it are these incredibly well-drawn characters. They're so complex and three-dimensional and utterly believable, and not just the characters, but how they relate to one another and how they respond to the trauma that they're dealing with. You were talking about Jim earlier, and talking about all the people that dislike him, and all of that stuff. And I always feel an urge to leap to his defense, because number one, as you mentioned, this is a guy that figured out a lot of really important stuff, and he was constantly on that agenda of trying to solve the riddle and coming up with some really creative ways to go about it. And yeah, I he got a little reactionary. You think of the way he reacted to Victor as an example. But again, put yourself in the shoes of that family. They've just arrived in this place. They've got no idea where they are, how they got there, or what the friggin' rules are. And this incredible sense of threat and danger that they're dealing with on a regular basis, I mean, that really messes people up. And yeah, his default position was, to do battle with whatever came along that threatened him. But again, under the circumstances, a guy with a wife and 2 kids, it's completely understandable. A guy with a wife and 2 kids and a kid that they lost, you put all that together and lump it in with, being in that hellhole. And, no wonder the guy was a little stressed out. So that's my bet on Jim.
Yeah, people tend to forget that he lost a child 14 months before the events of this episode. I mean, this season, rather. Once the series started, it had been, I believe, 14 months since the death of his child. And before he hauled Victor out of the diner, which he shouldn't have done, he was crying in the bathroom about the subject of his son Thomas being brought up. So I think people need to have some more empathy for the character.
And again, at that point, they didn't know who Victor was. They didn't have a real understanding of who this guy was. He was just this creepy, scary guy who seemed inappropriately interested in their son. I mean, I'd be a little touchy about that too, I think, Yeah. I totally get it, why he has these anger issues, and that would be a trigger for him. He's hyper protective and vigilant over his kids. So yeah. He did the same thing. We just rewatched an episode of from season 1 where he hauls Jade out of the house because he busts in and upsets Julie. It's that protective instinct because he lost a child. So I get it. And hypervigilance is a classic response to stress. That's one of the big signposts of PTSD,
Yep. So let's see. Mickey B here says, Doug, since you're new to the cast, how have you bonded with or plan to bond with your cast mates?
I haven't had the opportunity to, is the short answer. Had a little bit of connection with Hannah, because shortly after the finale dropped and the proverbial shit hit the fan, that's when I decided that I had better establish some kind of a presence on Instagram, because before that I didn't use it at all. And I saw she was on there and sent her a little hello, and she responded back to me, so we sort of connected. But we've only exchanged a couple of messages. I made a few attempts to send messages to other members of the cast because, Julie and Ian were the only 2 I met. The Ankui kids were there that day, and I think Simon was there too. Simon and I chatted a little bit in the makeup trailer, but we didn't really get a chance to connect much. And the Ankui kids, I just saw them. We didn't actually talk at all. So that's it. I mean, everybody else is, you know them as well as I do. I got a very nice message from Harold. He sent me a message on Instagram, and Sean did as well. So that was very nice. But aside from that, there hasn't been a lot. Now, I know Cliff Saunders. Cliff and I spent a season together at the Stratford Festival. And that was a long time ago. That was like 15 years ago. So I've known him for a long time. I don't think I might have met Liz when I was there, like, been introduced to her at a party or something like that. But like I say, it was 15 years ago, so who knows? I also know Deb Grover. We've never actually worked together, but she's seen me in shows and I've seen her in shows. And I was kind of looking forward to seeing her, but who knows about that now? But that's basically it. I know a couple of the others by reputation, but we've never worked together. So for me, if I'm back next year, it's going to be like that first day is going to be like your first day in a new school,
Yeah.
And it's a bit intimidating because there's such a tight-knit group that you sort of think, how am I ever going to fit into that? But we'll see how it goes. I'm sure it'll be fine. They all seem like just lovely people. So,
They do seem like lovely people. I'm sure you'll fit right in. You'll fit right in. And Deb Grover, she played Tilly. Unless we get a ghost Tilly, yeah, I think we're not going to see her. Sadly, that's a shame.
Hey, this is all everything's possible. So who knows?
I think we're going to get a ghost Jim. I would bank on ghost Jim. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see that.
Well, and also now that this time travel element has been introduced to the series, that opens up all kinds of possibilities, And let's face it, they haven't been shy about bringing dead people back in all kinds of forms, So, yeah,
absolutely.
I didn't answer a question that was asked earlier. Oh, we got on the thing about horror, and I didn't get to the scariest and creepiest thing. It's got to be the death of what's her name. Who ran the diner, Kenny's mom.
Oh, yeah. Tan Chan, yeah.
Yeah. That was easily the most disturbing thing to watch, I think, in the whole series for me.
I agree.
But as I say, I've not really been a fan of horror. In fact, the only other horror thing I've done was about a year before From came along. I did a little indie short film here in Toronto, which is called Bloodline. And I don't know if you can find it anywhere online right now. The last time I chatted with the director, he was making an effort to make it available online. It's been making the short film festival circuit for quite some months now. It's a story about a vampire and his daughter and their relationship. And it's the whole thing of vampirism is used as a metaphor for addiction. He's not happy about being a vampire. He needs blood to live. And his daughter is kind of his enabler. She's like working in a hospital, getting blood to bring home to him and stuff like that. And it's a very short and touching kind of story. I mean, it has its horror element to it, but it's really about the relationship between the two of them. And that's basically it. Oh, and I got to play Dracula when I was like 21 in a summer theater company somewhere. And that's it for horror for me.
But I think your experience at the Shaw Festival that you've talked about probably helps you be so adaptable, because you said you had to perform in so many different genres and use different accents. You're amazing at voices, like different voices and accents, and you've done voice work too. So I think you're so adaptable that I think you'll be, I mean, you already had such an amazing evil presence in that scene. I know you don't take credit for any of it, but I think you'll slide right into that role even without much horror experience.
I'm very much looking forward to the challenge of doing that, because it's very clear from what we've already seen that this is really going to be a role that an actor can sink their teeth into, and yeah, I'm chomping at that.
I have a follow-up question to that. Do you have a favorite accent to do?
A favorite one to do? Oh boy, that's tough to answer.
Or do you think there's one that you're
my favorite one that I've ever done, I couldn't really do for you, unfortunately, because the last time I did it was over 20 years ago. We did this show at Shaw. It was a theater adaptation of The Invisible Man. And The Invisible Man is actually set in a town called Epping, which is in West Sussex in England. And West Sussex is a really particular and very difficult accent to reproduce. It sounds a lot like West Country. West Country is like Wiltshire, Bristol, that sort of area. Them sheep farmers, the ones that talk like that, like what's his name? Hagrid in Harry Potter, talking to Harry and Hermione and them. That's a West Country accent. West Sussex is like that, with a few of the signature sounds of Cockney thrown into the middle of it. And it sounds like a car accident. These two accents kind of crashed into each other. And we had a genius dialects coach at Shaw. Her name's Etta Sharp. She lives in England. And her partner, she has a partner in her dialects business. They've published a couple of books about accents and stuff like that. She's actually from West Sussex. So she came over to see the opening night of this show. And I have to say, it was not a great adaptation. The play was not particularly successful. And one of the problems was this accent was so difficult that most of the actors, let's just say that people managed it with varying degrees of success. But one of my greatest personal achievements was, Etta told me about this later. She was sitting with her partner, whose name is Jan. And they were sitting through the first 10 or 15 minutes of the show, listening to these various versions of the West Sussex accent, and Jan was just kind of like squirming in her seat. And then I came on and I had to do this speech. I was like the first person in town that had actually seen this character. We didn't know who he was yet. And I had to come in and give this really creepy description of who he was. And as soon as I started talking, she just put her hand on Etta's leg and said, "There it is." And Etta told me that afterwards. And I was like, yes! That is so great to hear, because, you with an accent like that, you're always thinking, yeah, but what is somebody from there going to think if they come and see this, And so that was a huge boost when she told me that.
Nice. Doc, you have a question?
Yeah, sure. So, Doug, you've actually had minor appearances, I think, in quite a number of things, and maybe bigger appearances and other things too. I didn't look at how many episodes you've been in of everything that you've been on.
The only thing that I've done that was a recurring role was in Good Sam. I was playing a lab tech, and I was in 4 episodes of that. It was a character that I think they were planning to develop, but then it got canceled at the end of the first season anyway, so that was that. But all the rest of that stuff is basically day player stuff. My career has largely been in live theater. And it wasn't until COVID, that kind of enforced holiday from live theater of all kinds, both as a playwright and as an actor, that film and TV and voiceover work started to take more of a front seat,
Now, my fiance is a big fan of In the Dark, The Umbrella Academy, and Lock and Key. I think you had some appearances on those. Do you have any fun stories from any of those sets?
In the Dark, not really. It was just a professor giving a lecture. There wasn't really anything terribly excited about it. Lock and Key was actually a nice little scene. It's if you go on IMDb, I think you can access my audition reel, and there's a truncated version of the scene from Lock and Key, and it is a neat little scene. And Umbrella Academy, it was on my. It might not be on my reel anymore. It's a very brief thing. The episode I was in opened with a kind of advertisement for something, and it's the trailer of the episode. Very short, but it was very technically demanding. So as short as it was, when you see it, it's like blink and you miss it. But it took us 3 days to shoot the thing. One thing that isn't on IMDb is I actually had a role in Star Trek Discovery, which was shot here.
Really?
Which was so awesome because I'm a huge Star Trek fan. And just getting to be in an episode of any of the franchise was just like a godsend. I didn't even have any dialogue. He was considered an actor role because there was a fight scene. It was I got chased around and I actually got my ass kicked by, I forget her name now, the captain of Discovery, who was a sweetheart, I have to say, just a lovely woman to work with. And that was also a very, very short scene that took us 3 days to shoot. It was very complicated. It was a big bar scene. There were dozens of people and, the fight and all the rest of it. And we had people. I was a changeling, so I had to morph into different people. That was another fun thing about that. My character turned into a tribble at the end of the scene, which was very cool.
And did you ever get to meet Rin Tin Tin?
Oh, the dog?
Yeah, the dog.
Yeah, I think he was he was around because when the cop was around, the dog was always with him. So So yeah, but I didn't really have anything directly to do with him. The scene was all about a bank that had been robbed, and I was one of the people in the bank when the robbery took place. It wasn't much of a
Okay.
scene really.
You still got to be there with Rin Tin Tin. That's pretty awesome.
That series had a different name in Canada. In Canada, it was known as Cats and Dog because the cops
Really?
named cats.
Oh.
Katts. So yeah. There was one other thing I did, which actually, I don't know if it's on IMDb. This was a film that was shot in Canada. Well, actually, it's shot in the States as well. Back in 1992, it's called Gross Misconduct, and it's based on a book of the same name, which was a story of this guy who used to play hockey for the Toronto Maple Leafs back in around 1969, 70, 71. He had a career for several years in the NHL, and then he finally retired, and he ended up wandering down to West Palm Beach, Florida, where he hooked up with this woman who was partially making her living turning tricks when she wasn't sharing a trailer with him. And there was a guy that was murdered. She was because she was turning tricks and stuff like that, she had all these mob connections. And there was this guy, I don't know if he was her pimp or whatever, but he was murdered. And when the cops came to investigate, she was one of the people that they interrogated. And I think she was worried about, being labeled as a snitch with the mob guys. So she pointed the finger at this ex-hockey player. His name was Brian Spencer. And he was actually charged with murder, and he was up on capital murder charges. He was there wasn't really any evidence, so fortunately he was acquitted. And shortly after that, he was killed in a mugging in a parking lot in West Palm Beach while he was sharing a joint with a friend of his. That was in 1988. So we basically shot this whole thing. And it was a fascinating shoot because, number one, it was the first time I'd ever had a featured role. I was playing the lead guy's twin brother. And we shot up in the Yukon for about a week. And then we shot several weeks in Toronto. And then we shot a week down in West Palm Beach as well. And when we got to West Palm Beach, it was really interesting because we started meeting people who knew the real Brian Spencer in real life. The woman that he was living with when he was killed, one of the cops doing security on our shoot was one of the cops who arrested him for the murder. And so suddenly this story that, although we knew it was based on a true story, for us it was like any work of fiction. You're shooting a movie, whatever. But suddenly when we got to West Palm Beach, reality started to creep into the thing in a really odd kind of way. So that was a pretty cool experience.
Got to be a little.
Also, the director was Adam McGoyan, and I don't know how many of you out there know who Adam McGoyan is, but
I do. Big fan.
Yeah, it's some amazing films, and now he spends most of his time directing opera. And a very cool guy. One day we were shooting a scene one day between me and the actress who was playing the hooker, and the real hooker showed up on the set, trying to get them to shut down the shoot. And of course, the CBC, it was the CBC that produced this thing, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. The whole legal thing had been dealt with, months before we ever started shooting. So one of the producers just took her aside and said, look, there's nothing you can do. We're legally covered, blah, blah, blah. And Adam, who's supposed to be directing the scene, he's got his little mini cam out sort of filming, the making. So he's like filming the interview between the hooker and the producer. And it's like, Adam, we're ready to go. Oh, yeah, I'll be right with you. Hang on, He was a real character. One more story about that shoot, because this will tell you everything you need to know about Adam McGoyan. One of the other amazing things that happened in Brian's life was the very first night he was on national TV as a Toronto Maple Leaf. His dad went out, bought a new antenna for their TV because they lived out in the middle of nowhere. There was no cable where they lived. I don't even know if cable existed back then. It was like 1969. And so dad goes out, gets this new antenna, puts it up, and he's all excited about watching his kids' game that night on TV. And then he turns on the TV, and they lived in BC, in northern BC. Turns on the TV and finds out that in BC, they're not showing the Toronto Maple Leafs game that night. They're showing the Vancouver Canucks game. And he gets in his truck with a 40-pounder of vodka, drives down to Prince George, which is a couple hours south of where they lived, and where the nearest CBC TV station is, goes in there with a shotgun, backs up the staff against the wall and says, "Put my goddamn kid's game on TV." And they're like, "Dude, we can't help you. The feed comes from Vancouver. We have no control over this." They eventually talk some sense into him, and he's like, "Okay, I'm sorry," and he goes to leave. Well, by the time he leaves, there's like 20 RCMP officers out in the parking lot waiting for him with guns drawn. So what does he do? He aims the shotgun at him, and they blow him away. And while this is happening, Brian is being interviewed on Hockey Night in Canada in between the periods. Of course, he had no idea this was going on. He wasn't told until the end of the game. Somebody came up and informed him that his father had been killed. So we're up in the Yukon, and I'm talking with the guy who's playing our dad. And Adam walks up to the two of us, because one of the scenes in the movie was Dad driving down to the TV station with his bottle of vodka. And Adam says to the guy playing Dad, he says, "Listen, on the drive down to Prince George, do you think he'd be crying?" And the guy playing the dad said, "You mean like tears of rage, that kind of thing?" And Adam says, "Yeah." And Peter was his name. He said, "Yeah, maybe." And that Adam looks at him and he says, "Do you think he'd be naked?" And Peter and I look at each other like, "Oh my God." And then we look at Adam and we see his lips start to curl up and we realize we've just been had. It's like, "You bastard." So that's what Adam Megorian's like to work with. Next question.
Scarlett? Julie? Julie, we can't hear you.
You're muted, Julie.
Sorry. I was trying to ask Scarlett if she had technical difficulties.
She's looking up.
Oh, I did for a second because I was
There we
looking
go.
up Atom's movies because I like a lot of his movies, and I was like gonna ask a question about that. But then I decided to ask you, Doug, are you reading any books lately?
Oh, yes.
Which
Yeah.
ones?
I read Chalmers' The Man in Yellow. That was a waste of time. I've now started the Edgar Allan Poe piece.
The narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. Are you reading that one?
Yeah. And I haven't read it, but I went through the synopsis of Tuck Everlasting. I mean, I'm just doing all this stuff because these things have come up. How much relevance any of them have, God only knows. Julie and I have talked about this and about the writer's process and how, you may draw influences from all kinds of different sources, but I think the mistake that a lot of people make when it comes to From is that they see these things like, the Maboose name on the defibrillator kit and stuff like that, and they make a direct connection to, oh, well, then the book obviously is connected to this. And I hear that and I go, yeah, maybe tangentially in some kind of way. Maybe it's that direct. I don't think so, but maybe. I think what it is more a question of is, perhaps John or some of the other creative staff just drawing from their own life experiences, just little things that they can drop in that have informed the way they think about the series, or, just came to mind because of a particular episode, whatever. They're just little Easter eggs they're putting in there for fun, as far as I'm concerned. Now, I don't know. He may say differently. He may say, oh, no, this stuff is really connected, but I don't know.
So were you reading the Dr. Mabuse book, or was your friend behind you reading the Dr. Mabuse book?
Well, that was my friend reading the book. I'm going to read it because I'm curious about it, but, I think one of the reasons The Man in Yellow was a waste of time is that's really not the right one to read. I think you got to read the Lovecraft version.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I haven't got to that yet. I will, just because, I've got time on my hands, and what the hell else am I going to do? Why not do a little background research, just in case it does come in handy,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, there seem to be parallels from certain things like Tuck Everlasting, but it could just be a coincidence. The fact that there's a character called the Man in the Yellow Suit who's the villain of that story, that could be a complete coincidence. Who knows?
Do you want me to tell them the story about And Then There Were None?
Yes, please do.
Here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. My writing partner, Marcia, and I, after the success of our first play, decided that our second play was going to be a murder mystery. And that was kind of my preference because I thought, our first play was a farce, and farce is great on stage. It's really hard to do farce on film. Murder mysteries, on the other hand, can easily translate into film. And so I thought it would be nice to have something that someone could turn into a screenplay. So let's write a murder mystery. And we had both done enough of them too that, we knew the genre and stuff. So that's what we decided to do. And we had been working on this play. It's called A Party to Murder. It's our second play. We'd been working on it for a little over a year when Marcia called me up one day. And this was the fall just before I went to the Shaw Festival. This was the fall of 1994. She called me up and she said, they're doing an Agatha Christie at Shaw this year. They're doing And Then There Were None. We should go down and see it, because we wanted our play to have a sort of Agatha Christie flavor, So I said, yeah, sure, let's do it. So we drive down there, and I had booked the tickets over the phone. They were doing 2 shows that day, a matinee and an evening, and I booked tickets for the matinee. But when we got there, we discovered that whoever took the call made a mistake and booked us tickets for the evening show instead. So it was like, well, can you change them for the matinee? And they said, we're very sorry, but the matinee is sold out. So you can see the show, but you're going to have to sit in the latecomers booth, which is this thing at the back of the theater, which is separated from the audience by a pane of glass, which turned out to be a good thing because 5 minutes into the play, Marcia and I are sitting there going, oh my God, we stole Agatha Christie's play! Because the parallels between the two were frightening. Our play takes place on an island, as does And Then There Were None. It's a group of people that have been called together to this particular place, just like And Then There Were None. There is a power failure in our play, just like And Then There Were None. And then everybody's doing the scenes in candles because there's no electricity, just like And Then There Were None. And then everybody in the show gets a threatening letter, just like And Then There Were None. And then they start dying off one by one, exactly like And Then There Were None. So by the end of the show, the two of us are sitting in the latecomers booth, just shattered, thinking, what are we going to do? Nobody is ever going to believe we didn't totally steal this from Agatha Christie. So we went across the street to this Italian restaurant. We ordered dinner and a big bottle of wine and started kicking around ideas on like, okay, what the hell do we do? And I said to her, well, I'm not trashing a year's work. I'm sorry. We're going to have to find another way around this. So we talked about it for a bit. And I said, I know what we do. We get ahead of this thing. We own up to it right up front. In our play, it's a group of people who are getting together because it's Halloween and they play these games every Halloween, these murder mystery games. The host is a mystery writer who writes these games for his friends just for fun. So I said, let's call them the Mousetrap Society. And when they finished the game, we had a portrait of Agatha Christie on the back wall. We had them all toast Agatha, at which point a plot point happens. And then later in the play, someone goes to take a book off a shelf. It happens to be a copy of And Then There Were None. And when they pull it off the shelf, a little secret compartment opens up. So we put in those 3 little Easter eggs and went, okay, there, we've done our due diligence. I think that's enough. And the odd thing is that no one ever accused us of stealing from that play. There were lots of allusions to Agatha Christie because of the style of the piece. And oh yeah, it's very clever, like an Agatha Christie kind of thing, but no one ever made the connection between those 2 plays. So maybe we were completely wasting our time. But I look at the From crowd and I think if they ever saw our play and then saw And Then There Were None, they go, oh, totally. Well, now we know where it came from. Nope, sorry, wrong. Had never read it, never seen it before. No idea. Just coincidence.
Yeah.
So
that could easily happen.
Who knows?
Yeah. Is that is Agatha Christie like an influence? Was it an influence, would you call it, when you were writing it? But you just
yeah, very much in terms of the style of the piece. We wanted it to it was a very similar setup to, like, I mean, pick one of her plays, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, we wanted it to have that kind of a feel. We were sort of doing there's a fair amount of comedy in it too, so we were doing a kind of gentle send-up of the genre in a bit. Not really a send-up, but just, kind of a sardonic look at the genre, if you will.
Yeah, because I love Agatha Christie, the style of Agatha Christie. I love murder mysteries, and I already am loving your murder mystery deadline, which I now have. I got it in the mail today.
Congratulations.
Got it in the mail, and I'm so enjoying it. I finished Act 1. I started Act 2, and it is enthralling. It's humorous, but the stakes are real too. I love that. You know, it's made clear that they could actually die for real. So first, before I even get into what I wanted to say about it, do you want to tell everybody a little bit about Deadline? Because I really think that it appeals so much to the From demographic. People.
Sure, I will. But before I do, I have to tell you a story, another story about A Party to Murder. I went to see a production of it in Saskatoon many years ago, and Mars came out as well, but I got there before her, so I got to go and see the first preview. And they put me right in the front row, and I had these two middle-aged women sitting beside me. And this one thing about A Party to Murder, it was our very first murder mystery. We wrote it a very long time ago, and there's much about it now that drives me crazy. But this play has an ending to die for. It is the twist ending to end all twist endings. And so it happens. Curtain comes down, all the applause and everything, and the lights come up, and these two women beside me are getting up out of their seats, and one turns to the other one and says, "What kind of a mind would think up something like that?" I'm sitting right beside them going. And so that line has become a running gag between Marcia and I. And when we wrote Deadline, this is the connection, we were constantly, every time we came up with a new twist, because Deadline, you'll get to it, Deadline's got a pretty sweet twist as well. And when we wrote it, we looked at each other and it was like, what kind of a mind, anyway. And the play we're just finishing up on today, the second draft of our new play, which is called Succor, Succour. It's a psychological thriller, and again has lots of twists and turns in it. And so, even today, there were many quotes of "What kind of a mind?" Anyway,
that's awesome. Is it all done now? Did you finish your edits? And
we're just reading through it one last time. We got about halfway through it before we had to break today. We're going to take one more day, like a couple of hours next week to finish off the read. But yeah, it's basically good to go. Nice. So we're printing it up and we're having a reading of it a week Monday night here in Toronto, and we'll see how it goes. But getting back to Deadline, for those who don't know anything about it, it's a story about two playwrights who find themselves trapped inside the very murder mystery that they're writing. They're these well-established but not particularly well-known playwrights. They're still at this. They've been doing it for 20 years, but they're still at this stage where it's a struggle to get people to read everything they've come up with. And they've just written a new play that was supposed to be opening at this theater, and they find out at the very beginning of the play that their play has been removed from the season and been replaced by one written by their arch rival. And so the two of them are in a state of despair. It's like, that's it, our career's over. Who are we kidding? Blah, blah, blah. And then they get another piece of bad news. Their mentor, who happens to be one of the greatest mystery writers of all time and has a new mystery that's supposed to be opening on Broadway very soon, has died in a mysterious house fire just a very short time before his latest play is supposed to be going on into rehearsal for its Broadway debut. And so they're shattered. It's like they did a workshop with this guy. And it's like we finally meet somebody, a really great connection who actually likes us. And the guy ups and dies on us. So now what do we do? And they're right in the depths of despair when their agent shows up and drops a bombshell on them. And that is that the producers of the play that's supposed to be opening on Broadway only have the first 25 pages of the play because that's all they were able to salvage from the fire. And they need someone to ghostwrite the rest of the play. And so because this mentor of theirs had mentioned them to the producers and spoken highly of their work, the producers say, all right, the job's yours if you want it. Now they're terrified because they've only got a week to put this thing together, and they've got to make themselves write almost an entire play in a week that's going to sound like the greatest mystery writer ever, but they think it's too good to pass up, so they agree to do it. So the first thing they do is sit down and start reading these 25 pages. Now on the stage, what you see is their office, which is just this little truck unit on one side of the stage. The rest of the stage is taken up with where the play actually takes place. And the story takes place on a yacht that's cruising around the Caribbean. So as they're reading the set description, we see the yacht appear behind them on stage. And as they read the various characters, they all come on stage as well. And as they start to read the dialogue, we see the characters mouthing the words. And eventually the two of them get up and actually play two of the characters with these other people as they're reading the script. And the other characters find their own voices and they start talking themselves. Well, they get to the end of the 25 pages. Somebody has died, and there's no more dialogue. And all of a sudden, all the other characters on the boat freeze. And the two of them look at each other and go, okay, well, back to the computer. And they turn around and their office has disappeared. And they discover that they're actually on the boat and they're in the world where this is taking place. And it's like, how the hell did we get here? And more importantly, how the hell did we get home? And the guy says, well, we kind of read our way into this. I guess we're going to have to write our way out. And so that's what they do. They spend the rest of the play playing these two characters, trying to solve the mystery from inside the mystery. So as you can see, it's got a fair amount of overlap with From, because it's about these people who are magically transported to this other reality. They have no idea how they got there. They have no idea how to get home. And people are dying all around them, you know, and they could be next for all they know. So that's basically what it's about.
It's awesome. Yeah. And it's,
Brilliant.
it's very meta. It's like, it's got like a play within a play going on. And you said before to me that it's also an allegory for the writing process itself.
Absolutely. It was our goal all throughout writing it to have it function on both those levels at the same time. For example, that little detail of when they first start reading the other characters' lines, you just see the mouths moving, but eventually those characters' voices take over, you know? Yeah. And the whole idea, writers will constantly talk to you about their characters doing things that surprise them, that they don't see coming. And I can speak from personal experience when it comes to that. My novel, which you have, there are characters in that novel that do very surprising things that I had no idea about until I got to that scene. So those kinds of, you know, little Easter eggs for the writers out there, you know, like characters finding their voice and characters surprising their writers and those kind of things, all that stuff's in there. And then, well, I won't say anything about the ending. It's too much fun. I want to see how you respond when you get a chance to read it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting further into it, and the premise of it is very much it's very much like From the parallels where they're trying to find their way home, and they have to figure out the mystery in order to do that. Not like I noticed there's a certain page here where it says where are we? So this character Don says the story is what will take us home. We don't have to worry about the physics. We just have to solve the damn mystery. And then the character Mara demonstrates that you can actually get hurt by cutting herself. So it's the same with From. You know, Jade is worrying a lot about the physics of it, trying to understand, like, is this a pocket dimension? What's going on with, you know, trying to figure that out. And then they realize, no, they have to solve the mystery of what happened with these kids and how they can supposedly save the children in order to find their way home. Don't worry about the physics of it. So I see so many parallels and two people under these supernatural circumstances trying to find their way home. I think From fans would absolutely love this. And I'm loving it so far.
There's another little bit in that scene that always tickles me when I read it. And that is where, you know, she's saying, well, how is it going to get us home? You know, solving the mystery. And he says, what happens at the end of every mystery that you go to, right? The mystery gets solved, everybody claps, and they all go home. So that's what we got to do here. We just got to solve the mystery, everybody claps, and we all go home. You know, like,
exactly.
I love it. Turns out he's right. That's what it takes, you know?
And I'm wondering how much of you and I know you and your writing partner have been writing plays. This was your 6th, right?
Yes.
And so now you just finished your 7th. You've been writing plays together for something like 34 years. how much I noticed, I couldn't help but notice the similarity in the main characters' names to your own names, Don and Mara versus Doug and Marcia. I'm wondering how much of yourselves did you put into the characters?
Oh, it's completely autobiographical. Their full names are Don Hughes, EWES, and Mara English. And when we first wrote Who's Under Where, when we first sent it out to directors, we sent it out under pseudonyms because we were sending it to a lot of people who knew us as actors. And we didn't want their perception of the play to be colored by whatever they thought of us as actors. And conversely, we didn't want their perception of the play or of us as actors to color their perception of the play. So yeah, we used Don Hughes and Mara English. And then when it got chosen for publication, it was like, no, of course, we're going to have it published under our own names, you know. But that first production, the theater company that did it, we wanted all the posters to have our real names on it, but the theater company that did it actually used our pseudonyms, and it was like, no, oh well, too late, you know. But yeah, it was published under our names. But yeah, Don and Mara have come up in a number of incarnations over the years.
They say you write about what you know, and so you probably put a lot about your own experience, your own character, your own personalities into the characters, and life experiences too, and things that you've written about.
It's totally about the two of us. In fact, one of my favorite stories about the two of us writing together, Marcia hates this story, but I'm going to tell it anyway. We were sitting here at my place one day writing together, bickering at each other as we do. And I mean, it's a constant negotiation, you know. And I'm typing away and we're, you know, snapping at each other. And suddenly she stopped and she looked at me and she said, you know what? This relationship is exactly like a marriage. And I said, yeah, without any sex. And she said, yeah, like I said, it's exactly like a marriage. And I said, right, put that down. We got to put that in a play. And we actually tried to fit it into Deadline, but it was one of those things where we ended up just kind of trying to shoehorn it in. It was like, no, it doesn't fit. Never mind. Get rid of it. But that's how much of us those two guys are, you know? Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, that I think that works, you know, when you write about what you know and you put your own personalities into it or aspects of them, that it's authentic. You feel the authenticity of the characters. So yeah, that's awesome. I'm thoroughly enjoying it so far. I hope it gets more productions. You said it got one a couple years ago in Ohio?
Yeah. In Dayton, theater company called the Human Race Theater Company. And that's how we got it published, because you can't get a play published until it's had a professional production. And we were very excited when we got published because we really thought, okay, this one's got legs. This one's going to go somewhere. And we, to date, just like Don and Mara at the beginning of the play, have not been able to find anybody to produce it. It's been a real slog. And trust me, it's not from lack of trying either, you know. So yeah, I'm quite unapologetically using every opportunity while I'm talking about to talk about Deadline, because I firmly believe that this play deserves a life, you know. So
100%. 100%. And it would work well as a screenplay too.
Believe me, we're thinking about it, you know, as is our new one. Our new one, it's a play, but it reads like a screenplay, and it's even the same length as a screenplay. So yeah, we're very much thinking about hopefully getting them turned into screenplays eventually.
Well, if anyone wants to get a copy of it, by the way, the link is in the description of this video. So you can actually buy a copy from playscripts.com. And it's really a fun read. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And I don't know if people buying it helps at all with getting more productions done, but I mean,
well, we do get a few pennies when they do, so there is that. I got a check from them the other day for like $21 or something, you know? But here's the thing, and I didn't know this until you told me this, that there is an excerpt online that you can access for free. So if you're not sure if you want to read it or not, check it out. There's like the first 32 pages or something like that.
32 pages.
And you'll get a very good idea of where it's headed from that excerpt. So have a look. Yeah. And, you know, if you're interested, great, get a copy. If not, no problem, you know.
Yeah, check it out in the description of this video. It's playscripts.com, and you can see the link right there. I think From fans would really enjoy it. And hopefully hopefully it gets more productions. Would love to see that. Scarlett, did you want to ask something else?
Yeah, I was gonna ask a question that Larry had in the chat that said, "Can Doug show us what it says on his T-shirt?"
Oh,
Because it kind of goes with the production of plays.
I'm big news
Explain
in
what
Poland.
it means.
All right, it's a great story. We've had a number of productions in Poland of our plays, and well, there are several several stories about that. I'm going to digress a bit because I knew this was going to come up, and I really wanted to start with this story. The first time I went over to Poland was to see a production of Whose Underwear, our first play, which is a farce about two women that have a lingerie business. And in Polish, it was called Interes Życia, which means women's interest or something like that. It has a slightly loose connotation in Polish, but whatever. Anyway, so you have to buy the program in European theaters. So when I got there, I went up to an usher to get a program, and a lot of people speak English in Warsaw, particularly people in the theater. So this woman spoke very good English, and she said to me, "Where are you from?" And I said, "I'm from Canada." She said, "Oh, you're a long way from home. What brings you here?" I said, "Well, I'm actually one of the authors of the play." And she said, "Really?" And I said, "Yeah." And I took the program here and I opened it up, and the first page I got to was the director. The next page I got to was Marcia's page. There's a picture of her and her bio in Polish. And then I turned to the next page and I see this.
What the heck?
And I'm like, who the fuck's that guy? And I start reading this Polish here and I realize, oh, this is Doug Hughes, the Broadway director. Nice job, guys. And
Oh no.
how this happened, I don't know, because like we sent them bios, we sent them photographs, all that kind of stuff, but somebody dropped a stitch. Somebody obviously just Googled. And this is one of the reasons why I go by Douglas E. Hughes. There's another actor in Canada named Doug Hughes. I was just Doug Hughes for years and years and years. And shortly after I did the hockey movie, I found out there was this kid in Vancouver with the same name who, was working for some of the same producers I was. So it's like, okay, I got to change it. So I changed it to Douglas E. And because again, the guy on Broadway, he's known as Doug Hughes. So that's where the Douglas E came from. Anyway, they were very nice about the whole thing. The director fell over himself apologizing. And a couple of weeks later, I get this in the mail. So,
Yay.
he cleaned it up. But that was the first production. That same theater company, a couple of years later, did a production of our third play, Too Many Cooks, which was both of the productions there actually were really great. And then we got a couple more. So we have a translator. She lives part of the year in Warsaw and part of the year in England. And we were having some discussions with her about the translation of our fourth play, Jack of Diamonds. And there were parts of it that she really didn't want to put into the Polish translation. And so we were kind of negotiating with her about that. And in the course of this discussion, Marcia says to me over the phone, she says, "Well, we're big news in Poland." And I just started to laugh. And she said, "What's so funny?" And I said, "This reminds me of that time back in the 70s or the 80s. I can't remember when it was, that it came out in the media that in France, Jerry Lewis was considered to be a comic genius. And everybody in North America was like, Jerry Lewis, really?" And shortly after that, these T-shirts started appearing that said, "I'm considered a genius in France." So I said, "That's it. I'm making us a couple of T-shirts." So we got these. And then a few weeks after this, I was doing a voiceover gig in Toronto and for this kids thing. And the director and I never met. So we were there on the day and waiting for some people. And she asked me what I'd been up to. So I was talking about my acting career. And I said, "Oh, I also write plays." And she said, "Oh, what have you written?" And I said, "Well, I write with a partner. Our first play was this bedroom farce called Whose Underwear?" And she looked at me and she said, "You guys wrote Whose Underwear? You're Canadian theater royalty." And I get home and I call Marcia and I said, "You're getting another T-shirt." So that's what she got for her birthday that summer. And
Nice.
then this past year, about a year and a half ago, this national tour of Whose Underwear under a different title. This production is called Damsky Business. this national tour started, and they're going all over Poland. So we've been following the tour, and I'm looking on the website at some of these towns they're playing, and the names are just like impossible to pronounce. So I decided last year for Marcia's birthday to make her another T-shirt. This one's in Polish, and it says, Jestem wielkim w międzyrzeczu. Jestem wielkim hitem w międzyrzeczu, which is Polish for I'm a big hit in Międzyrzec. So that's where this all came from.
Nice. And also that question had been from Larry, and Larry also wanted to say your performance on From was one of the most terrifying portrayals of a seriously formidable character I've ever seen, even if it was a short scene. I hope to see you much more in season 4 and onward.
Thank you very much, Larry. And I always, Julie's going to want to spank me for this, but I'm always compelled at this, when people say this, to remind them that 90% of my job was done before I was even hired. I had nothing to do with the incredibly precise and intricate laying down of plot that had to take place in order for this scene to have the impact that it had in the first place. I certainly didn't write the damn thing. And I have to tell you, the day that we shot it, I was so happy that John was there, because I got to go up to him and say, you're my fucking hero. From the very first time that I read for From, I had the exact same response to the very first scene that they sent me. Scott McCord did an interview where he said exactly the same thing, that his very first audition, he just read the scene and it was like, who's the genius who wrote this stuff? And that's exactly how I felt. And with the second character they gave me to read, it was like, oh my God, this stuff is brilliant. I got to be in this thing, And that was absolutely what I felt when I read this scene. It was like, oh my, like I said earlier, what a gift. So, you got to take that into consideration. I mean, one of the reasons I came up with what I came up with as an actor was because of what I had been handed in the first place. So it really is a collaborative effort. I mean, again, and the makeup and the hair and the costume and all that stuff that goes into it. I have to say, when I finally saw the episode on TV, my initial response was relief, because I thought, okay, at least the scene works. But I was not actually crazy about my own contribution to it. I mean, I thought, okay, you were dealing with a lot of adversity. It was your very first day on the job and all that kind of stuff. The stakes were really high. So there were mitigating circumstances here, but it wasn't a fully realized version of what I was trying to do, from my perspective anyway. And I mean, I cut myself a lot of slack over that because of the situation. But that's what my response was when I saw it. It was like, okay. It's not perfect, but we got through it, Having said that, it's one of the reasons I'm so excited about getting another opportunity to explore the character, because now that I've gotten over that hump, I think at this point, it's just going to be a joy to explore this more fully and really sink my teeth into it. So that's my response.
Yeah. You won't ever take credit for.
No, don't get me wrong. I mean, I had to do it. I was the guy that had to stand there. And I mean, if there's anything to take credit for, it's the fact that I managed to do what I did in a state of abject terror, because the whole day, the only thing growing through my head was, please don't fuck this up. Please don't fuck this up. Please don't fuck this up. I mean, there was so much riding on this scene, and I knew if I screw this up, I'm toast, and those are difficult circumstances under which to work. So the fact that I managed to get it together enough that we were able to put the scene together, yeah, sure. But so don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to deflect the compliment. I appreciate that, and I understand where it comes from. But I just always feel I need to point out to people that it's not a solo effort, And if I ever did receive an award for my acting, that would be the first thing out of my mouth anyway, whatever it was. Nobody gets to stand up here without a whole lot of people doing their jobs really well as well. And I think it's important to bear that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, That's
But you
awesome.
really feel like you brought the character to life. Like it looked like you were like shaking with anger. Do you feel like you were able to convert like your nervousness into anger, or how do you feel like you dealt with that?
I didn't actually feel that he was in the state of anger. I was much, from my perspective, it all felt much more bloodless than that. I think my overriding emotion at the time was just this tremendous sense of control. It's like, I know who's boss here, you know, that I was coming at it from that angle. I mean, yes, this very damaged guy knew he was boss, so there was that element in there as well. But it was just that, yeah, I know what's going to happen here. There's nothing at stake for me. I'm fine, you know. Him, maybe not so much, but you know, I'm okay. Let's go. Which is where, you know, that sense of pleasure that you see at the end came from. You know, it's like, yeah, now I get to the fun part.
Yeah, it was like you were enjoying it. You had some swagger to it, to the way you delivered that performance. You just kind of sauntered in. It didn't look like you were struggling not to fall down that hill. You just, the way that you walked, there was just this air of confidence and swagger to it.
I was walking very slowly in dress shoes, for God's sake. You know, the last thing you want to wear in that kind of terrain. But yeah, you know, it is what it is.
On a cold and damp, miserable day too, right?
Oh, it was freezing that day. They were throwing coats on us every time the camera stopped, you know.
Yeah.
End of April, for God's sake. But yeah, anyway.
It's Nova Scotia, though, so I mean, it's pretty far north. I would imagine that it's harsh conditions in all.
Well, April, even here in Toronto, I mean, you never know what you're going to get. You know, one day you're in shorts and a t-shirt, and the next day you're pulling a coat back out of the closet. So yeah.
Yeah. Martin earlier was asking, was the suit itchy? Did it fit right? It looked like it would be quite comfortable, actually.
Oh no, it wasn't itchy because, you know, I basically had it wasn't a union suit, but it was like the top half of a union suit underneath, you know, that sort of jersey thing that I was wearing. No, it was very fine linen, so no, it wasn't itchy at all. It was lovely material. But it's quite loose fitting. I mean, it was designed that way. So yeah, it was comfy, you know, easy to move in.
I think I know the answer to this one, but Grow and Thrive wanted to know, because you're a big fan of the show now that you've watched it, what do you like best about it? And she had also asked a similar question later about, is it the characters, the story? And I think we went over this a bit, but
the first part of this says, I know Doug was always a big fan of the show. I want to reiterate, I had never seen an episode of From before I was hired to play this part. 3.5 days before we shot it. I didn't have the streaming service that it's on here in Canada, so I never got to see an episode. So when I was hired, I found out at 10:30 on a Saturday night that I had been booked to play the role. I was on a plane to Halifax at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. So Sunday I spent packing, signing up for Paramount Plus, and watching the pilot and the finale of season 1. And then when I got to Halifax the next day, I managed to watch, or maybe it was the day after, I managed to watch the first episode and the last episode of season 2. And that's literally all I had time to see, because I also had to read the script for season 3, or for episode 10, which I just got on the Sunday as well. It was all very last minute. I mean, the poor costume people sent me an email on the Sunday saying, could you please send us some measurements? You know, like they had to build this thing from scratch in like no time at all. So it was a mad dash to get there.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's
yeah.
crazy.
And just to clarify, once I got home, I immediately watched the entire series. And then when season 3 was released, I was like everybody else, just waiting for it every Sunday night.
And your favorite part of the show, I'm guessing you would say the characters, the incredibly deep characters, and that, you know, is that accurate?
I think so. Well, my favorite part in general is the writing. You know, I would have to say first and foremost, which is where those characters come from. Right. There's a lot more involved in the writing than just the characters, but the writing, if I had to just pick one thing, you know, because that's what struck me the very first time I saw any dialogue from this show. It was just like, oh my God, what a gift, you know.
The writing is beautiful. That's why I always say it's like. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say that's why I always say it's like a work of literature that you can analyze for foreshadowing themes, character development, metaphor. It's a beautiful thing. Scarlett, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I had a question along those lines. Some of the scenes in From play like monologues. Do you have a favorite monologue scene from From?
Oh, I'm drawing a blank at the moment. What's the monologue that Tom did in the bar? Oh, I know a great one. It's the one that Jade tells to, again, I've forgotten her name. She runs the diner.
Tian Chen.
Oh, Tian Chen.
About the loss of her husband. And he tells her that story about, when he's in Paris and is it his father who dies?
Mm-hmm.
And that bit about, they stay with us after they're gone, and she's in tears at the end. That was a lovely speech. There are lots and lots of great exchanges. The scene between Victor and his father in episode 10, season 3, just destroyed me.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these scenes could be on a stage. I often imagine like when Donna was talking about her sister, her being on stage with just Tabby alone and being structured like that. And it would work perfectly.
Well, and again, Liz has done a lot of theater, so we're getting all meta again.
Yeah. Yes, I guess so.
Here's a fun story. I think you'll like this one. After episode 5 of season 3, I sent a little text to Cliff Saunders, and I said, Cliff, just saw episode 5. You rock.
As he's stuck in the rock wall of the pool.
Oh no.
Oh, I thought he was referencing the one where he got punched in the face by his wife.
No. I was referencing the rock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cliff liked it, so you got to get it. Cliff's going to be reading one of the roles. He's going to be reading the. It's only a 3-hander actually. He's reading kind of a 4-hander, but he's reading one of the leads in our new play a week Monday. So looking forward to that. Nice. It'll be the first time I've seen him actually since Stratford, which was a long time ago.
Oh, that's awesome! Yeah. That's so cool. He seems like
actually Cliff and Liz were both going to do it, but she didn't realize she had already booked something on that day, so he had to call me back and say Liz can't make it, so she's going to miss out on it. But that's okay.
That's so cool. He seems like a great guy. When he was on Tony Teflon's show, I called in and talked to him, and I said, we're going to miss Dale so much. He was so entertaining. I mean, you just loved to hate that guy. He was hilarious, and I loved his character. And he, I was really disappointed that they killed him off. It's too bad you won't get to work together unless they do a ghost Dale.
Well, you never know, But we spent a year working together at Stratford. We did a production of Kiss Me Kate together in the Festival Theater there. And he and Steve Ross played the 2 gangsters that are in that show. And the 2 of them were just a hoot. They were great.
Yeah. And the thing that you and Cliff have in common, too, I had the same exact impression of both of you when I first saw you in an interview. Like, how are they so ridiculously nice with these great smiles? And they play these jerks. You're playing pure evil to absolute perfection. He's playing this absolute jerk. And then you're nothing like that at all. I mean, I know it's called acting, but it's just the first thing that us as fans that we think of when we see you for real and how nice you are. Like, you are ridiculously nice and you're playing pure evil.
Well, thank you very much. But as they say in Polish, jestem aktorem, to moja praca, which is Polish for I'm an actor. It's my job.
It's your job. Yeah. You wouldn't be doing your job well if you couldn't do that. But literally everyone says it in every chat I see that you have an interview with every live that you're on. Yeah.
Well, I think we talked about this in my interview, but one of the ones that really made me split a gut was on Geekademy. what's his name? It's gone right out of my head. Igor, who does Geekademy, does all those deep dives. He did an interview with me, and then because he's got such a huge Russian following, he redid it and put it out with Russian subtitles for his Russian followers. So I went on there to check it out, and I was reading some of the comments, most of which I had to translate into English because most of it was in Russian. And there were a lot of comments of that kind, you know, and there are a lot of rather colorful Russian expressions for, you know, like a sweet old guy and that kind of thing. One of them was some kind of uncle. I can't remember what it was, but one woman said, "How can he be so evil? He's just a cinnamon bun." Nobody. Anyway. But yeah, I've been getting a lot of that, you know, and it's like, it's the job, you know.
It's just part of the job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
Doc has a statement. Doc has a statement.
Oh, it's Amy's birthday today. She's a longtime
Yeah.
member of our chat, good friend of our community. And happy birthday, Amy.
yeah.
Yeah, it was a
Oh.
question for Doug. We wanted Doug to say happy birthday to Amy.
Okay, well, you're going to have to give me a minute in order to do that. Please bear with me.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right back.
Costume change.
No, not a costume change. One thing, I need more water.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be something real special.
I can do a costume change.
Actually, I
I'll
need
put
to grab
goggles on.
myself.
I mean, I
I'll
could
be
come
right-
on camera, but I'm not going to.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, that's you and not me.
Hold on, I'm going to do a quick costume change. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to be by myself, and I'm going to be doing some promotion for our channel. The next thing
All right, here, I'm
will be
set.
doing. Oh, okay.
Ready to go. Let's do this.
Oh, Julie's gone. Is there a way you guys can mute me, or can I mute myself?
There's a little
mute
microphone where you
yourself.
can mute yourself at the bottom. If you can see it on the StreamYard. It's a little mic. There's a little camera icon, a little mic icon.
Where
I
I
wish
am
I could
down
mute
here,
people.
I don't see it anywhere.
It's at the bottom to the left. Well, I'm on an iPad, so it's on the bottom to the left of mine. Okay, good. Cool. I was going to do some promoting, but your cat came in, so I don't know what to do now.
Oh, do some promoting. Go for it.
Oh, she can do promo. Oh my God, now she's gone. Okay, we'll do some promoting. Oh,
I'm
now
back.
she's back.
Scarlett, you can go ahead and do
I'm
some.
gonna ring my bell for everyone. Happy
Scarlett,
birthday to Amy, everybody. Birthday girl in the house.
It's been chaotic here. Oh, I just wanted to point this out. Mr. Grant Gregory AI is in the chat here, and he recently did an interview with Doug. So definitely check that out. His interview is dropping this Sunday. So if you're not subscribed,
I'm gonna mute myself.
check out that channel, and his interview will be dropping Sunday.
I knew it was gonna be something special. I knew it.
Oh boy.
He needs to unmute.
Doug, you're still muted.
He's muted. He's muted.
Oh no.
He's muted.
I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Well, I made a mess of it, but there you go. Happy birthday, sweetheart.
Yay!
Yes,
cool.
happy birthday, Amy. Thank you for doing that. Oh my gosh, Doug, that was so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. That's
thank you.
That's awesome. That's not the first time he's done that either. Doug told me he did that for somebody who asked for his wife or something. And he wasn't even asking. He was just asking for him to say happy birthday. And Doug did this. It's so lovely. See, this is why the fans love you.
See, every year on Facebook, I do a new version of it every year, and I save it. And then every time a friend's birthday pops up on Facebook, I just send them the video to say happy birthday. You know, so it's something I kind of I do all the time anyway. So why not?
Well,
But I haven't played it for a very long time
great.
because I started lessons this year. Thanks for that tour in Poland, I could afford to take lessons again. I've basically been on my own with the sax for like 15 years, developing all kinds of really bad habits. So I haven't been playing for anybody because I've basically gone right back to square one, and I'm sort of working on fingering like the most basic stuff, and working from the ground back up again. So this is a bit of a leap of faith. It's going to be a while before I record a new one for my Facebook friends because I just don't feel comfortable yet, because I've basically had to unlearn how I've learned how to play the thing, and I'm starting from scratch. So it's been a journey, but my teacher's great. I just saw him today actually, and we're having a great time, and I'm going to stick with it as long as I can, try and do this thing right for a change.
Well, that's terrific, and like a lot of people would pay money for something like that. And you did a video for somebody for nothing because you're just such a great guy.
People are saying the man in yellow
money for this just doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah. Well, I know the fans appreciate how you go the extra mile, and you could be doing all kinds of other things. You may have the time, but you choose to spend it interacting with fans, and it makes their days, like we were talking about, it makes their days, even just a little interaction. So,
well, I have to say, this guy has been earning me all kinds of brownie points. He's got a huge following. I think he's got a huger following than I do on some of the fan sites. They just adore him. And it's like, and I'm getting these messages like, oh, good, this is going to tide me over until the next season comes out. And it's like, Jesus Christ, I got to do this for like 6 months.
Yep.
I'm going to run out of ideas pretty soon,
Like, what have you gotten yourself into now? You
asked for it, buddy.
You'll have to start spacing them out more so you don't run out of ideas. But you've had no shortage of ideas so far. Well,
I thought about that. It's like, cool your jets, dude. You're not going to be able to keep this up, but I keep getting these ideas. So it's like, I'm all right.
Yeah.
The next one's going to be fun. The next one's going to be a little dark. I can tell you that.
Uh-oh.
Nice. Uh-oh. I'm scared. What's Mini Man in Yellow going to be up to next? So what hijinks is he going to be up to?
Just a little dark. Don't worry. It's not, you'll get a kick out of it, I think.
That's like hopefully not pulling out the throat of a dinosaur. That would upset Doc.
No, there will be more interactions with the dinosaurs. I've got a couple of ideas there too, but I don't know if I'm going to have him fight any of them. There's one guy, I don't know if you can see him. One guy up there.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I think the two of them might have to, go toe to toe at some point, but we'll see.
He already lost the fight, looks like.
yeah.
Well, he's been dieting,
Yeah. Well, Alexis was in the chat earlier too. This is Alexis. Yeah, she crochets at night. She said she's going to set up a crochet and watch. She's such a nice woman. She's doing a giveaway with us. So we're going to be giving away a crochet doll, and we did a poll. It's going to be Jade is the winner just by a hair. So she's going to make one to give away, which is very kind of her to do.
I would say just by a chest hair, but Jade doesn't have any chest hair.
No, he doesn't.
There is a story behind this, actually. I saw the reason I found out about these was because Hannah's mother ordered one for her for Christmas, and the woman who made it, Alexis Jordan, posted it on one of the fan sites that I've been following, and I went, "Oh, that's so awesome!" So I sent her a message and said, "Could you do one of the Man in Yellow?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure. It'll take me a while, but I'll get to it." So she did it. Now, meanwhile, back when we shot the episode in Nova Scotia, when we were done, I think it was after we had finished shooting, Jack came up to me with his phone, and he said, "I want to show you something here." And it was the image of the Man in Yellow from episode 2. Is it 2 that it comes, or 3? Season 3, episode 2, I think it is. And Jack had actually created that one. And he said, "What do you think?" And I looked at it and I said, Well, you got the years right. So when Alexis made this, she sent me a screenshot of it, and it was just like this. And I said, "Oh, I love it." And I was working with Marcia at the time, so I showed it to her on the screen, and I said, "What do you think?" She said, "Where are the ears? It's not you without the ears." So Alexis, I passed this on to Alexis. She said, "I'll put the ears on." So that's where these came from.
Nice. Yeah. Now it's more fitting. Now it's a better likeness.
Well, if you want to put sunglasses on it, then you can.
Yeah, well,
anchoring parts.
Well, I have put sunglasses on him a few times, but like because of his head, I have to use an elastic band to get them to stay in place because,
Yeah, we were wondering how you did that online when I saw the pictures of glasses.
You have no idea the effort going into these things. No idea.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you had your own glasses on him in one of them. It was hilarious.
Yeah. When he was reading one of the books, yeah.
Yeah. And you had him reading Why People Do Weird Things. I think that was the title of it.
Yes, which is a book that I think every From theorist should read. It should be required reading for them.
I agree wholeheartly.
Yeah. No, it really is, because it's all about how when people become, well, here's the thing that really makes me think of From. His basic explanation of why people believe weird things is this: the human mind is a pattern making and pattern recognizing machine. And it's one of the things that made us such a successful apex predator, because if you can communicate and you can plan ahead because you know what the animals are going to do, you recognize the patterns, it makes you a very successful hunter. The problem with us is we don't know when to shut this pattern making tendency of ours off. And so we tend to see a lot of patterns where they don't necessarily exist. Now, that in itself is not necessarily a problem. It becomes a problem when we become emotionally attached to the idea of that pattern that doesn't necessarily exist. And once that process has happened, tactical nukes won't shake you from these beliefs that you have. But that's what it's all about. Seeing a pattern that isn't really there, which we all do all the time. We all make those kinds of connections, but then becoming emotionally attached to it on a really deep level. And that's when all the rational argument in the world, all the objective fact in the world won't shake your story, because you're there for life, And that's what the process of brainwashing is all about, is creating that state, That's how cults work. That's how organized religion works, for that matter, for God's sake.
Actually, yeah, like Severance too. Just Me earlier had asked if you've watched Severance, and that's another show where people are being pretty much brainwashed. Like they're first of all, have you ever watched Severance?
I don't have Apple Plus yet. I may get it, but I don't even use the streaming services that I have very often, But I got Disney Plus just so I could watch Only Murders in the Building, which I adore.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will probably, there's been so much buzz about Severance. I'm thinking, well, maybe I should just sign up for it now for the sake of watching that. So I may very well over the next little while. We'll see how it goes. But there are so many things I should be doing. So between the TV that I'm watching and, goofing around with this guy, I'm not getting any work done. So Marcia and I are getting some done. But aside from that, there's like so many projects I have here that are kind of on the shelf that have to be dealt with. And there's some renovation going on in my condo too over the next little while. So there's a lot of balls in the air, but I will get to it eventually, I think.
Highly recommend. I think you would really enjoy just the depth of this show. It's another really deep show. The characters are complex. They're dealing with their own trauma. So there are a lot of parallels to From. Mm-hmm. It's very much about identity and how people deal with trauma and try to become a whole person after being broken by trauma. So I think you would like it. We're doing watch parties and watching it every week. It's a lot of fun. And speaking of your next project, though, Dieter here had asked, I started this, if you wanted to share anything about the next project you're working on or any other projects that are coming up.
Well, I can't talk about the one that I'm about to shoot for, the usual reasons. But once it has been released, down the road, we can talk about that. Maybe it's a really cool scene. It's a neat thing. And again, something I didn't know anything about until the sides popped in my inbox, but it's only a day. It's just like what you saw in the finale. It's a very short scene. We'll shoot it in an afternoon and that'll be that,
Yeah. Nice. And I think I'm sure it'll be exciting for you to have this reading of your play coming up. A psychological thriller, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah. It's all about identity theft. So
cool.
Very current,
I'm sure it's a great sense of relief and, just having this done, put after the amount of work that must go into writing an entire play.
Well, this stage has been done. I mean, there are several more to come, because the whole purpose of the reading is for us to just be able to sit back and hear it. I mean, we were talking today about we were reading through the first half of it, and there are a couple of sections in the opening. And I have to tell you, the opening scene of every single play is always the hardest one to write. And we've got some concerns about the pacing of that scene and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, we're going to hear it next week. That's when we'll really know. And that's the value of a hearing, when you can just sit there, you're not at the computer, you're not typing, you're not doing two things at the same time. You're just sitting and listening to other people do it for you, that you can start to hear things that you might have missed otherwise. And also it gives us a chance to make notes for our next draft. But I think that this one, once we've incorporated the notes from the reading, it'll be time to start shopping it around. So we're very much looking forward to that. That'll be sometime over the next few months, I think.
I bet. And David Egiel here was wondering about how, have you ever actually adapted something into a screenplay before?
Yes. We took our fourth play, Jack of Diamonds, which is set in a seniors residence, about a bunch of old folks. It's kind of a caper story. And again, one that sort of lends itself to film rather nicely. That was our first attempt at converting one of our plays into a screenplay. And it was a tremendous amount of work.
I bet.
Much more than I think we were prepared for because of the nature of the story. And you've got to remember, I mean, when we wrote this play, there was no intention of turning it into a screenplay. We weren't even thinking in those terms. We were thinking purely in theatrical terms. And plays move at a much different pace than screenplays do. Screenplays are much leaner and meaner and faster moving. And we had to cut tremendous amounts out of this play and also alter a lot of stuff to fit the medium. But it was a really valuable process because it was the first time that Marcia's written screenplays before. I've written a few on my own, just for the exercise of writing them. And there's one of them I actually wanted to talk to you about at some point, Julie, because it has some Shakespearean roots that I think you'll get a kick out of. It's actually set at the Stratford Festival. I wrote the first draft when I was working there many years ago. But Jack of Diamonds is the only one that we've actually converted so far. Both Deadline and this new one, Sucker, will probably get converted into screenplays at some point, just because the two stories lend themselves to it so nicely. And I think having had this first experience, and also because those plays will be in an easier transition, that we'll have a much easier time with those.
Nice. That's terrific. Yeah. And I hope eventually Deadline turns into a screenplay here, because this would be amazing.
It would work so well on film. You could do so much with it on film that, I would love to see that happen. Absolutely.
And just wanted to highlight a couple nice things that people had said earlier. AAMM said it's so hard to dislike the man in yellow now. Doug is so great.
That's like hearing that. You've spoiled the man in yellow for me now.
You'll never see him the same way again now.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting just that phrase from lots of people. Yeah.
Now I just imagine over a saxophone all the time.
Well, I'll tell you, what I'm working on right now? the piece of music I'm learning right now is the piece that Jade plays on the violin.
Someone actually said in the chat, I wish I could find the message now, but someone actually said in the chat you should play the song Jade played on the show on the saxophone.
Well,
so you're learning it.
One of the pictures of him is he's actually leaning on the piece of music saying they're playing our song. And if you look at it carefully, if you blow the image up, you can see it's the Eternal Lullaby, I think is the title of it. Yeah. But
yes,
it's scored for
I noticed
violin,
that. Eternal Lullaby.
Not for saxophone. So I've had to do a lot of doctoring with it to be able to play it, but I'm working on it. My goal is to be able to play it comfortably by the time I go back.
Oh, that's awesome.
Season 4.
That's awesome. Imagine if they worked it into the show somehow and you're playing it on the. No, they probably wouldn't do that.
I don't think that's
once
very
you have
likely.
it down, you should share a video. People would go nuts.
Yeah, in costume, playing it in costume. Yeah, that would be fun. I don't know if they would let me do that. I'd have to talk to them about it, but it might be fun.
Yeah. And by the way, ever since the podcast said bring your plays to North Carolina, I will pay to go to a show. I'd pay to go to a show in Rhode Island, Massachusetts.
Providence.
We've had productions in North Carolina. We've had productions all over the United States, actually. The place where we seem to have the least success is Canada, with a couple of notable exceptions. Mm-hmm. Actually, Too Many Cooks, our third play, is opening in 2 weeks in Calgary. Marcia's going out to see it. I'm not going to. I'm going to stay home. I know how it ends. But it's been a long time since we've had any Canadian productions. So thank God for all those other countries, because they're the ones keeping us afloat.
Providence has a really nice theater, the Providence Performing Arts Center. It's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. I've been to a lot of shows there. I would love it if you'd have a play there someday. That would be amazing. I
don't think we played Rhode Island yet. We've had a fair number in Florida, Nashville, a couple in California, all over the States.
Yeah, well, that's terrific. And other countries too. China. I know you said China was one. That must have been wild. And you went there to see a play of yours.
Yeah, and that's Party to Murder, our murder mystery, our second play. Because it's set at Halloween, they do it at Halloween every year now, and they've been doing it for like 14 years, I think. They just did it again this past Halloween. And we had 2 productions going on at the same time, one in Shanghai and one in Shenzhen, which is the city right across the bay from Hong Kong. So that's when we chose to go over, because we could, kill 2 birds with one stone. And as luck would have it, Marcia didn't get to go to Shenzhen because our first day in Shanghai, we went to this beautiful garden right in the center of Shanghai called Yu Garden. And it's centuries old. All the buildings there are centuries old, as are all the walkways, which are made of stone. And they've been walked on by so many people for so many years that they're literally as slick as glass. And she was coming out of one of the buildings and she slipped and lost her balance and fell down and broke her patella.
Oh, no.
Her first night in Shanghai in the hospital.
Oh,
a new cast put on. In fact, I don't have the picture handy, or I would show it to you. But we went to the opening and she was in a wheelchair with her cast on, and I got a picture of me standing behind her pushing the wheelchair. So as a result of that, a lot of the things that we had planned to do in Shanghai had to be curtailed because mobility was a huge issue. She was there with her husband, and they decided to go home a week early, or at the end of the week. And then I went down to Shenzhen to see the other production and came home a few days after that. But that was a trip. I mean, it was like visiting another planet. It was bizarre. And I have a fun story. I can tell you about that another time, but I won't do it right now because it's too long.
Yeah, we don't want
to. Been in 16 countries, I think, so far, and translated into 10 languages that I know.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Wow. What are some of the other countries?
Well, the UK, of course, we've had a lot of productions there, and Ireland, both Australia and New Zealand. We've been in, I think, South Korea, Israel, Greece, Turkey, Pakistan, Germany, No, we've been translated into Spanish, but we haven't been in Spain yet. Poland, Romania. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. We've
That's
been
amazing.
translated into Finnish, but we haven't been produced there yet. I know that. So
That's amazing, Doug. Wow. That's so cool. I can't even imagine. And the cultural differences there must have been, trying to adapt it in certain cases. I'm sure there were issues like certain cultural things. I'm sure they had to change. But yeah, that must have been amazing to see your plays get productions in so many places. And I know, and it's already almost 12:30 a.m. My gosh, you've been so generous with your time, Doug. We really appreciate it. And I hope I got enough of people's questions. But I mean, this is a quick one. With Alice said, is it more fun to play an evil character? I think you might have a lot of fun with this. Have you? Because you haven't played a lot of villains.
I have played a few. One was in a farce actually that we did at Shaw called Will Any Gentleman, and it was written by a guy named Vernon Sylvain, if memory serves me right. He was all the rage in the West End back in the 50s, and now nobody knows who the hell he is. And it's a play that begins in an old music hall. And you see one of the acts, some dancers or something, and then they come off, and then out I come. I played this hypnotist, this Hungarian hypnotist named Mendoza. And he hypnotizes the main character in the play. And once the guy's hypnotized, he's a very straight-laced character. All hell breaks loose. And the whole play is sort of based on this thing of him, like, getting out of hypnosis and then going back into it and all that kind of thing. And it's very crazy. But it was a very extreme costume and stuff. I'll have to send you a picture. And I got to do a Hungarian accent. In fact, there's a scene where when I hypnotize the guy, he immediately goes crazy. And we end up having this kind of sword fight with umbrellas. And he chases me around the theater. So I thought, and this hypnotist, when he starts his act, he's apologizing to the audience for his poor command of English and his thick accent and all this stuff. So I thought, okay, a guy in that situation would lapse into his native tongue. He wouldn't keep speaking in English because, if you don't speak a language very, very well, in moments of stress, you go into your native language. So I found a woman on the main drag in Niagara-on-the-Lake, which is where the Shaw Festival is, who was Hungarian. And I wrote a bunch of sort of ad-lib lines that I would yell at this guy in the fight in English. And I said, could you do me a favor and teach me how to say these in Hungarian? And she said, sure. So she wrote them out, taught me how to pronounce them and all this stuff. And it was great fun because we would literally run through the audience, right? So I'm screaming all this stuff out at the top of my lungs in Hungarian. And I could always tell when there were Hungarians in the audience because they'd be pissing themselves laughing, I'd be up there going, Valaki hívja rendőrséget, and they're all going, Valaki hívja rendőrséget. It was great fun. And the director, this was the artistic director of the theater, Chris Newton, he wasn't aware that I was doing this. I mean, it was such pandemonium in this scene. It was just a bunch of noise that he didn't realize I was speaking in Hungarian. And it wasn't until my meeting with him at the end of the season where I brought it up, and he was like, wait a minute, you were talking in Hungarian? And I said, yeah, didn't you know? He's like, no idea.
That's amazing. Wow. And you were telling me, speaking of other languages, you were telling me that you actually, you taught yourself, or you managed to write a speech in Polish and delivered it when you were in Poland. That had to be so difficult. Wow.
I posted it on Instagram actually, and on a couple of the From fan sites. And I think it's on Marcia's and my Facebook page too, which is Kash and Hughes Playwrights. If you want to check it out, we've got a playwriting site on Facebook, which is just totally devoted to our plays. And there's some stuff there about the Polish productions, and I think I posted it there too, but I can't remember. But yeah. The second time I went to Poland to see the production of Too Many Cooks, it was the opening night. And so I got to get a taste of what opening nights are like in Polish theaters. And it's like going to the freaking Oscars. I mean, there was a red carpet and all these paparazzi and, you know, people showing up in flashy cars, and all the women were done up to the nines. And I was like, I was wearing my best suit and I was thinking, I feel a little underdressed here, you know? And then afterwards, they brought everybody up on stage, you know, like they do at the opera, like everybody down to the coffee boy, you know, gets an armload of flowers, and, you know, they have an MC who's working the crowd and interviews everybody on stage and that kind of thing. So when we went over back in November of 2023 to see this touring production of Who's Under Where, I said to Marcia, be prepared, because we're going to have to go up on stage and we're going to have to, you know, they're going to ask you to say a little something to the audience kind of thing. This is what they do, you know. And on my first couple of visits to Poland, I noticed that, number one, you know, everybody spoke really good English for the most part, at least the theater folks. And they were always apologizing for Polish, you know, saying, oh, it's so difficult, you know, to understand and to pronounce, you know, it's a hard language. And one person went so far as to call it ugly. And I said, I completely disagree. I said, I think it's a beautiful language, partly because it is so hard to pronounce. And so in order to speak it clearly, you have to articulate so carefully. And it's like listening to Castilian Spanish, you know, it's like watching an Almodovar film, listening to Polish. It's like music to me. And so when I thought about going over in the fall of 2023 and having to do this speech, I thought, I should learn it in Polish, you know? It won't be that long, and it would be a nice gift for the audience. And so that's what I did. I wrote it out, used a little help from ChatGPT to get it translated into proper Polish. And then once I had the script, I sent it to a few of my friends over in Poland saying, is this right? Do I need to tweak this? And they sent me a couple of changes to make to it. And then once I got it down, I just rehearsed the shit out of it, you know, until I knew it inside out and backwards, because I thought, I get one shot at this. I can't screw this up, you know? So then we go to the play and we proceed to sit through the worst production of Who's Under Where I have ever seen in my life. And fortunately, the audience was loving it. They were eating it up, having the time of their lives. Maybe it was a cultural thing. I don't know. But Marcia and I and our translator, Ella, who was sitting with us, the three of us are sitting there in shock. It was like, what the hell is this? So we get to the intermission and Marcia turns to me and she says, are you going up there at the end of the show? I said, no, I'm not going up there. I'm staying right here. And she said, me too. And Ella, our translator, said, it's okay. When they say your name, just smile and wave. It will be enough, you know? So we get to the end of the play, and sure enough, out comes the MC. And he introduces the whole cast and stage management and all that stuff. And then he introduces Ella, the translator, and she smiles and waves. And then he introduces the two of us, and we smile and wave. And he's like, no, you have to come up. Come on, get on stage. We want them on stage. Don't we, everyone? And they're all in this, is like, yeah. It's like, oh, fuck me. Okay, here we go. So we get up on stage. And the MC comes up to me and he says, you have seen many productions of your plays now here in Poland. How does this one measure up? I thought, you prick. And I looked at him and I said, well, I can honestly say, when it comes to this production, there is absolutely no comparison. And he goes, okay, thank you. Marcia, tell me. And he turns to her and I thought, okay, that's done. So he goes off and he's talking to other people. And Marcia says, you going to do the speech? I said, no, I'm not doing the speech. She said, why not? I said, it's all about how much we enjoyed this lovely production. I'm going to be lying through my teeth. I'm not going to do that. But the longer I stood there, the more I thought, you know, I didn't learn it for these guys. I learned it for the audience. I really should do it. So I thought, yeah, screw it. Come on, think of all the work you put into it. Just do the damn thing. So one of the actors standing beside me had a microphone. And I said, give me that. He said, you got something to say? And I said, yeah. And I picked it up and I said, chciałbym tylko powiedzieć. And they went out of their minds. The whole audience was like, oh, what movie po polsku? Ah! You know, and they're screaming at the top of their lungs like, I got a microphone and I had to pitch it up just to be heard over this, you know? So got through the speech. And then we had this reception afterwards. And I was so thankful when I got to the reception that I did it, because people were so appreciative. They just kept, person after person kept coming up saying, thank you. That was such a gift, blah, blah, blah. And I thought, that's awesome, because it was accepted in precisely the spirit in which I intended it. So, you know, that was the Polish speech.
That's amazing.
The funny thing was, I had to learn more than just the speech, because I thought, if I do this, they're going to think I speak Polish. and they're probably going to say something to me in Polish afterwards, and I'm not going to understand it. So I had to prepare a bunch of stuff to say just in case. The first thing being, przepraszam, nie rozumiem, nie mówię po polsku, which is Polish for, I'm sorry, I don't understand, I don't speak Polish. And it's like, well, what do you mean? You just did a whole speech in Polish. Nie, to prawda, nie mówię po polsku. Okay, mówię bardzo, bardzo słabo po polsku, which is Polish for, no, it's true, I don't speak Polish. Okay, I speak a tiny bit of Polish. Właśnie ćwiczyłem do cholery tę cholerną przemówię, which is Polish for, I just rehearsed the living shit out of this damn thing. So I had all those in my back pocket just in case. But instead, I finished the speech and the MC made a joke about Google Translate, and that was the end of it.
Yeah. See, that's what I would have to do. Even if I were to, like, if I had to speak French somewhere. I took French for years, and yet I haven't had a chance to use it, so I've lost most of it. So I would mainly be walking around saying, Je parle un petit peu de français. I wouldn't be able to say much because I would just be saying, I only speak a little bit. I could never imagine doing that. One time I had to get up and give a speech in French in front of my whole school in high school, and I was so scared. I mean, even if I did it now, I would only be able to speak a tiny bit, because if you don't use it, you lose it. And I've never had the opportunity to use it.
I mean, I think I might just have an aptitude for languages or something, because I loved French. I started French in grade 7. And I think one of the reasons I loved French was Madame Guillard, our teacher, who she used to wear these dresses that had these very closely set buttons, came all the way down here. And every one of those buttons looked like it was about to pop off this thing, because this woman was exceedingly well endowed. And she walked in the first day, and I took one look at her and I thought, I'm going to learn this friggin' language if it kills me. Anyway, so there was a bit of incentive off the top, but I followed it all through high school. And then after high school, I went to theater school. And I thought, well, I'm never going to get to use my French anymore. And then several years later, this is about 11 years after I left high school, this job came up, this job opportunity. I was going to be working with this Italian theater company. They had done a show that had toured Canada, and this company in Winnipeg was going to do their own production. And it was a two-hander. It was, what's his name? Robinson Crusoe, a version of the Robinson Crusoe story. And these Italian guys, what they would do is they'd go around the world touring it. And then if other theater companies wanted to produce it, they would have the actors come to Italy, teach them the show there, and then take it back to their home country and do it. So I got hired to do this show, but these guys only spoke Italian and French. They didn't speak any English. So I thought, well, I know about 12 words of Italian, so it probably makes more sense if I just brush up my French. So I signed up for this 3-week-long immersion program in Quebec that summer to improve my French. And I got there, and I remember the very first day in class, I was so convinced that, like you, I was going to find that, I'd lost it all. And then I went to say something in French, and the sentence just came out of me, and it was there. And I very quickly realized over the next couple of days that it was all still there, dormant. And, I had this constant experience of thinking, I'm not going to know what that word is. And then the word would come out of my mouth, And by the end of the 3 weeks, I felt, okay, I'm very comfortable with this now. And my opportunities to use French since then have been very few and far between, but it has stayed with me anyway, I occasionally watch a little bit of French TV here and there. There's a French program on the radio that I listen to every Saturday morning. But that's about it. I don't get a lot of opportunities to use it, but it's still there. In fact, in Poland, we had an interview. There's another theater company in Poland doing another one of our plays. They're doing a production of Something Fishy. And it's run by this woman, Krystyna Janda, who is a Polish icon. She was a famous Polish film actress. And in fact, she won the Palme d'Or at Cannes one year back in the 80s, I think. And she's very politically active, and she has a theater company, and they were doing our play. So we went to meet her one day, and she had her son there to translate for us because, we don't really speak Polish. And she shows up and she starts speaking in French. And I was like, oh, mon Dieu, nous aurions pu faire l'entrevue en français. Je parle français moi-même, And Marcia's like, what? I said, never mind. So yeah, we could have done the interview in French, but Marcia doesn't really speak French. So, she had a son there who spoke excellent English. So he worked as translator. But I thought, God, I wish I'd known that before we got here, Anyway.
And you live in Toronto, right? I'm sure there are a lot of French-speaking people there, I would
In
imagine.
Toronto? No. No, this is a real
No.
Anglophone environment.
I live in
Oh, okay.
Michigan. It's really close to Toronto. I can attest for that.
Really? Okay.
There are parts of Ontario, like in northern Ontario, particularly close to the Quebec border, and that's where most of the Franco-Ontarians are, but not down in southern Ontario.
Yeah. I wish there were more French-speaking people around here, so I could have used that. Right now, I mean, everywhere it's Spanish-speaking people in the U.S. That's the predominant second language. But
Pratiquer avec moi. You can always practice with me.
That's true. Yeah, you would think my French is horrible, though. I haven't had a chance to brush up on it in so long.
You know what? It wouldn't be a question of, placing value judgments on the quality of your French. Just the fun of being able to help would be great. In fact, this just happened today. There's this program that I've been doing in Spain for many years now. It's this company in Madrid called De Verbo, and they teach English to Spaniards. So if you live in Madrid, you can just sign up for like regular English classes. But most of their business is doing these week-long immersion programs where they take a group of about 20 to 25 Spaniards who pay through the nose for this thing, and an equal-sized group of Anglos who volunteer. They stick them on a bus, they drive them out to this little town in the west of Spain, not far from the Portuguese border. They put you in a hotel, they feed you for the week, and you spend the week speaking English with these Spaniards, no Spanish allowed. And I've done this program, I think it's 7 times now, and it is so much fun to do. And a lot of these people don't speak very good English at all, but the joy of helping these people learn the language, I can't tell you how rewarding it is. It's a blast. That's why I've done it so many times. When it was an ex-girlfriend of mine who found this site online and told me about it. And I said, that sounds awesome. I got to do that. So I went one year and had the time of my life. And it's like, as soon as I got home, it's like, I got to do that again. So I just found out today that I signed up for a course this spring, and I'm going back in April to do another one. So very much looking forward to that.
That sounds like a lot of fun. And that immersion is the best way to learn a language.
Totally.
Like there were opportunities, like I could have spent a semester in France when I was in college. Like that was an option. I wasn't able to do it. But I'm sure that helps a lot. You have no choice. It's sink or swim. You have no choice but to just get better at it so that you can communicate with people.
And
around
even
you.
with your French right now, at the level it's at, if you suddenly found yourself stranded in France for a month, you would find that a lot of it would come back very quickly.
I bet. Well, my cat wanted to make a cameo, I guess.
What's your cat's name?
Her name is Boo.
Ooh,
Boo. Yeah, because she's black with orange flecks all over her. She's a tortoiseshell calico. So, and we found her in October. So, Boo seemed like a fitting name.
Apropos, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
do you have any pet? I have a question for Doug. Does he have any pets?
I used to have 2 pet bunnies.
Oh, sweet. What were their names?
Yeah. Casper and Sabrina. And the names had nothing to do with Casper the Ghost or Sabrina the Witch. I liked the names. Casper with a K, actually. He just looked like a Casper. In fact, let me see. I think I have a picture of them on here that I could show you. Give me a second. I could page through a ton of pictures to find it, but I will get there. Oh, hang on.
Oh, and by the way, Amy said Amy heard the saxophone song "Happy Birthday." This is her right here, Mrs. Frosted Sweets. She said, "Thank you so much. That is amazing."
You're very welcome, Amy. Here you go. There's Casper and Sabrina.
Oh,
Blair.
Cute.
And they're both lop-eared dwarves, the ones with the ears that go down.
Yeah.
And when I first went I was going to get just like a regular rabbit, and I saw Casper with the ears, and I just took one look at him and said, "Oh, it's got to be you." And Sabrina was great because she always had one ear down and one ear up. They never both went down. I don't know what that's all about. She was adorable. But I got them because I had a mild allergy to cats and dogs, so they weren't really practical. But not bunnies for whatever reason, you know.
Huh.
But now living alone and traveling as much as I do, it's really difficult for me to keep pets. I have wanted to get another couple of bunnies, and I would have to get two, you know, because you don't want, you know, I'm alone, I'm away a lot, and I wouldn't want to leave, you know, one poor animal on its own. So I would get a pair of them so they had a playmate, but it's not practical to do. I wish I could, you know.
Yeah. I mean, cats, you can leave cats alone for like a short time with food and water, but you can't leave them for too long. So it's just, it's tough. It's not too practical unless you have somebody that can, you know, watch your pets, and then it's just a whole complicated thing. So I totally get that.
Yeah, that's not the kind of favor I'd want to ask of a friend, you know, because that's a lot of work involved, you know.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Doc and Scarlett, did you have anything else that you didn't get to? Anything burning question?
Okay, I have a burning question that Susie has been asking at least 3 times.
Oh, please,
Doug?
please.
Doug, do you believe in fairies? She wants to know.
I'll tell you a story. I used to work as a doorman in a nightclub in Toronto, and we used to stamp people with that black light ink. You know, you only see it when you stick it under a black light, so they don't have a big ink blot on their hand. You know, and I mean, this is technology that's been around for certainly the entirety of the 20th century. And I'm stamping these people, and I can't tell you how many people would look at their hand and go, "You missed me." I was like, no, I distinctly remember stamping you. You know, I'm like, no, but I don't see anything. And I'd say, that's okay, I can see it. And they would say, well, how come you can see it and I can't see it? And I would say, because only people who believe in fairies can see it. So, so I guess I do.
Fairies were for a while a pretty popular theory on From, you know, the Fae theory that maybe the monsters were Fae or something like that. But I don't think at this point, I don't know, unless they were turned into Fae because they sacrificed their children. I don't know. I think the Fae theory is a little tough to hold on to now, given what we know from season 3. But I think that's where the question came from.
Well, I spent about 5 years living in the gay ghetto in Toronto, so that was a whole different kind of Fae.
I was gonna say. That's why I thought you loved with the doorman story, and I was like, "Oh, downtown Toronto. Okay, gotcha."
Yeah, actually, that club was a short walk from where I lived, just around the corner, really.
Yeah.
Peter asks if you're going to buy a yellow suit.
Yes.
You know, I get that question a lot, and my response to that, like the first time I heard that, I thought, you know, that's a really cool idea, because if people were talking about doing it for Halloween, right? And I thought, that'd be great if I did it, because people would be like, that's amazing, you look just like the guy. Anyway,
right. You should totally do that. The trouble would be, though, finding a yellow suit. I mean,
I know I could get one, but it would cost me an arm and a leg, and I don't know if I'd be motivated to do it that much. But we'll see.
Yeah, suits are not cheap, but yeah, if you, I mean, From exploded in popularity in season 3. So I mean, if you dressed up like that, I mean, I don't. Canada might be kind of weird. I don't know how many people are watching it in Canada, but
not so many, because it's only on Paramount Plus, and it's not a streaming service that most of the people I know have. And I mean, you know, I'm talking to actors a lot of the time, people who are in the community, and most of them have never heard of it until I tell them about it. So I mean, it is increasing in popularity, certainly, but it's been a slower burn here, I think, than in other places.
So if you showed up somewhere dressed like that, you might not be recognized just yet in Canada.
Oh God, not at all. No. I've been getting that question. It's like, no, that's not going to happen, I can tell you.
It's crazy to me, though. I think if From were on a streaming service like Netflix or something, it would be more widely known. It's just.
Well, I heard somewhere that seasons 1 and 2 were available in Netflix. I've been told that's not the case in the States. Maybe it is in Canada. I don't actually have Netflix, so I can't say. But somebody said that to me, and that's the first thought I had was, well, that would be a big boost in popularity. It seems that the streaming services in other countries around the world have been the root of its international popularity. That's what's done it. The fact that it's got such wide distribution in other countries. But yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. I'm actually, though, I'm grateful that it didn't debut on a streaming service like Netflix in the US, because Netflix cancels all the great mysteries after one season. Typically, it would be gone. I think I'm grateful that it was on a smaller, more obscure one, Epics, and then MGM Plus, because that's probably why we still have it today. So it's on the other hand, it needs to get more recognition. I think a lot of people don't have MGM, and MGM Plus in the US, that's where we get it from.
Yeah,
But
it's the same service here. It just has a different name. It's Paramount Plus, but it's the same thing. Yeah, it is kind of ironic when you consider that about 70 or 80% of the cast is Canadian, and yet it's still not that well known in the country. At least that's my impression. Somebody may have better information, but that's how it seems to me. It doesn't seem to be, just talking to the people I know, people don't seem to be very aware of it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, because most of the cast is from Canada, and that's got to be a weird thing, and then they just go back to their Chloe has a job as a nurse. She just goes back to that in between. And by the way, Rhodes Jones had said, "Can't you just take the suit from production?" I don't think they'd let you take the suit.
Well, I mean, what might happen is, depending on how long it goes on, there might be one that gets to the point where they have to replace it, and they might let me buy the old one, kind of thing. That's a possibility, but that would be well down the road,
Oh, that'd be great. Oh, and Golden Child wanted to know if it had a matching hat. Imagine a hat to go with the suit. That would be fitting.
It would look too much like a sou'wester, I think.
I think that would be less sinister with the hat. I don't think that would work.
No, my credibility would go right out the window. Besides, you wouldn't want to cover up these lovely locks,
No.
Yes.
No, you wouldn't want to do that.
Although I've been subjecting this poor guy to a lot of hats, and there probably will many more,
I can imagine. Yeah, I can't wait to see what you have in store next for the mini man in yellow and what he's gonna get up to. And by the way, if anyone wants to know, please check out Doug's website. Wait a minute, I have it as a banner too. I have the link to your website. It's in the description of this video, and this is it right here too. It's that's his website, and you can find that in the description of this video if you want to know more about Doug's career, his plays. He wrote 2 novels. Maybe you should be the one describing it, not me, but your bio is on there, right, Doug?
Yeah. And lots of pictures, from various productions and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can check that out. It's also in the description of this video. And that's the website where you can get Deadline, by the way. Again, that link is in the description of this video. I just wanted to point that out again.
I should also mention that all of our... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, highly recommend. It's a short read. And it's awesome. I'm loving it so far. And I do think fans of From would absolutely love Deadline. So if you want to get a copy of it, the link is in the description of this video. I highly recommend. And then we can discuss on the live streams, which would be fun, I think.
And our other 5 plays, they were originally published by Samuel French Incorporated. And Samuel French was bought up several years ago by this big conglomerate called Concord Theatricals. And that's their website, concordtheatricals.com. So if you want to read up about the earlier plays, you can go there, or go to my website. There are full descriptions, synopses of all 6 plays. You can read about them there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you want to order the plays, it would be play scripts for Deadline and Concord for everything else.
Yes, absolutely. I think people would really love it. Oh, I just wanted to point out, I don't know what this is exactly, but Alexis, who makes the crochet dolls, had asked if there's any way you'll attend. I don't know what this is. The camp 2025 in Georgia. I don't know what that is.
Is that the one that Elizabeth Saunders and Scott McCord are supposed to be in Peachtree?
I don't know.
I seem to remember seeing something about that on Instagram. Yeah, I think you're right. I haven't been invited. And that would be an expensive trip. I'm not working either right now. I mean, Marcia and I are working, but nobody's paying us. So, it's thank God for that tour in Poland, because that's what's keeping me afloat right now. That's my day job, and actually, thank God Marcia asked me to write with her all those years ago, because having those two careers go on at the same time has got me through a lot of lean times, when the one wasn't going so well, maybe the other one was. So it's been great having two different sources of income that way.
I bet. And you just happen to it seems like you really have a passion for both the acting and playwriting, so that it works well, that you can help supplement your income when one is kind of getting slow. You can work on the other. Like, you've been working on your play in between acting gigs right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's not just the, having something to work on. It's how having that really energizes you through those periods where there's nothing else going on. If nothing else, I've got that to do today. Marcia and I are going to put a couple hours in on the play, and that can be really uplifting and sustaining, through those periods where nothing else is going on.
Right. Yeah. And it's not everybody can do both, can excel at both, but you've had such a long career as a theater actor and a playwright. I just think that's awesome.
And the irony is, when we wrote Who's Underwear, we were just trying to find out if we could write a play. We had no idea. There was no thought of making this a second career or any of that stuff. It was just like, can we write this? And then when we wrote it, it was like, do you think anybody will do it? And then it's like, oh, they did it. Do you think it'll get published? Oh, it did. Do you think anybody else is going to do it? And it just, and it sort of went from there, right? And after it had such an auspicious beginning, the thought was, well, that went well. We should do that again, and it just kind of went from there. And the other part is, we really lucked out in the sense that the two of us fit so well together as a writing team, because we had no way of knowing that either, and thank God we did, because otherwise I can't imagine us still being together after all these years, if it weren't for the fact that we clicked to the extent that we did.
Yeah, that's so cool. Sometimes things just come together the way that they're meant to be. I fell into having a channel myself. I wasn't planning on starting a YouTube channel, and it just kind of happened. And Scarlett and I happened to click. And that was completely unintentional too. She was just coming on here to help me moderate, and she wound up being an ideal co-host, really. So it's sometimes it's amazing how things work out, and you, Doug, like you found your way onto the show kind of almost as if you were pulled into Fromville, like the characters on the show. You didn't even have to try to get back. It just found you when the ideal role was there for you. And there you are.
I have to tell you, that's kind of been the way my career has gone. Nothing has ever come like that, with the exception of the plays. But I mean, as an actor, I've told you the story. I'm not going to go into it now about how it took me 15 years to get into the Shaw Festival. That's kind of typical. But here's one part of that story I didn't tell you. When I finally did get that amazing offer that, came at like the perfect moment, I found out much later I was the third person that got that offer. The only reason it came to me was because two other people had already turned it down. Mm. And wow. That happens in this business all the time. I can't tell you how many jobs I've had where I was not the first choice. And it's like, if I got upset about that, I'd never work, because it happens all the time. And it's happened to me time and time and time again. And I knew right from theater school, I was not going to have one of those careers where I was going to be some kind of overnight sensation. That was just not in the cards. That the way things have gone has been pretty much the way I expected it to go. But to have this drop in my lap at this late stage is just overwhelming, Didn't see this one coming.
It's got to be overwhelming. Yeah, because like you've talked about being a theater actor, you kind of, you're doing something so public and yet you're living in total obscurity. I've heard you say, and now you have a spotlight on you in a way that you never did. So that's got to be an amazing thing. And I know it's still new, so it's going to get more intense with season 4, of course, but still, it's got to be a whirlwind.
It's not so much a spotlight right now as it is a flashlight, but yeah, it's going to change. Absolutely.
For sure. Well, you were the first person. As soon as the finale aired, everybody wanted to interview you. Everyone was scrambling, like, "Oh my God, we got to get him on." Everyone was so excited to see
Well,
these interviews.
well, I don't know. I mean, I suspect a lot of those people never got in touch with me because, I mean, I've done a fair number now, but most of them have happened because I've seen them, do other people and say, "Hey, I'll do an interview with you if you want." But yeah, I think the one I did with you might be number 6 or so. But I know there are lots of other people doing this kind of thing that I've never heard from, and maybe they just assume that I'm too busy to talk to them. I don't know. Or
Well, I know as a fan, like you were like the number one person we wanted to hear from, and everyone was so excited when we started seeing the interviews coming up and getting a chance to hear your perspective. So I don't know what they were doing with these, whoever didn't contact you, but I know that you're the number one topic for the fans after season 3, 100%.
the only 2 who contacted me initially were Monday Morning Critic and What Is From podcast. Those 2, they came to me. But then after that, it was me putting out feelers, and I don't think anybody else, except for Grant. Grant, we sort of started the conversation, and I think then he sort of got up the nerve to ask me because he admitted afterwards that he was afraid I would just turn him down flat or I wouldn't respond, but for whatever reason. But yeah, I know that there are a lot of other heavy duty YouTube channels that have not gotten in touch, and that's fine. I mean, I don't care. It's all good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, and Grant said that his interview with you is dropping on Sunday, so everybody make sure to check that out, Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel. That should be cool. And the first one I saw of yours was Tony Teflon's interview, and that just popped up out of nowhere. Like, I just saw him going live one night, and no one knew it was going to happen. It was a surprise. That was cool.
Yeah, I contacted him actually. I found him on Instagram. Somebody else had done one, and I said, "Want to do one with me?" And he was like, "Shit, yeah," So
he was so happy about it. He's a friend of mine, and he was so happy he got that interview. Like, he had the best time. So I don't know. Maybe some people just don't think to ask or think that you're going to be too busy, and you'll say no. But he was thrilled to get that interview.
Well, you mentioned at the beginning of this that a lot of it involves going through agents and stuff like that, and maybe there's just this general assumption that that's what you have to do. I don't know. But I mean, if I've done one thing since this thing dropped, I've made myself pretty easy to find. So if there's anybody out there who hasn't asked, who wants to, I'm here and I'm not doing a whole hell of a lot. So just give me a ring.
Nice. And you've been here with us. Oh my God, it's 1:03 a.m.
Yeah, it's past my bedtime. I got to get out of here.
Yeah. We need to let you go to bed.
Yeah.
I know you're a late night person like us, but I truly appreciate all of your time, Doug, that you've given us. Thank you so very much.
It's been a ball. I love doing these. It's great. It's. I don't know if I should get into this, but this is another thing that surprises people. I think the assumption I get from a lot of the fans is, wow, you must have a really busy and exciting life. I lead an incredibly solitary life. And again, it's one of the reasons why I'm so open to doing this kind of thing, because it's like, oh, good, I get to talk to somebody, and there are a variety of reasons for that. It's a weird thing being in this business, because I have friends who live all over the country who I don't get to see for years at a time just because they live so far away, and even the friends I have here, everybody's busy with their lives and it's really hard to get together. And most of my relationships now seem to be virtual. I see very few people in person anymore. And so this is really filling a void for me, quite frankly. It's been great just to have this much community going on in my life all of a sudden. So that's probably the biggest reason why I've been so willing to do these. It's just that.
I completely understand that feeling. I live a very solitary life myself, and this sense of community I've had from starting this channel and building a community here. It's been amazing. It's changed my life in so many ways. So I completely understand. Yeah. And everyone in the chat is saying thank you so much for coming. Dieter says thank you so much. Alexis says thank you so much for your time. And they're dropping let's drop some yellow hearts for Doug.
Aw.
Nice idea. I love it. Yeah, yellow hearts from Dieter. Amy said, "I am so glad you're here, Doug. I barely see people too." And I know she appreciated, like she said earlier. She's also Mrs. Frosted Sweets. She goes back and forth, but it's her birthday today, so that was so sweet of you to do that for her.
The least I could do, really. All right.
Thank you so
Take
much,
care,
Doug.
everybody.
Thank you so much, Doug. Have a great night.
Have a great night.
Very welcome. Same to you guys, and keep yakking till the wee hours, and yeah, hopefully we get to do it again sometime.
Yes.
Oh, I'd love to. I would love to. Anytime you want to come on, we would be thrilled to have you.
All right.
Yeah,
take care.
there's
How do I get out of here?
odds. Okay,
Oh,
there
there it
are
is.
odds
New
that
studio,
if you
right?
like wake up in the morning, you can still hear from us.
Oh my God, that's true.
So
Let
take
me
that
know
in
if you pop on and
consideration.
check to see if you're still here. All right. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Bye, Doug.
Talk
Okay,
soon.
bye.
Bye for now.
Bye.
I need to do a wardrobe change and shut off my cam. Oh my God, my head hurts. These lenses.
Yeah.
My eyes.
I hope I didn't talk over him at that last point.
No,
Apologies.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
I just want to get the last joke in, Oh no,
Yeah.
everybody's gone. Everybody's gonna stretch. Do people have to get up and stretch? I could do promo.
It's killing me sitting this long. Oh my God.
So I said I could do a little promo if you want to stretch.
I wish I could find my glasses for one thing. I can hardly see a damn thing. I was straining to see comments. I hope I got enough people's questions in. I should have just let you read them, but I wanted to highlight them for people on the screen, So,
I need to give you my business. I need to get a business address so you can do that for me. So you can do that for me, then I can do that for you.
Yeah, we need to do that for sure. My glasses disappeared while I was getting ready earlier, so they're somewhere around here, probably in some stupid place. But we truly appreciate how much time Doug gave us. Well, look at all the yellow hearts in the chat. That is so sweet. And and I'm sorry I missed this one, but Bella519, that's awesome. And you didn't see a live one before. Yeah, he's done a few. He did Tony Teflon live and what is FROMcast live, and I was happy to be able to catch both of them live. But
I was surprised. I thought he had done more.
Yeah, no, I think
more too.
I thought he did more too. It seemed like a lot, but yeah.
Maybe people clipped lives and posted them as videos or reposted clips as independent videos, and it looked like there were more, possibly.
Maybe, yeah. It's crazy that he wasn't approached by more people to do interviews. But
I want to do one, but I think I might want to wait until after I've read a play of his. This way I have some really good questions to ask.
Well, I ordered Deadline, and I was happy that I was able to get a copy of it just in time. So, but I was so mad I didn't get to read the whole thing. I mean, I guess it's all right though. I mean, I'm not going to spoil the thing for people that might want to buy it and read it too. But I read enough of it that I was able to comment on it, which was great. It just came in the mail today. Highly recommend. It's a short read. It's let me see, how many pages is this? It's only 70 pages. I've already read half of it actually. So
I wonder if we could how expensive it would be to buy a license to do like a live like YouTube like radio show type production of it with us just reading it and someone narrating.
Hmm.
Oh, that would be so fun.
I thought about similar. Yeah.
Oh, that would be so fun. We should do that. I wonder if he would. I don't know if I don't know if we
I
could.
think
I
we
don't
need
know.
to pay for the license. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
we'd have to pay. Yeah, that's right. I was just thinking that we'd have to pay. Like it says on the website, there's something about that.
Might not be too bad. I don't know. We'll have to look.
Yeah, it says minimum. Oh yeah, yeah. It's a little pricey. It says like what the
Oh, okay.
performance fee is. It's a little pricey.
Do they have performance online versus performance in a theater?
I don't know how that works actually. I don't know.
I guess we should have asked Doug about that when he was here.
I can always ask him. Let's see what he says. Like how much it would cost. Because I don't know how common that is doing it online.
I don't know if it's very common, but I think it'd be fun.
What is going on? My YouTube tab is now playing in the background. I'm glad that didn't happen when he was here. I don't know why that happened. Okay. Let me see let me catch up with the chat here. So the play, so it is the actual play, if you want to buy it, the play doesn't cost much at all. It's what is it? $13.99. And then I think there's a small shipping fee. So yeah, it's only $13.99, and it's a really entertaining read. It's very meta. If you like meta stuff, because they're literally it's a play within a play, basically. And again, they're trapped in the world that they're writing. So like the play that they're writing, the murder mystery starts appearing around them, and their world disappears. And they have to find their way home. They have to write their way out of it. So it's got major parallels to From, and there are real stakes. They could actually die. It's not like if they die, then in the play, then nothing's going to happen to them. It's just like in From. If they die for real. And it's under some kind of weird supernatural circumstances. So I really think fans of From would enjoy reading this. And Doug gets a little cut. He may not get much money from the sales of it, but he gets something. And honestly, I think the more we spread the word about this, the better. The more we talk about this, the more likely that maybe through word of mouth, the right person will hear about it and want to produce it. That's the power of word of mouth. You just never know who might be listening, or so I'm just going to continue to keep helping him promote it as much as I can, because you just never know. This is the best platform he's ever had in terms of promoting his work, and it's so good. It deserves to be appreciated and seen. Hey, Ant.
He's a brilliant man.
Isn't he though?
He is.
Oh my God, yeah. Scarlett, I loved your question. I don't know if you're still here at the moment, but I loved Scarlett's question if he has a favorite poem, and then he recited it for us. That was beautiful. Oh my God, that was beautiful. I loved that. That was fantastic, because he is so eloquent. Just listening to him read that was, oh, what an experience. And he read that Mary Shelley quote. I was hoping he would do that, because I've seen him do it before, and it's just beautiful. I mean, you can tell he's a theater actor just in his beautiful delivery of things like that. It's just magic, absolute magic.
I noticed from his interview on New Watchers on the Wall that and something that makes sense to me too, after he said it, I was like, oh yeah, that would be annoying, that he won't like do like lines from shows and stuff that he's like from for example, like he won't do lines like from his character, like to humor people.
Oh,
I think I've
yeah,
seen that in movies too before, where people run up to an actor and say the thing or say the line, and they're like, I don't wanna. And
yeah,
yeah, it kind of makes sense that that would get really frustrating after a while.
yeah. So, yeah, I actually saw that interview that I just watched an interview where they asked him to say a line, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of a cringy question to ask. I can
Well,
understand why some actors don't want to do it.
I can also understand though how you might not how I wouldn't have realized that it's a no-no. So
Oh yeah.
I felt bad for them. I was like, oh, I would have made the same mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely. Like if I probably would have made that mistake myself too, but then I think of it from the other side. I'm like, yeah, I get it. um uh thank you. Thank you, a.a. I appreciate it. I'm not usually on camera, so it's nerve-wracking. I'm not used to it, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. Wait, a model thing? Hardly. Anything but you're very sweet, Amy. Thank you.
It is a lot more
Uh,
comfortable with it off. I've noticed that. Like when I shut mine off, I relax a lot more. But I also take off a lot of my outfit.
yeah. Oh, I love your outfit. Your outfit is it's just
Oh,
it's
thank you.
so unique and creative. It's great. Um, yeah. Do a poll for what, Dieter? I'm a little behind the chat here. I apologize for not being able to follow a lot of what the chat is saying. Um, during it, of course, I was trying to highlight as many questions as I could. I'm new at this, so please don't be mad at me if you asked a question I really wanted answered and I missed it. I apologize. I wasn't trying to ignore people. Some people were asking things I knew he couldn't answer or didn't know the answer to, or it's something that had been asked by somebody else. And I was trying to give enough space to Scarlett and Doc to speak, and that I'm not used to this. Like, this is the first time I ever had a live interview, so I did the best I could. I hope nobody's mad at me. I,
For me,
I
it
really
flowed really well.
I did the best I could, but I was nervous, and I tried to get in as many questions as I could. And Doug tells really awesome, lengthy stories, so I wasn't going to interrupt. I'm like, just no, go ahead and
But he
talk.
carries the interview himself.
He does. He does. Like, sometimes, you don't ask as many questions because like he has so many interesting stories, and then that topic just leads into something else and something else. Um, and we were happy to do that, Amy. I actually talked to Doug before we did this, and I mentioned that because you were in the live chat with Doug, when I premiered my interview, part 2 of my interview with Doug, a couple of nights ago. I think I premiered it Tuesday night, actually. Doug actually popped into the live chat when I premiered the interview, and it was amazing. It was so kind of him to do that. He was replying to people, and one of the people he replied to was Amy. So when I was talking to Doug before this interview, like yesterday or something, I mentioned that Friday was going to be Amy's birthday, and he said, "Oh, I'll have to get out my saxophone and play Happy Birthday on the saxophone." So yeah, I knew it was going to happen, but because he told me, I think 2 days ago when we talked about this, but I didn't want to say anything because I thought it'd be more fun if it's a surprise. So
I was surprised too.
yeah, I didn't tell anybody. so I hope you enjoyed it, Amy, and I hope you had a great birthday. You deserve it. And Doug is a sweetheart for doing that. What a nice guy. Such a nice guy. He's amazing. So good to the fandom. He is like the best member of the Fromley right now. He deserves an award for the amount that he's
Definitely.
interacted with. Like, for the amount that he's interacted with people, it's so kind of him to, and he never takes credit for anything. It's like, well, I have the time, so why not? Well, he doesn't have to do this. He doesn't have to spend all this time interacting with fans, going into Facebook fan groups and Instagram, responding to people. He doesn't have to do that.
He's kind of modest. He's been in a lot.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of things. He's had like day player roles in a lot of different things. And yeah, the majority of his work is theater acting, and most of his work in film and TV are it's made up of like day player roles, but he's been in a lot of things too. Yeah. But he's extremely modest. He doesn't talk about like he doesn't take credit for I keep telling him, you know, you're too modest. You did an amazing job performing as the Man in Yellow, and he just says, no, 90% of the work was done for me. That's his standard answer every single time. He's a modest guy. Thank you, Martin.
I have a story about my costume.
And thank you, Mr. Frogman. Frogman? Go ahead, Doc. I'd love to hear it.
That's Critter. Hi, Critter. So I work at a surgery clinic, and the red lab coat stands for biohazard. And I picked it because I like the color, and I was also looking through them. I was like, all right, yeah, I think that one will look most like a villain. But for Halloween, I dressed up in my full outfit, and I went to work, and the medical director, it gave him quite a scare to see someone walking around in a red lab coat. I'm sure he was like, that was scary.
Oh man, that's great. Yeah, I was wondering about like the inspiration behind your costume and stuff. I meant to ask you that actually.
My character is a mad scientist from Planet X who wants to take over Planet Dirt, or Planet Earth, as you call it here.
That's great. I love it. I love it. It adds like an element of whimsy, and you know, it's a lot of fun. I think it's cool. And I like the colors too. David's David, I'm gonna try reaching out to more people. I sent a DM to one of the cast members. I'm still waiting to see if maybe he'll send me a DM back. It can't hurt to ask. I'm learning. It's you know, it's not like I don't have to feel like this horrible embarrassment if someone doesn't respond. If they don't respond, they don't respond, or they say no, then they say no. If you don't ask, then nothing's gonna come of anything. So I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone. Someone asked actually, Dieter, I think Dieter and Mickey B both contacted Doug, and then as a result, he offered to do an interview with me, and so I didn't have to actually ask, which I really appreciated. Let's see. Bella519 said, thanks for having me, and I had fun with y'all tonight. I turned notifications on, so hopefully I'll catch y'all next time. Nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you, Bella. Glad you could join us. Welcome. We're so happy to so happy to have you. That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you for turning on notifications. Yeah. Sometimes I hear that they don't always work, but if you subscribe and hit the bell, tap the bell or click the bell and turn on notifications, and it should notify you when we go live. But some people say they don't get them. I don't know why, but yes, thank you for doing that. Truly appreciate it. And if anyone hasn't checked out my interview with Doug, parts 1 and 2 of the interview are linked in the description of this video. It's a really interesting conversation, not because of me. It's nothing to do with anything I did. It's just he has such interesting stories and insights. So I think people would enjoy it if you haven't checked it out. It's lengthy. Part 1 is about 46 minutes or 47, I think. Part 2 is, I think, 56 minutes. It's long, but it's worth the watch. Just to hear Doug's insights into what the Man in Yellow character could be, what it was like shooting the scene, and his other work too. He just tells great stories. He's a captivating person. So if you want more of that and you haven't seen the interviews, then the links are in the description of the video. And thank you to everybody that's watched them already. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much, Bella. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am working hard. My content it's it's not too sophisticated yet. I don't know all the fancy bells and whistles yet that other YouTubers use, but I'm doing the best I can, and I really enjoy it. We're covering Severance now and doing a From rewatch, and so I'm making videos to break down Severance, and it's a lot of fun, but I have a lot to learn. So I appreciate the kind words. That keeps me going, so I don't feel too insecure about not knowing how to make them fancy looking just yet. They're basically video essays. I just, I'm, trying to back up my points with images and evidence I see in whatever show I'm talking about, whether it's From or Severance. And that's why my episode 1 breakdown of Severance is still not out. I tried to get it done in time, and I just couldn't do it before episode 2. So I still need to finish it. It'll be out this weekend. But it's basically like a video essay. When you're doing one of those every week, it can be very time consuming. It's long. It's going to be over 100 images that I'm talking over. So that's going to be a deep dive. And then I'm going to be doing one on episode 2 of Severance, another deep dive. It'll probably take me all week, but it's enjoyable. I really like it. Obviously, I love doing these lives, or I wouldn't be here for so many hours. Thank you. Hey, Dutch Gaming, and welcome. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Grant Gregory AI, I will be doing deep dive lives on my channel. I formally invite you all. Well, yeah. See, did I give you a wrench? So, I don't know. I don't remember if I gave you a wrench so that you can drop a link in here to your channel. No, I didn't. Hold on, Mr. Grant Gregory. I'm going to give you a wrench so you can drop the link to your channel. Mr. Grant Gregory has his own interview with Doug that's going to be released. He said Sunday. So yeah, if you would feel free to drop your link, and everybody subscribe to Grant. He
has amazing From edits on there. And some of them had me dying. I sent them to just a couple of my friends.
Yes. Yes, he does. Yeah, it's entertaining stuff. So definitely check that out. Yes, you have the power now, Grant. You've got the power. There you go. There's his link. So if you're not subscribed, definitely subscribe. I'm going to be watching Doug's interview that he's going to release. I'm sure it'll be an awesome watch. So yeah. And hopefully, if I'm not doing my own live, I'll check out your lives too. I'm sure it'll be fun. Grant has been on our panel talking Severance several times now, and he's a terrific addition to any panel or any live. He has great insights, and he's a natural at live streaming. So yeah, definitely going to want to check out Grant's lives if I'm not doing them. I do so many lives, it's crazy. If I'm not doing one of my own at the same time, because you never know. And no problem at all. I'm happy to help, Grant. You're such a nice guy, and so I appreciate your support for this channel. Quan Solar, have you learned how to edit now, Julie, so you don't have to talk? Yes, I've actually learned how to edit mistakes out, so I don't have to talk through the whole script and try not to screw up. So yes, I can do that now. Here's the funny thing, though. Everyone was telling me for months, learn CapCut. CapCut is so easy. Get CapCut. It'll be so great. And I finally did it after months. I finally got it. I tried CapCut.
Oh, no.
I got the hang of CapCut. And I went on to CapCut to try and edit my next video, and it's gone. There is no more.
It should be up again. No?
Is it back?
Well, you can't download it from the Play Store, but if you have it, it should be working again because TikTok's working again.
what is it, owned by the same company as TikTok
Yeah,
or
it's owned by the
something?
same company. It's produced by TikTok. That's why.
What the hell? Yeah. I couldn't believe it when I went onto there and I was trying to edit my interview with Doug, part 2 of it. And it
I
said
didn't realize until
that,
recently it was owned by TikTok.
yeah. And it said that it was like it was just outlawed in the US, so they took CapCut down. I was like, great. It took me months to finally do this and get the hang of it, and now it's gone. But but yeah, maybe it's back now. I ended up having to use Clipchamp instead. That figures. I don't know what's happening with my camera. It's like it's getting weird. I think I have too many tabs open. I need to close them. Okay, let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. That should be better. It was starting to get glitchy. Oh, thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Love all your videos and the way you do them. I still say I feel like I'm, giving a PowerPoint presentation because I'm talking over a slideshow of images, but the kind words really help. So that's what's kept me going. That's what keeps me making videos. So thank you very much. Fancy isn't needed and just love your insights. Can't wait for more and catching up on the ones I've not had a chance yet. Thank you very much, Bella. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Yes, there is a lot to talk about in Severance episode 2, David. Yes. And that one's gonna be another mammoth task. I mean, the first one, it's just so long. I found myself writing about Plato's allegory of the cave. Like, this is gonna take me forever, isn't it? Yeah, it is. If I'm getting into Plato in my breakdown in episode 1, then this season is gonna be a lot of work. But I enjoy it. So I mean, I don't have to go as deep as that. I just can't help myself. So, I obsess over these things, and I like to be very wordy, and I don't know how to do
I dig it.
anything but long videos. But
I dig
did
it.
you say thanks? So I'm gonna keep at it this weekend. I'll get episode 1's breakdown out, and we should talk episode 2 tonight. Well, I don't have my screenshots ready yet for episode 2, a.a. We're having our live for Severance episode 2 on Monday. So I don't have the screenshots yet. I'm not saying we can't talk about it. We can still talk about it if people want to. We can, but we were going to focus more on continuing to discuss Doug, since it is a FROMacademy night. I mean, my pain is getting pretty bad, so I probably can't go too much longer, but we can still discuss more on the Man in Yellow character and Doug.
Yeah, we don't have to have a long night tonight.
Yeah. So I was thinking, we
I did have
can talk a bit more about that. Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, I did have a monster though, just in case we go late.
Oh, a monster.
Energy drink,
Nice.
yeah.
Nice. Yes. Oh, good, Javon. You got to start. Yes, you got to start watching it. Yeah. I'm glad to see more From fans taking an interest in doing it. Yeah, try to fit in binge watching it. You won't regret it. No one I've recommended it to has regretted it yet. And so
I didn't try to binge watch it, but it just happened.
yes. Only Julie could say a 4-hour stream is a short one. Yeah, it is. It is for me. It is. Yeah, I'm thinking Gemma is a clone now. If Mark saw her body burned, I think she's. I mean, we'll get into a lot of this on Monday, but I think her death was faked. I think that was not really her body. That's what I think, personally. But yeah. Yeah, it makes things a lot easier. Yes. So now if I can't use CapCut, well, hopefully I can now. I've been able to do it with Clipchamp. So I don't have to
And
sit there and re-record the entire video again if I screw up. I mean, my videos are anywhere from 20 minutes to 47 minutes was the longest one I ever did. Just try sitting there and not making a single mistake reading the script for that long. It's not easy. It's not easy, but I was doing it. I was doing it and it was just torture. I wanted to scream. So it's nice to be able to just edit out mistakes. If I make a mistake, I just pause for 10 seconds. Like rappers used to like in rap, if they screw up while they're rapping, they would say pause and they wait 10 seconds and then they, continue. That's how you edit it out. That's where that whole expression pause came from, which I didn't know until just recently when I heard someone explain it. So I just pause if I make a mistake and then I can edit out the mistake. So much easier. Anyway, let's see. Oh, bye, Susie. But then you just said something else. So I don't know if you're,
or
I don't know
not.
because as she said something else. She always says bye, but then she says something else.
I do that too.
She says, if her body was burned, how could he tell, right? Exactly. That's our clue that maybe it wasn't really her body. Exactly. But yeah, Gemma has to be important for some reason. I agree, Miss J's reviews.
We might want to. This might be spoilers for people who haven't seen Severance, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's keep it to. Well, I'll just steer it back toward From, because some people may not have seen Severance yet. So Doc, I don't know if have you had a chance to watch a lot of Doug's interviews?
I watched a bunch of them, yeah. But I figured we could just go through some of the stuff other things that he's worked on really quick, because some of this almost guaranteed people have seen some of the shows he's been on without even realizing it. And then I've got oh shoot, my phone is in the other room, which has all my notes on it. But I also have that,
you can always go grab it.
lengthy breakdown about that was compiled from all the interviews.
Mm-hmm.
And I can go over some of that as well.
Cool.
Okay, I got my phone now.
It's nice to be able to finally sit back. I didn't want to literally be laying back in a recliner during that interview, so I sat up the whole time, and it was kind of physical torture. But that's my pain condition. That's the issue. That's why I don't usually go on camera, because I think it looks strange. I'm laying back in a recliner, but it's like the only way that I can tolerate resting in any way for a lengthy amount of time. I'm reclining versus sitting upright. So yeah, a little unorthodox, but now I'm laying back in a recliner.
Oops, I thought I was muted.
It's necessary. No worries, Doc. So yeah, Doug is a fascinating guy. Yeah, I probably should have just done that during the interview, Grant, but I was just determined to tough it out, and I haven't sat like that for that amount of time in a very long time because of my pain. So my pain was getting off the charts. Hopefully I was able to hide it well and get through it okay. I don't know how I did, really. It was kind of a blur, but yeah. I mean, I could have just done it like this, I guess. I could have just the next time, if we have him on again, or if we have someone else on, I think I'll just sit back in the recliner, because I mean, it doesn't look that strange, I guess. I'm not like laying in bed or whatever. Oh, thank you, Quan. You look good for someone in chronic pain, and you don't look strange laying back on your recliner. Oh, thank you for the kind words, Quan. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, off topic, but your lipstick is awesome. I love that red lipstick.
Thank you. I love red lipstick. It's become my thing now. I always wear red lipstick. I even wore red lipstick in my interview with Simon Webster, who plays Ethan. And then I thought
Mhm.
afterward, maybe that was weird. I don't know. I was interviewing a kid actor, and I don't know, maybe red was too much, but it's just my thing. I always wear red lipstick. If I wear makeup, then I'm wearing red lipstick. So I don't know, but hopefully that wasn't too strange. I didn't want to look too.
I think you looked fine.
Thanks. Not too much for for interviewing a
Not too
kid.
much, no. I think you had your glasses on for it too, right?
I did.
Yeah. So there you go. You had the teacher look going on, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Maybe
I
the
wasn't
teacher they
wearing
write songs about, but that's okay.
and I was wait, teacher, what about what about
They write
songs?
songs about.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I would have been wearing my glasses this time if I didn't lose them. I hope I'm able to find them after the live because I'm blind as a bat without my glasses. They disappeared while I was frantically getting ready for that interview. Oh
I'm
my
blind
God.
without mine too, and then trying to find them without them.
Yeah, trying to find your glasses without your glasses is a nightmare, right?
Yeah,
I'm extremely nearsighted. So
me
I was
too.
having it's so bad. I was having trouble reading people's comments. I had to kind of lean in a little bit to see them. Um,
With my red
but
goggles, over time, when people would move, the movement would show as green. My eyes were starting to get really screwy with those.
yeah, that sounds crazy. um, but hey there, Leon's luscious lips lusting. Well, that's a fitting name to be in the chat on on this particular subject.
You've got a
Right?
new fan.
No,
Yeah.
I think you're in a club together, actually.
There's actually there's a YouTube channel I think called Red Lipstick Club, and the lady who runs that channel appears on Tony's live every once in a while, and she's always got
Oh
rocking the red
yeah,
lipstick. Yeah.
that's right. I've seen her channel.
Yeah, she's cool. She seems really cool. Yeah. Taylor Swift is really big on the red lipstick. I don't know. I think it works well with pale people for some reason, and I'm white as a ghost. So, it sticks out. I'm very, very fair skinned. So like I got that from my mom's side of the family, I think.
Plus, you never see light.
Because I never see light pretty much. Yeah, I'm a vampire. I'm a vampire. I'm up all night doing these crazy lives, and then I'm sleeping when the sun comes up. So it kind of fits, yeah.
Yeah,
Vampires.
I'm pretty pale too, though. So.
Oh really? Are you?
Yeah, I'm like kind of strawberry blonde with blue eyes. Real pale
No, yeah.
skin.
Yeah.
You'll probably see me eventually.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm so pale. I'm not like my heritage is I mean like my ethnicity is half Portuguese. My
Yeah.
my dad's side of the family is not fair skinned at all. Um, they're all 100% Portuguese, and my mom's side of the family is a mix of German, English, and like maybe a tiny speck of Irish going back a few generations, but mostly German and English, I think. And they're Pennsylvania Dutch, so like that part of the family came from Germany originally, Pennsylvania Dutch, Mennonite people. So I don't know. I think Germans tend to be fair skinned. Maybe that's where it came from.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, they said you're not the only one who likes red lips. Is that a channel? Leon's luscious lips lusting. It's very. I like the alliteration you use there with all the L's. I like that. And thank you. I'm gonna try like hell to find my glasses after this. Maybe I'll sleep first. I don't know. Find them when I get up. Yes, Javon, you read my mind. I didn't even see this comment. W alliteration. That's perfect, right? I love alliteration. That's some. And by the way,
No,
I only just. Sorry, what,
I'm
Doc?
sorry. Oh, their channel does not have any content as of right now. Not yet.
Okay. I was gonna say, I'm so uncool that I only just recently learned what that even means. I keep seeing people write W in the chat, and I'm like, what does this W mean? Like, All City Big Heck does it all the time. W this, W that. I'm like, what does that mean? And then I caught up on the Kendrick Lamar versus Drake beef, and I looked at the stuff people were saying in those comments, and I realized, oh, okay, W means like taking a W, like you're winning. Taking an L is losing. So I'm learning. Maybe I'll become a little bit more cool by following Kendrick Lamar's beef, and I'm like, I know what people are talking about now.
Mhm.
I'm a huge Kendrick Lamar fan, and I'm just not cool enough to understand some of the terminology. Anyway, yeah. So, let's see. Amy said Julie is our modern day Snow White.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I can see it. You need a little bit more blue and yellow and white in your outfit.
Yeah,
I think.
you need like a bow and you need an apple.
Actually, a bow would probably look good.
Yeah.
I need like a bow right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some sort of red accent. That could look
Yeah.
good.
I mean, I kind of have a
Yeah.
steampunk Snow White outfit going on, but
That
that's
sounds
what
cool.
I
really?
could lend you.
Oh, nice. Nice. Sometime you should dress up on stream. That would be fun. We could all be on camera. Like, I don't know if I would dress up. I'd probably just come as me boring, but you guys could be fun and dress more fun than me and dress up.
Well, if Doug would have demanded me be on, I had a plague doctor mask at my hand that I was going to put on.
Nice.
It's leather. It was a prop in a short film that I did.
Oh, that would be fun. But with your setup, it would be difficult to be on camera, so we understand. And
I can, but I'll always be looking like I'm looking to the right because of where the camera's set up.
that's normal, though. Actually, if you actually look at most interviews, they all look like they're looking to the right. My interview with Doug that I just released, I'm looking slightly to the side the entire time because of the way the camera was set up. I don't know how it just looked just now because the format of my screen is a little different today. But yeah, that's normal. That's normal. Like, everyone's looking slightly to the right. I don't like it either, though. It irritated me watching my interview back and seeing that. I wanted to just be looking into the camera, but it just doesn't work well that way.
So if I put my camera in a spot, it'll look like it'll kind of adapt like a cell phone, but then I'm like, vertical instead of horizontal.
Oh yeah.
So it'd only be like this part of the screen, like the middle part.
Yeah. Mr. Greg, this is hilarious. Lucky I was going to wear the same lipstick for my interview with Doug. I want to see that, Grant.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Yes. Yeah, that would be great.
Give me ideas.
You have porcelain perfect skin. Julie will be perfect in Nosferatu too. Quan, I assure you my skin is not perfect. I'm wearing a lot of makeup right now. I don't have perfect skin, but thank you. I'm wearing a lot to cover my skin.
Well, you're lucky because I don't have skin.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. What scale? Do you have scales? What do you got?
Yeah, I guess you could call them scales.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what your anatomy is like on your planet where you're from, Doc. So yeah.
We're part cyborg. Well, I guess part android, so that makes us cyborg, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Kind of hive mind with an AI, kind of. We also worship / control a giant 3-headed dragon.
Oh, interesting stuff. Okay.
That's an interesting dynamic. Worship
Yeah.
and control at the same time.
Right?
It depends on the timeline.
I see. Oh, you have several timelines.
Yeah, we got a couple of them going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Larry, Mennonites are interesting folk indeed. My grandfather left the Mennonite community. He like, and they don't shun you if you leave. It's not like the Amish. I think
Yeah.
if you leave the Amish community, that's it. Your ties with your family are cut. But it's not like that with the Mennonites, thankfully. My grandfather chose to leave. He wasn't a practicing Mennonite, and so, like, you know, he married a non-Mennonite. Mennonite women wear head coverings, and you know, they're a lot like Amish people actually, but not as extreme. So but yeah, they're interesting, and they're really kind, lovely people. But it just wasn't for him. And so, you know, if they want to leave, they leave, and no one is angry at them for it, and the family is still just as close as ever. So that's a good thing. He moved from Pennsylvania to Rhode Island, and so yeah, because all the Mennonites are in Pennsylvania. Anyway, yes, Quan, I will try to find my glasses before I step or sit on them. I will certainly try. Dieter said I stepped on my glasses once because I fell asleep, and for some reason wait, I can't tell what that says, but yeah, that sucks, Dieter. Yeah. Ugh. Glasses are not cheap, so I'm gonna try to find them.
My great grandfather was a German, and he fled Nazi Germany because he was in the military and didn't want to be a Nazi. So he moved to Portugal, the Azores.
Oh my God. Wow. So he moved from Germany,
Yep, he fled
like,
Nazi Germany to the Azores
oh my God.
right before the Holocaust. Yeah.
Wow. Was he, so he was like a German ethnic, you know, as his
Yeah.
ethnicity? Oh wow. Wow. That's wild.
I'm a
Yeah.
Yeah,
little bit paler
same
than
thing with my
most
family in
Azorians.
World War One. Like my Italian family decided to skip out.
Wow. Oh, that's wild. Oh, it's lucky that he was able to get out of there, because I mean, I mentioned some Germans just they didn't have any choice. Like, you're in the military, like what are you gonna do? Like, you know, you'd have to flee if you don't want to participate in that. I can't even imagine. Um, my, I mean, I remember, like, when I found out a lot of my family was German as a little kid, I thought, and I found out about the Holocaust, I was horrified. But I mean, it's not the Germans' fault. You know, you can't just like blame all Germans for this, like, forever. Like, it's a horrible stain on their past and stuff. But like, not every German was a Nazi. Like, the German side of my family was not in Germany at all. Like, they had already been in the US for a long time anyway. But yeah, anyway, I don't know where we got that onto that from, but
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Samuel said Zoomers like to spam them. LLLW. I've seen that in replay. I've seen like live replays of streams where Kendrick Lamar was dropping song, you know, his latest diss tracks, and people were spamming like a million W's, and yeah, like I'm learning now. I'm catching up on this lingo that I wasn't aware of. Um, Banana Facts with Banana Dave. What is that? Is that a channel? Welcome, by the way. I'm curious. I'm curious what that is. But they were thanking Dieter for something, so I'm wondering.
It's
I missed.
Bananas Facts with Banana Dave. What else is there to know? I just ate a banana. I just ate a banana, so tell me some banana facts. Banana Dave,
Yeah.
please.
And yeah, I'm curious to know some banana facts.
Mhm.
That's an interesting one. And hey there, Drought 23 says they're a lurker. It's cool. It's cool sometimes when lurkers pop into the chat, and I'm thankful for every single person that hangs out, whether you're in the chat or you just want to lurk and listen. Thank you for being here. Truly appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you so much for the kind words, Larry. I would never have known about your pain until you mentioned it. Much love. Thank you very much. Thank you. I wouldn't, without this community, I don't know how I would survive with the amount of pain I'm in every day. It's literally, I mean, not, I can't use the word literally, I guess, but it's become my lifeline. It's not literally like I'm not drowning, so it's not literal, but you know what I mean? It's become a lifeline because I feel like I'm drowning and I'm trapped. So I appreciate it. And I think next time I do an interview, I'll just sit back like this because I feel a lot less horrific pain right now. So anyway, so Doc, like what, is there anything more what else do you want to discuss regarding Doug and the Man in Yellow, or either or?
Well, I feel like we've kind of beat the Man in Yellow to death a little bit, so I feel like we could go over Doug a little bit more.
Sure, absolutely.
So let me just really quick run through things that he's been in. People might have seen him, maybe not, and they might want to go back and rewatch it and be like, oh, crud, he is in it. So he's been in 35 previous things. We know he's been in From. He's been in a TV series called Cross, Supermarket, the short Bloodline that he referred to during the interview, Record-Breaking Christmas, which is a TV movie, Ice Cream, a podcast series, 5 Days at Memorial, The Fight Machine, The Umbrella Academy, Lemonade Stand Romance, Good Sam. He voice acted in Far Cry 6 for multiple characters, and Mrs. America, In the Dark, Self-Made, inspired by the life of someone, lady. Nurses, it doesn't say the whole name, sorry, unless I click on it. Lock and Key, The Hot Zone, Cradle to Grave, Watch Dogs 2, video game, so it's voice acting. Air Crash Investigation, Heroes Reborn, Dark Matters. I've seen that. Hannibal, the TV series. Suits. The Cat in the Hat knows a lot about something. That was a TV series, okay. Because I know he's done audiobooks before too, so I had to double check that. Salem Falls, a TV movie. The Good Times Are Killing Me, TV movie. Dead by Monday. It doesn't say what that is. Artemisia, TV movie. Street Legal, TV series. Gross Misconduct. Rin Tin Tin Canine Cop. I used to put that on for my old dog Belle when she was a puppy. Mark Twain and Me. War of the Worlds, the 1989 TV series. And his first TV movie slash TV type appearance is Dropout Mother in 1988. So yeah, he's had small roles in quite a bit. Kind of goes to show though, like how acting is actually like a real job. You have to work your butt off to make ends meet sometimes. It's only like the huge stars that really get rich, it seems.
Yeah, there's a documentary once, I can't remember what it was called, about character actors that made enough to live on just being character actors and things, just to, one day shoots and things like that. It was pretty fascinating. Like people that are a type, like the nosy neighbor is a type. So like when actors would just play nosy neighbors and everything, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Actually, in the 80s, Doug made some hilarious commercials too, by the way.
I didn't get to see any of them. Did you?
Yes, actually. There are a couple on YouTube and they're hilarious. He sent me the links to them. I feel tempted to play them because they're really funny, but I don't know if I'm allowed to.
We should probably post them into the Discord though, so folks can watch them. And maybe if Dieter has the links to post into the chat too, so people can watch them later.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, because the chat disappears after the live, so they have to be posted as messages after the live is posted.
Yeah, there are two really funny. First, let me acknowledge this. Mr. Grant Gregory AI said, check your thread on X where you posted the YouTube link for this video. I made you a video. Thank you so much. I will absolutely take a look at that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyway, what was I going to say? So yeah, so there's a commercial for beer that he did that's so comical and silly. It's just like over the top, you know, goofy acting that you know, he's doing that on purpose, and it's just it's so funny. You
Yeah,
can tell it.
character acting.
Yeah. And then there's another one where it's a commercial for a lottery, like the Canadian lottery or something, and there's this voiceover saying, like in a really serious voice, like, you do know that this, you know, you do know that you could get really lucky, don't you? And he's like, yeah, I know. You do know that we're giving away, I forget how many $1 million, don't you? Yeah, I know. And then it keeps, the voiceover keeps talking to him, and he keeps responding, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. And then he says, like, he delivers this really dramatic line at the end of the commercial. It's hilarious. And it's just fun to see Doug doing this kind of thing after seeing him as this evil man in yellow, seeing him as this goofball in these commercials. Like, it's a riot. I actually did post the links in my Discord already. I can always
Okay, I didn't see them. I'll have to go back and look.
I'll put them in the I'll put them in the, like, a comment on this video too if people want to see it. I'll make a comment after the live, and I'll put them in. But it's really funny, but unfortunately, you know, it got annoying for him because he became like famous in Canada for doing silly commercials all the time. And so people would go up to him on the street like, hey, you're that guy, right? And he's like, yeah, that was me. And then he would start to tell a story about it, and then slowly, like, the kind of light would go out of their eyes, and their eyes would glaze over as they realized, like, I don't know this guy. This is just some dude I saw in a commercial. And he got so tired of having to go through all that he just, yeah, he was just start denying that it was him. He was like, nope, that was just me. That wasn't me. That was just somebody who looked like me. Must have been somebody else. Wasn't me. Because it just got so irritating. But when you're a struggling young actor looking for work, you'll take whatever you can get. So he did all these crazy, stupid commercials in the 80s. Was quite famous for it in Canada. But yeah.
I know a dude who was in a Dunkin' Donuts commercial once, and he was in, I think, just one, and he started like putting himself out on like social media as like the Dunkin' Donuts commercial guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he was like totally like trying to own it.
Yeah. Yeah. If I could, I would play it on here myself, but I don't know if I'm supposed to, so I won't. But
Probably not.
Yeah, but it's hilarious. So yeah, I'll find the links and I'll share them in like a comment somewhere. But yeah, so I mean, I think Doug told me that he did some small roles in film and TV over the years. But the vast majority of his work was in theater. So, you know, like, he was really close to quitting acting. He was getting so fed up with it because he first auditioned for the Shaw Festival, which is it's a renowned organization that does theater in Canada. It's an amazing organization that, like, it trains actors in all different types of performance. So he learned how to do many different genres and accents, and like, but he had to work so hard to finally get that, to get hired there. He started in 1978 auditioning, and then he kept getting passed over again and again and again. He auditioned, I think he said 9 times between 1978 and 1995. And in 1995, he finally got hired, if I remember correctly. He got his first part, and then he spent 13 seasons with them. They brought him back every single year. Now, that's some persistence for you. Like,
that is.
And he was ready to quit. He said, I'm setting a deadline for myself. I'm going to quit acting. February something, he had a date set on the calendar. If I don't get anything by that point, if I don't get a break, then I'm done. And he was 8 days away from quitting acting, and he was he was doing some cleaning and washing some filthy water running down the drain, and he thought, well, wow, what a perfect metaphor for my acting career. There it goes. And then the phone rang, and it was the Shaw Festival offering him a part, and it changed his life. It was like his big break. It completely changed his life. He was there for 13 seasons. How's that for persistence? You know, he kept going back again. From 1978 to 1995, finally got hired, and he would always audition for the same dude every single time. And he finally asked the guy, like, what am I even doing here? Why do you keep calling me back here for auditions? And you know, it just wasn't the right time. He was waiting for the right role, and they only had a small number of parts to offer people, really small number. And this guy would travel the country doing many auditions, and they just didn't have that many parts to give out. And eventually the right role just landed, and persistence paid off. So it was like fate. It finally came together for him. But it's not easy. And he had many day jobs over the years to pay the bills in the meantime. He sold shoes. He was a shoe salesman. He worked in retail, lots of retail work. Because you got to find something as a struggling actor for a day job. But he made it work. I mean, like it's, you know, he can't even remember when he figured out that he needed to be an actor. Like, this was his calling. Like, it's in his veins. He knew it from such a young age. He always knew that he wanted to be a performer. And that's when you know, like, that person has a calling. Like, he's meant to be doing what he's doing. It's running in his veins. It's part of who he is. Like, practically from the womb, he was already meant to be an actor, and an amazing playwright too. So, you know, can't recommend enough that people buy this play of his, Deadline, because I really think From fans would love it. And it's really funny too how they made he made the characters, like, you know, instead of Doug, it's Don, and instead of Marcia, the character is Mara, and they're basically them. The characters are essentially them. It's like an autobiography, and yeah, the two of them are thrown into this murder mystery, and they're trapped there. They can't get out. I love that
Now I want
concept.
to know how it finishes. I gotta read it.
Yeah, seriously. As much as I would love to see a production of it and wish I could, since that's not an option right now, reading it is terrific. I mean, reading it it's absolutely worth the read. It's extremely entertaining. And by the way, Doug is a hilarious guy. He's extremely witty. So even though this is a murder mystery, there are elements of comedy in it. And that's another thing that I meant to say this when Doug was here. That's another thing that this has in common with From, that even though there are real stakes and people can actually die for real, of course, in From, it's not a dream, it's real. There's also a lot of wit in it. There's a lot of humor, and it's the same with Deadline. It's the same thing. Like, his trademark wit is in it, to the point where he wrote at the beginning of it, while there are comedic elements in the play, at its heart, it's a murder mystery. As with most mysteries, the stakes for the characters within it are literally life and death. Any attempts to comment on the play or send it up will only serve to lessen the stakes. The comedy will take care of itself. Honest. And I love that he put that in there, because he doesn't want it to be turn into a complete farce. That's not what it is. It is a murder mystery at the end of the day. And sometimes when you write a play and it goes into production, they can mess with it too much and turn it into like something that was really not their intention at all. And it's got to be frustrating for a playwright. So yeah, he put that in there. Because he's had plays before that when he went to see it, he thought, this is not how I envisioned it at all. Like this, sometimes it'll be, it's nothing against the actors. The actors are always terrific, he said. It's just that sometimes there might be a director that he didn't mention a specific one, but he's had experiences like that where a director might kind of botch his play, and so he's watching it like this is not right at all. But yeah, it's got to be difficult when it's your work, and they're going to take it and interpret it in different ways than what you might have intended.
Right. His comment about what was it in Hungary where they did one, he had to go up and give a speech, and he said it was the worst production he had ever seen of that play. But the people were eating it up and loved it. And it makes me think of all the Japanese stuff that I watch, and now I'm wondering, these actors probably aren't very good, but I can't tell because I don't speak their language. I'm reading the subtitles.
Yes, exactly. You don't really know that. It's hard to say when you're not familiar with the language. And when he goes to performances of his plays overseas and they're performing in other languages, he has a translator sitting there next to him so he can understand what's going on. And certain things, sometimes it just doesn't go very well in that case. He said, I think that's the one where he said that the director took it in a direction that it was not intended to go in at all. Yeah. But he actually does amazing voices and accents. Like he's done voice work on different things. He was in some animated Cat in the Hat series, and I've heard him do various voices and accents, and it's so freaking good. It makes his stories that much better because he's literally doing voices of different people. And I guess that's something he picked up at the Shaw Festival, like learning how to do different accents, different voices. And after COVID, there wasn't much work to be done during the pandemic, so he started doing voice work. And he also voiced some video game characters too. I forget which one. But
I know he did Far Cry. He did another one too. I can bring the list back up. Yeah, he did a couple video games.
Yeah, he said that was actually a lot of fun. And hey,
Watch Dogs 2 was the other one.
Yeah, and thanks, Grant Gregory. Appreciate it. Gotta head out. Great stream. # make Doug a regular. If only, right? Hey. If he wants to come on and talk with us again, we would be thrilled to have him for sure. I kept thinking, oh my God, we're holding him up for too long. This is too long. But I talked to him about this beforehand, and I did ask him, is there a specific amount of time that you would like to stay, and I will wrap it up. Because Tony had him stay for an hour, or What is FROMcast had him on for an hour. And so I asked him that, and he said, I told him, we go for a long time. So, I mean, when would you like me to wrap it up? Or do you want to just tell us? And he said, he was there for an hour on those lives because they felt like they were going to be holding him up and they cut it off, but he would have been fine to stay longer. And so he said, we'll just play it by ear and I'll let you know when I'm ready to go. So we weren't, I felt like, oh God, we're holding him up for too long, but that was his choice and I appreciate it.
This was an honor.
Yeah, right. That was so kind of him to stay for so long, and it was totally his choice. I like, because we had this conversation beforehand, and he said that he would say when he was ready to go, but he wasn't saying it. So I finally pointed out the time. I thought I noticed it was 1 a.m. So, like, he's a night person, luckily. So, so that was extremely kind of him to stay for that long. Anyway, yeah, let's see. Yeah, there is some kind of a game, off topic, but I'll just point this out in the chat. Lumen Industries here. Yeah, it's cool. It's like you can it's like you're refining numbers like the MDR people. It's fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Anyway, so yeah, when I was getting ready to interview Doug, I watched every interview of his I could find to try to. So I feel like I'm like almost an expert on on all this stuff now just from watching all these things. But they're all fascinating. I really enjoyed watching all of his interviews and hearing his insights and hearing about his career and his stories. They were all so good. And yeah, like this is only the second time that he's played a villain. Like that he's been, I mean, in a TV show or a movie, that is. The only other time that he played like you know, I guess you wouldn't call it a villain, but it was a horror thing, was when he played a vampire, like he said earlier, in a short film. He did that, but other than that, yeah. But I mean, clearly he can handle playing in horror, and he's going to do an amazing job. But he's been in musicals. He's been in a lot of comedies, a whole lot of comedies. And he didn't even know if he could do a musical, but once he got into it, he loved it. So yeah, he's a versatile guy. I mean, he can do pretty much any genre and slay it. Theater directors are like extremely hardworking. You know, like
If he gets if he does get a larger part in season 4, I wonder if he's gonna nerd out at all with John and Jack and them, because they've all got experience in playwriting.
yeah. Yeah, that's right, because you know John Griffin, yeah, he's experienced in that, and John Griffin actually was going to be an actor originally, and then he transitioned just into writing. But yeah, I'm sure, like, and he's said that he can't wait to get a hold of John Griffin and talk to him about his character, learn something more about him to prepare for the role, because right now he really doesn't know any more than the rest of us. But
That's a good thing. I think right now too is probably the period he's willing to be able to do the most interviews, because he knows the least about the show. I feel like once he knows more about the show, they're probably gonna not want to do as many, but I don't know, because the other actors have been doing plenty.
yeah,
But he probably won't be able to say as much because he'll know too much.
right,
So we'll talk about his plays.
right, yeah. I mean, I think they'll probably withhold as much information as they can from him, because they do that with everyone in the cast, but they've got to tell him something to help him with this Man in Yellow role. They've got to tell him something.
Well, he's
And
going to be recording the stuff before it comes out over here, or before it comes out, period. So he'll know stuff ahead of time from season 4.
yeah,
And we'll have to be respectful of that too. We always are. You always are. Definitely.
yeah, oh yeah. Like I wouldn't try to pump him for information, and you know, try to like trick. You know, some people try to trick people into giving up
Yeah, that makes me
information.
cringe. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm. It kind of sucks, and sometimes they're kind of proud of it, which I don't like
Yeah,
at all.
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel like it's manipulative and it's kind of
Mhm.
mean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a few actors, you know, gave some stuff away during the season, but that wasn't their fault, because, like, the interviewers released the things before they really should have, and they discussed things that hadn't happened yet on the show, like Fatima, stuff that happened with Fatima, and that wasn't the actress's fault.
Mm.
So
I
they've got
feel
to be
like
more.
if I'm gonna do an interview with any of the actors, I'm probably like if it's going to be questions about the show, because I didn't really ask him anything about the show, I'm probably gonna want to send them to the actor ahead of time, just so they can clear it or at least feel comfortable with the answers that they're gonna give. I don't know. That's just me.
Sorry, what did you say, Doc? I got distracted.
Oh,
for
I
a
might have, and I might have mumbled. Sometimes I mumble. Uh,
Oh
if
no, I
if
heard you
I
fine. I heard you all clear.
oh okay, if I do an interview, I think if I'm asking from related questions and we have episodes that are coming out that we haven't seen yet, I think I might want to send the questions to them ahead of time, just so they can feel comfortable with what they're going to be asked and come up with some answers ahead of time, or say, oh, I'm not going to be comfortable answering that one.
Mhm.
And this way I can know ahead of time. But I know not everyone's going to want to do that, but that's just me.
I think that's a really respectful way to go about it. Yeah, actually, generally, I think that's a common practice that they actually, if you're going through a manager, they ask for the question list ahead of time. When I interviewed Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, his manager requested the question list. So I wrote up the question list and I submitted it through Justin White, who contacted him for me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to make that contact because I don't know how to reach anyone's manager. So so Justin did that, and I actually added more questions though, and I'm sure hopefully they didn't mind. I added more questions because after the finale aired, all that story walking stuff came up. So when I submitted the question list, that wasn't a thing yet. I had to ask about Ethan and the story walking
Well,
information.
he seemed to
So
love it though. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy the interview.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. I was nervous because I never interviewed anyone by myself before. So hopefully he did. And for a kid, I know they'd probably rather be off having fun and not sitting talking to some crazy lady about their wild theories and for half an hour. It's probably like his parents were in the room. I kept watching him to see if he was glancing over, like trying to signal with his eyes, like, help, mom, get me out of here, get me out, get me away from this crazy lady, you know. But he didn't do that. I watched the interview back and I didn't see him doing any like shifty eyes, like signaling for help, like blink certain number of times to to ask for help to get out of there. But he was a good sport. I kept him there longer than I meant to. It was like 41 minutes long. I didn't mean to. They asked for the interview to be under half an hour, and I was told half an hour would be okay, then shoot for that. And I kept saying, okay, well, I'm gonna like I know I need to let you go, and I would ask something, and then he kept saying more interesting things, and I would respond, and the next thing you knew, it was 40 minutes or 41 minutes or something. So that was unintentional. So hopefully they weren't mad about that. But with Doug, I didn't have to deal with a manager at all, and he didn't ask for the questions ahead of time, so he just trusted me enough, I guess, and I didn't submit the questions ahead of time. But I think when season 4 comes, though, I think it would be nice to definitely like submit the question list whether they ask for it or not, so that they feel comfortable. We're not pumping them for information or anything like that. So hopefully we can have Doug on again sometime before, not just when season 4 comes. It would be cool just to have him on again regardless. And maybe next time I'll actually sit back like this, because I'm not like completely dying of burning pain now. I hope I seemed coherent enough during the interview, because I was like,
You're great.
thanks, because the pain was getting worse and worse, and I didn't know what to do, and I couldn't find my water to take some medication, and I'm like, what do I do? And guess where my water was the whole time? The water was behind my laptop screen the entire freaking time. I couldn't see it. It was there the whole time, and I was dying of thirst and just needed to take some pain medication. Oh my God. Yeah. I should have just said, "Excuse me a minute," while I go look for it, but I couldn't. I couldn't seem to tear myself away. So I just tend to suffer through things instead of take care of myself, like do things like eat and drink during long streams. So that's a problem.
So I say, if you need a break, let me know when I'll promo or something. You can take like a 5-minute break or something.
Yeah.
When I was on ADHD meds, I would forget to eat.
Yeah. I could go grab something, fill up my water. Yeah, maybe I'll do that just for a minute. But
Okay.
yeah, yeah, Susie,
Want me to ramble for a bit?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thumbs up.
All right. I'll read off this thing about Doug Hughes that AI compiled for me. All right. So personal background and early life of Douglas E. Hughes. Humble beginnings. Oh, 1 second. I got a cough. Oh, I was not successful in muting that. My apologies. All right. Hughes grew up in Richmond Hill, a small town just outside of Toronto, which he describes as a little suburb, like out in middle of nowhere, surrounded by farmland. When he was a child. Oh, I totally screwed up reading that, but you get the gist. It has since grown significantly. He was the fourth of 6 boys and had a typical suburban upbringing. Early aspirations. Hughes had 3 childhood career goals: a vertebrate paleontologist, movie star, and #1 goalie for the Chicago Blackhawks. He notes that he is 1 for 3 so far. The acting bug. While he had a clear interest in hockey and dinosaurs, his desire to be a performer was less defined, and he states, "It's just this weird thing that, as I say, I don't know, the quote's a little bit messed up here, but it's a concept that that occurred to me. It's like, well, yeah, of course I'm going to do that, you know? This passion manifested early." And he says, "I think I memorized every single song on all the Alan Sherman albums that my parents had." Let's see. He even approached his school principal with a proposal to perform Alan Sherman tunes in an assembly. Family history. He comes from a pretty blue-collar background with no family history of performing. His acting career and journey. Primarily a theater actor, Hughes focused mainly on theater throughout his career. He mentions, "My focus has always been primarily on theater right from the get-go, despite dabbling with screenwriting and TV." Shaw Festival breakthrough. Getting hired at the Shaw Festival was a turning point. He states, "Getting hired at the Shaw Festival was probably the biggest thing that happened in my career. This offer came up after 15 years of auditioning and multiple rejections. And he was on the verge of quitting my career," he says. Musical theater. He did not see himself as a musical performer, but the Shaw Festival opened those doors for him. "I did not consider myself a musical performer at all," he says. "I didn't consider myself a serious singer. And then, as luck would have it, I got cast in a musical. And this led to more musical roles, which he enjoyed. He proceeded to have the time of my life," he says. Commercials. In the 1980s, Hughes experienced a blip where he landed many commercials. Julie talked about this a bit. He describes this as a little taste of what celebrity is like, but only the bad side. I guess Julie was talking a little bit about that too. I didn't see those interviews. Voice acting. Hughes does some voice acting. He mentioned this in one interview saying, "I did some voice acting stuff a while ago for a video game, and that was fun." And yeah, we know he did Far Cry 6 and Watch Dogs 2. Multiple characters, I think, in Far Cry 6, and I think maybe 1. I don't know. Anyway, From and the Man in the Yellow Suit. Initial audition and rejection. Hughes auditioned for From during the first season, describing the writing as brilliant. He was called back for 2 different roles, but wasn't cast. He had an unexpected callback. He received an unexpected availability check 3 weeks before being asked to audition for the man in the yellow suit. He had limited information about the character initially and admits, "I don't know anything. I don't know more about the character than the people who just saw it since it was released yesterday." On-set experience. Hughes was on set for 2 days, with the first day spent in makeup and costume and his fight rehearsal. He had to do all of this without having seen much of the show. Plus, he said he had signed up for Paramount Plus subscription, managed to see the first and last episode of season 1, and then the first and last episodes of season 2. Character interpretation. Hughes described the character as someone in complete control, but also as a being who must have been severely damaged along the way. He also believes the man in the yellow suit has a well-developed sense of humor, similar to Jack Nicholson's in The Shining or The Joker. He explains, "You can't think of them as evil because they're always justified in what they're doing," or at least they think so. Direction. Director Jack Bender asked him to tone down the humor during the audition, saying a little less snidely whiplash. Physicality. He stated that his eyes were just a trick of the light, as he wore no contacts, but the makeup and hair teams really went crazy on his face and spent a lot of time on his hands and forever on his teeth. His impact. Hughes' short screen time was highly impactful. He admits it may be short, but it's pretty sweet. And oh, that's some phrasing right there. Anyway, and people are going to freak out when they see them. One interviewer noted, "I've never seen anybody maximize such a tiny bit of screen time for maximum effect," right? That was a powerful scene for such a short one. He credits much of this to the show's writing, direction, and overall production. "I have to reiterate, though, that so much of the work went into this was done before I even showed up," he says. Fan reaction. He finds fan reaction totally alien, given his history of anonymity. "I have spent my entire career in this very public pursuit and doing it with complete and utter anonymity." Well, maybe except for the 80s commercials bit. Who would ever suspect that a theater actor of being a spy, which is something that he based his novels on that are currently unpublished. Future involvement. The role may become more significant, as he was told by producers, if there's a season 4, this is going to be a very significant character in the season. Costume. The man in the yellow suit was made from, the yellow suit was made from a gorgeous Irish linen. They basically custom built it for him, and then they went and they took it out, and it was like they threw it on the road and drove a truck over it for a while. Writing and other projects. Playwright. Hughes is also a playwright who co-writes with his partner, Marcia. He states, "I also write plays." They have written 7 plays. He and Marcia were also both actors when they first started writing together. His most recent play is Deadline. It's a psychological thriller with some thematic elements similar to From. It's about 2 writers who find themselves trapped in murder mystery that they're writing. Other plays. He said that they have written 6 plays that have been published and produced. They have had their plays produced in 16 countries. Hughes does not have as much control over his plays and productions, though, saying there's actually a clause in the contract that every theater signs when they agree to do one of our published plays that says they will not make any changes to the script without prior written permission from the authors, which just about never happens. Right. His novel series. Hughes is also working on a series of novels about a spy. He said, "I got this idea for a novel that's about this guy named Harry, who is a young actor, and he gets recruited to work for the Canadian Security and Intelligence Service as a field agent. And he's written 2 novels so far. He has ideas for a 3rd, but he hasn't had the first 2 published yet." Themes and key ideas. Fate and chance. Hughes' story is filled with coincidences and moments of near misses, especially his being cast in From and the Shaw Festival. Impact of theater. Theater is the foundation of his acting career, providing him with extensive experience across genres. Making of a villain. Hughes believes that that villain's not born, but made by circumstance and trauma. This directly influences his portrayal of the man in the yellow suit. Monsters are not born, they are made. Canadian acting community. Hughes has mentioned that he has crossed paths with Cliff, Cliff Saunders, and Deb Grover, who were actors in From. Cliff played Dale. Deb Grover played Tilly. Is that right? And he may have been introduced to Liz at a party or something like that. He said all of that earlier anyway. Appreciation for writing. Hughes has a deep respect for the good writing of his fellow writer, John Griffin. And yeah. Did I lose everyone else? Is it just me? Read more chats. Okay. Everyone else is just me? No. Oh, wait. How do I do that? Let's see.
I'm back.
I guess I can go onto YouTube. Welcome back. I just ran out of stuff to say. It's time to read from the chats. And I'm not quite sure how to do that, at least not the way that you do it.
Well, I appreciate it. I just got up and stretched for a few minutes, and
You're very welcome.
that helped. But I was listening the whole time. I would continue to talk out there too, but then I'd wake up my mom and she'd be upset. So, what was I gonna say? Where did my water go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you said a few things I would have commented on, but now I'm trying to remember what they were. Well, he that spy novel that he wrote, it's called The Poor Player, about an actor who becomes a spy. I really wish that he would get these novels published, because he's an incredible writer. That on the Poor Player, it's awesome, and he based that character Harry a lot on himself. And they say, like, you write about what you know. That's the best kind of writing, when you write what you know. And he put a lot of himself into that character, and it's just a hilarious concept. So it's funny as a fan of From to find out that this guy who plays pure evil is actually just a hilarious, nice guy who's written and acted in mainly comedies over the years, and yet he has so much range that he's capable of this now. It's really cool. But getting books published is extremely difficult, no matter how great of a writer you are. People get denied and denied and denied, and so he's just content with the fact that he wrote them. The other novel that he wrote is called The Shaming of the Shrew, which is a play on the Shakespearean play The Taming of the Shrew. And he was going to make it a whole series and continue. The Poor Player is actually from a Shakespearean quote. I forget which one it is, but which thing it's from, but it's from a Shakespearean quote. I think it's from Macbeth, I want to say. All of the titles of his novels were going to be from Shakespeare, but since he wasn't able to get them published, he just stopped there, and he's happy with the fact that he completed the work. The work was its own reward. Amy, yeah, I bet Doug would also be good in the show Stranger Things. Yeah. Doug would be good in a lot of it, right? Totally. Yeah. Yeah. Did you have a chance? You probably did you have a chance to watch most of his interviews? Because you just covered pretty much everything.
I watched at least 3 of them. It might have been 5.
Wow.
I don't know. A lot of them blended together. I think it was only 3 or 4 though. I watched. Well, oh wait, no, because I might be counting yours. Well, yeah, because I'm counting yours twice. I watched both of yours. I watched New Watchers on the Wall. I watched Tony's. think those are all the, no, there was another one, I think. I think there was one more. I think it was a short one. I don't remember who
Mhm.
did that one.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm impressed
But
at how much you were to put
well, that's
together.
because Google Notebook LM, I can just paste the URLs to the YouTube and it will summarize them. And it just took them all and summarized all of them together
That's
into
amazing.
that. And that I just read that out. And it could have things in it that are wrong. Like some of the quotes were kind of just like jarbled, and I
Yeah.
had to try to make sense out of them.
Yeah.
Hope I
Yeah.
did them okay.
No, it sounded fine. I didn't hear anything that was inaccurate. I was listening to the whole thing while you were saying it. And I've watched all his interviews. When I was preparing to do mine, I watched all of his interviews. So and I've talked to him a lot offline. So I didn't hear anything that was off. Technology is amazing. That's crazy. You could just paste the URLs and it summarized all that stuff for you. That's nuts.
Yeah, you can just if you don't want your channel to be for Google to be able to use your videos from your channel that way, there is some sort of setting for you to do that. I just don't know what it is. So if you don't want that, there is a setting for you to be able to do that step. Your video they can't summarize your video. It doesn't put out the script like fully. It just gives you a summary, but you can also ask questions of it and stuff and different things. So if people have those concerns, there are some sort of options over there for it. I just don't know how to access them. I want to make sure I put that out there for people that are like, oh, wait, this thing exists. I don't want to be involved. There is a way to back out. So I just want to be responsible and let folks know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't really imagine why I would say no to that. Like, I don't really, like, I wouldn't care. Like
Some
that,
people want exclusivity to whatever they put out.
oh yeah.
They
I
want to be able to
mean,
get the likes and subscriptions. I get it. I mean, especially if you're starting out and you are really struggling for subscribers.
oh yeah, maybe that would be a problem. Maybe I don't know how to opt out, but I might have to look into that because you know, less people are watching the videos now that From is not currently on now. So
It doesn't
like
do lives.
huh?
It doesn't do lives though. It only does
Oh,
video posts. It won't do the lives.
okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've got to find a way to opt out of that then because I want people to actually watch the videos instead. um during the season you get a lot more views because new episodes are airing, but now it's gone down a lot. Even with the Doug interviews, which, uh like obviously he's a huge topic of conversation, but when the show isn't currently airing and I don't have a big channel, it's harder to get views. Anyway, yeah, Dieter's talking about the contest and Alexis's channel. We're going to be doing a giveaway coming up of a Jade doll that won the poll. So we're going to be doing that. And Dieter posted the link to Love Crochet by Alexis. And she's going to be, so she's, and for people who want to buy a doll from her, she's going to be continuing to make those, including a Sarah doll. She does beautiful work, really beautiful work. Let's see. Oh yeah, she should make crocheted owls. That would be fitting, Samuel. Yeah. And anyway, yeah, I really enjoyed learning a lot about Doug's career, and he tells great stories. And of course, in some of the interviews, you get duplicate like answers because they ask a lot of the same questions. And I tried to put my own spin on it and not just copy what everyone else did. But it's tough, he was only in one scene, and he's not into like the theory side of things as much. So asking him questions about like theory related stuff, it's not really his thing. He's more into the depth
Yeah.
of the amazingly powerful characters on the show, you know. So that's why I thought, you know what, I'm not going to talk too much about theories. Like I personally think that there is evidence for certain theories related to the Man in Yellow, but right now there's just so much we don't know about him. So, you know, it's fun to theorize, but like he's not a big theory guy. So when people ask him during interviews about theories, he's like, you know, it's not really my thing. And everyone enjoys shows on different levels, and at its core, it's great to theorize, and From is an amazing mystery, but at its core, it's also a really deep human drama about the way that humans cope with trauma and find purpose in the midst of all that trauma, and the relationships they form with each other. That's what it's really about at the end of the day. So I mean, that's what he appreciates the most, I think, and yeah, I feel the same way. But I wish I could remember the thing. There were a couple of things that you mentioned, Doc, while I was gone that I wanted to comment on, and now I can't remember what they were because there was a lot in there.
Yeah, I kind of ran through things really fast.
There was a lot in there, and I wish I could remember what I was going to say.
Making of a villain, fate and chance, playwright, costume, family action, impact, physicality, direction, onset experience, limited information, unexpected callback, initial audition rejection, voice acting, musical theater, commercials.
Oh yeah, there was one thing. Yeah, he never reveals. I didn't ask him which characters he read for because he doesn't like to, you know, he doesn't want to discuss that. Totally get it.
Mhm.
But I'd be willing to bet who it was if I had to guess. I mean, there are only so many people he could have played. I would have to say probably Victor or
Dale, maybe?
either Dale
Or
or
Henry?
Kotri.
Kotri, yeah.
He could have
Yeah,
played Kotri.
I think it was the priest because in the original script he was Irish, and I think Doug could pull off Irish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could see it.
Oh
But
yeah.
I'm not going to ask him directly because he won't answer.
Yeah. Exactly. So I wasn't gonna ask like because other, you know, he's been asked in other interviews, and he said, you know, I have to work with these people, and it might be uncomfortable, like, and he has tremendous respect for them and said that they're perfect for the part, and as much as he would have loved to work on the show from the beginning, he thinks that they were perfectly cast. So he's not comfortable revealing it. So I would never try to push. But if I had to guess, I would say he probably read for Kotri and Victor. They seem like the two that would fit the best. And he said that I have to work with these people now, so maybe they're probably people who are still on the show too. If I had to guess, but you know, and Kotri is still on the show technically as Ghost Kotri.
Yeah.
So
Well, the actor is still on the show, yeah.
he is.
That's something that I like forget sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, the actor's still on the show, even though the character's dead because he's a ghost. Like,
Exactly.
that doesn't mean that the actor is not on the show.
He's still there. He's still there. And he knew Deb. You mentioned too in your summary that he knew Deb Grover, who plays Tilly. And
Yep, that was Tilly, right? Yeah.
yeah, that was Tilly. And he was looking forward to working with her, but that's probably not in the cards now. I don't really expect to get a ghost Tilly. I don't know. It could happen, but I don't think we're going to get a ghost character for everyone that we've lost. Like,
No, we're not going to get a reincarnation for everyone, or character is really other character for everyone either.
I don't think so either. No, like just because personally, I don't think anyone else is reincarnated other than Jade and Tabitha. That's it.
Sounds
It
about
may
right.
be others, but I think that the others are chosen for specific roles that other people filled in the past cycles. It's like not necessarily reincarnated, but that's still up for debate. And yet, like, I would hope that we get a ghost Tan Shen. That would be nice, especially for the actress. I felt bad when they killed her off.
Oh, I feel
That
so
would,
bad for Kenny though, if they do that.
I know,
They
right?
love to abuse him.
I know. Hasn't he suffered enough? Like,
Right?
seriously. I mean, really. Like, to celebrate good times, come on, trolling him is bad enough, and you're gonna throw his mother in his face now, ghost Tian Shen screwing with him. Yeah, that would be rough. It would be nice for the actress, though. That was her first gig as anyone other than a background player, and she did an amazing job. It would be nice
She was
for her to
great.
just, right? It would be nice for her to get a chance to come back. And everyone was
Hey,
really
maybe,
sad.
apparently, some of these folks are waiting for folks to ask them for interviews. So maybe you could get lucky.
Maybe. I mean, when he said that, I thought, maybe I should at least try reaching out to some of these actors and see what happens. Worth a try. Some of the obviously not like the higher up ones, the really big stars, they wouldn't be reachable outside of their managers, but
Mm,
some of the others, maybe it's worth a try. I already DM'd one. I won't say who, but I DM'd one already.
right.
We'll
We
see
don't
what
want to throw
happens.
them shade if they say no or if they don't respond.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So I won't say who it was, but yeah, I'm gonna think about a few others. I'll try to reach out to a few others and see what happens, including people who are no longer on the show. Yeah. You never know. Maybe
Right?
Elizabeth Moy. That would be cool. Who played Tan Chen. Deb Grover, maybe. Who else could I ask?
Maybe we could get lucky and we can get Jasmine and find out why she didn't come back.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Because everyone loved her.
Everyone loved her. Yeah. Yeah, I would be thrilled to get anybody associated with the show, whether it's one of the monsters or a background character, just to hear about their experience on the show. That would be
Like fun
fun.
set stories, like how Doug almost slipped going down that incline
That
or
was
decline, whatever you want to call it, the hill.
That's hilarious knowing that now. When I watched that scene back, just knowing that the whole time he was just praying that he wouldn't fall on his ass on the way down. That was great.
I had to make a joke about it.
Right? That was so funny because you'd never know. He hid that really well. He looked so confident as he was walking down that hill. You never would have known that he was struggling not to fall on his ass because the hill was slippery. It was wet, miserable.
That's
It didn't
acting.
like it didn't look like much of a hill to me, but you know, that's great. Yeah, like hearing stories like that would be fun. I would enjoy that. Like maybe sometime Jamie McGuire, that would be cool. Um, but yeah, I should try reaching out to some people. I mean, the worst they can say is no. It's not the end of the world. Um,
I'll be right back.
sure. Let's see. Martin said, Julie, did you see the downed tree on my road yesterday? I posted it in Discord and on X. Oh, Martin, no, I've got to see that. I didn't see it. I've been a little out of touch. Like yesterday, I was trying so hard to get my Severance breakdown done before the new episode dropped, and I still didn't manage to do it. So I'm way out of touch, and I'm behind on my Discord stuff and X. I'll have to take a look. I had a downed tree, Martin. I had a downed tree experience, and the timing of it was eerie too, because I was brand new to the From fandom at the time, and I was just walking. It was 2 days after I finished watching seasons 1 and 2 for the first time, and Tony went live that night. I joined the chat for the first time. I was so excited. I called in that night for the first time, and that was the night I found a downed tree, and it was right across my path on my walk. There hadn't been any storm. It was just one tree in isolation, and it wasn't even dead. It still had leaves all over it. So it felt like I was on my way into Fromville myself, and I've been hooked in ever since. So it was like fate. It pulled me in. So yeah, it was eerie. I've shared the photo before. Yeah, that Boyd one is great, Martin. The Boyd doll for sure. Oh, and I often have like experiences with crows swarming above my head now. I truly feel like I live in Fromville, 100%. Ghost Tilly for Elgin, maybe, but probably not. Right, a.a.? Yeah, probably not. I mean, I could see it happening maybe, but I mean, because we had I mean, Tom was not a major character, and they brought him back for Jade, so it's possible. But yeah, probably not. She didn't have close enough. Like, I feel like they just needed somebody that Jade had a conversation with to haunt him. But in the case of Elgin, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he'd get his own ghost haunting him. He's gotten an eye plucked out. He's kind of suffered enough. I don't really think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna do that. I'm surprised they didn't actually kill him off, because I don't know where else he could even go with his character at this point. They did consider Tilly a beloved character for season 3. That's right. Yeah. So you never know, because like they set up a few of our most beloved characters are not going to make it out of the season, and by my count, it wasn't a few. I mean, the way that I would define it as the most beloved. Nothing against these people. They're great actors and characters, but when you're talking about the most beloved characters, you don't think of the supporting role ones. And so yeah, the ones we lost were Jim, Tan Chen, Tilly, Dale. Was that it? I'm trying to remember. I think that was it. Yeah. And it just seems like those weren't the most beloved ones on the show. Again, nothing against those actors, but I don't know. I wouldn't have grouped those in that category. Tan Shen, definitely. Absolutely. I have a theory that Kenny has a sister that will come into town. Maybe she was given up for adoption or something, but I've thought about it for a while. I would love to see it. That would be interesting. I'd like to see another weird, coincidental, not really a coincidence, but like a weird situation where someone with a connection to an existing resident comes to town. That would be super interesting. Amy, I'm really wondering if the man in yellow is the boy in white. The boy in white is always trying to help people, and he looks fed up. That's true, you know. He looked kind of sinister in season 2. He looked like he had a mean look on his face when he told Victor, "Don't cut down that tree." He looked mean. So I don't know. I think it's possible that it's possible it could turn out to be him, because John Griffin told the story of the inspiration behind the Man in Yellow character, and he said, you know, he saw this guy dancing on the street. He looked all joyful, and he was wearing a beautiful yellow suit, and then a few years later, he saw the same man, and he was deflated. All the joy was gone, and he looked like a magical figure who had gone on a quest and failed. I can only think of two figures on the show that would apply to that, and that would be the boy in white and Ethan. Ethan always talks about being on a quest. It's possible he could go on a quest and fail, turn out to be the man in yellow. Or it could be the boy in white. Maybe the boy in white eventually becomes the man in yellow because he fails at his quest. And he gets so frustrated with trying to help these people and it doesn't work. With the element of time travel, yeah, it could be. Right now, I think they're two opposing figures. It would be ironic if they wind up being the same person, but they're battling themselves, because I think they're battling each other on opposing sides right now. I think the boy in white brings people to town to help, and the man in yellow brings people to town to cause harm. It would be interesting if they're really the same person, but it wouldn't be the first time something like that has been done in a show that involves time travel.
Maybe,
Something like
maybe
that.
they're story walkers or a story walker as a kid and then again as an adult.
Right. It's possible. The only thing, I mean, if that's the case, then the boy in white, he is aging. He just got older. So we've seen it's possible for him to get older. So, I mean, man in yellow could be a future version of him. That's possible. It would fit with that whole concept of a magical figure who went on a quest and failed that John Griffin thought about when he saw that man on the street in the yellow suit that got dirty. And whatever the man in yellow is, I think he started out as, he wasn't always evil. I think Doug is right with the Mary Shelley quote, his instinct that monsters are not born, they're made. And so he has a heart that was once pure but ended up corrupted. And you could say that maybe the boy in white becomes him. Maybe the Ethan theory is right. Right now, it would be unclear as to why Ethan would kill his own father, but I mean, if the end result of all this winds up with something bad happening to Tabitha as a result of her digging that hole, maybe it could be revenge. I don't know. He comes back and kills his father because something bad's going to happen to Tabitha in the end. I don't know. That's a possibility. Because if you think about it, the only reason Tabitha started digging the hole is because Jim pointed out that there were no wires in the lamp cords. And regardless of who the man in yellow is, I think that's why he killed Jim, because Jim was responsible for Tabitha discovering the wires and starting to dig the hole that started her entire journey of discovery. If she's digging the hole, it's also symbolic of her digging for answers, and that's where it all started. So even if it's not Ethan, that's why he killed Jim. I didn't understand it when I first watched it, but when I thought more about it, it makes perfect sense to me. But yeah, who knows? I didn't mention that Scarlett and I have thought, what if it could be Ethan? And we see certain signs in the show that it could be Ethan. I didn't mention it on stream. I don't know, because Doug's not that big into the theory crafting side of things. But it's still a possibility. I hope that it's not. Amy said Ethan is my other suspect. Right. That's exactly. I didn't even see that till now. Yeah, my two suspects would be Ethan and Boy in White. What, Doc?
Oh, related to Mary Shelley, the Mary Shelley quote. There's a quote about kaiju or giant monsters. It's in a similar vein by Ishiro Honda, who was one of the creators of the original Godzilla. That monsters are tragic beings. He's referring to kaiju, giant monsters, or daikaiju. They are born too tall, too strong, too heavy. They are not evil by choice. That is their tragedy.
Wow. That's extremely fitting. Where did that quote come from again?
Ishiro Honda. He was one of the main creators of the original Godzilla. He was the director.
I love that. Wow, that's so on theme with this. That's perfect. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. I like that. And I just love that Mary Shelley quote. It fits, because I think nobody starts out evil. Anytime you see the origin story of a villain, if it's well written, there's always a reason why they became that. They weren't born that way. Some kind of horrible combination of life circumstances turned them this way, and and it doesn't excuse whatever horrible things that they're doing, but when you see the origin story of a villain, if it's well written, then you actually can empathize with where they came from, seeing how they turned down that dark path, what life circumstances, trauma could have shaped them and molded them into this altered state. Like you see, like the Joker, for example. You see the Joker's backstory. That makes you empathize with him, and the Joker is obviously a villain who you don't root for in the end, but when you see his backstory, you can at least empathize with where he came from, how it all started. Hell, even Darth Vader, like the Star Wars movies in the early 2000s didn't do a good job, obviously. Like, they were not as good as the original movies, but when I watched those and I saw how he became Darth Vader, I could empathize with the character. He didn't start out evil.
I find that story about the real life Man in Yellow so tragic and like sad. Like, I feel like he was probably a street performer from the sounds of it, who, when John first saw him, he was really excited to be out there performing, and maybe people were throwing a good amount of money. I don't know, but by the end of it, it was just worn. Obviously, his path was not bringing him the success he had hoped for, and I really hope that he ended up finding success at some point. I wonder if at some point someone will recognize him. Maybe he'll be out there in the yellow suit again, and someone will mistake him as being the man in the yellow suit from.
Yeah, right. That would be wild. Yeah, it's so sad. Yeah, it's a very sad story, honestly. But it's fascinating. I love that he shared that story. That's how he got his inspiration. I know some people were kind of disappointed, but when you really listen to the story, it's not just some random guy. That it's the way that he viewed this guy, and he viewed him as a magical figure who went on a quest and was defeated. So he was not viewing him in an ordinary light. So there is magic involved in it. Obviously, there's magic involved in the show, and so I think it's an awesome story. The way that he told it, it's captivating. So I love it. I love that he shared that. Hey, Faith and Repentance, nice to see you. Martin said, Ethan absolutely hates Jim, and it starts with Jim being mean to Victor. That's true. To Jim stopping the phone call from Thomas, forces him to stay indoors when it's not nighttime yet. A lot of things. They have a strained relationship. That's true, Martin. That's true. Scarlett and I pointed this out in the rewatch. After Jim manhandles Victor, who is his friend, Ethan, like Scarlett pointed out, Ethan said, "You shouldn't have done that." And he said, "Victor's my friend. You shouldn't have done that." In the very same episode, he's wearing a yellow zip-up jacket. And at the end of the episode, he's sitting at the table, and Sarah looks at him, looks down at her arm, and it says, "Kill the boy." So who knows? It could be a red herring. It could be foreshadowing. I don't know. But he's saying to Jim, you shouldn't have done that, and he's not happy with the way Jim treats Victor. Starts with that. He wears yellow a lot. It's not just about the fact that he's wearing yellow. It's deeper than that. The timing of when he said that line, what he was wearing, the end of the episode, Sarah getting the message on her arm, kill the boy. And you put all this together, and yeah, he's definitely a possibility. Now, he doesn't hate him enough right now to kill him, but who knows what could happen down the road. We haven't seen the rest of the show yet. Yeah, I mean, even in the scene where they had a touching moment, their last scene together, Jim was very emotional and loving with him, but Ethan was kind of cold, actually. He was not really, I don't know, it wasn't touchy-feely on Ethan's side. He was kind of cold, and he's been turning darker. His character's been getting darker and more morbid, and saying that he doesn't think there is any way out, he said in season 3. So it's possible. I mean, another villain who didn't start out evil, who actually was shown as an innocent child on a show, just saying, Ben on Lost. On Lost, Ben Linus, he was an absolute diabolical villain. And
Oh yeah, that's right.
yeah. And then it showed a flashback of him as a child, and he was an innocent, doe-eyed, sweet little boy, but he suffered a terrible life. I mean, his mother died on the island. No, his mother died giving birth to him, but he saw her on the island in a vision. His mother died, I think it was when she was giving birth. And he and his father moved to the island. His father was an alcoholic who treated him like garbage. And then ultimately, he went from this sweet, innocent little boy to growing up and killing his own father. FYI. Sorry, spoilers for Lost. I apologize if there are people who haven't seen it who want to, but I have to point it out, because if you wonder why an innocent little boy would grow up and kill his own father, well, sometimes things happen. I mean, it happened on Lost, and Lost has connections to From. Same, two of the same executive producers. And yeah, it's happened before. It could happen again. He grows up and he kills his own father. He starts out as an innocent little kid. So I know it's not a popular theory. A lot of people don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want him to turn out to be that, but I'm pointing out the potential clues. That's all. Or it could be the boy in white. I find that to be less likely, though. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking right now.
I think Ethan is most likely.
Yeah. You think so?
I think so.
I know it's hard to imagine at the moment. I love, and when I did my interview with Simon, I didn't see the possibility at the time because we hadn't done the rewatch. And I told Simon, I don't believe he'd ever kill his own father. I don't believe this theory at all. He would never do that. Those words might come back to haunt me if it winds up being the case. But at the time, I really didn't see it. I didn't see it as a possibility. I told him, oh no, I am Team Ethan all the way. He is a good kid. He would never grow up and kill his own father. But he could. Kelly said Ben's father was so horrible, made me feel sorry for him, even though he turned bad. Exactly what I was saying. Anytime you see the origin story of a villain, if it's written well, you empathize with him no matter how evil and diabolical he grew up to be or turned out to be. That's how you know it's great writing. And I think the man in yellow, whoever he is, will be no exception. Whether he's Ethan or whether he's someone else or just his own person, I think we'll find that something shaped him into being this villain that he is now. He wasn't born that way. No one is born evil. Yeah, I know I know I did get a spoiler about what he did to Locke. I'm almost done with season 4, so I know about that. I know a little about that, but I haven't finished Lost. I'm watching it for the first time, but somebody accidentally spoiled something about Locke to me. That was crazy. Susie Greenberg says, I think yellow is Ethan. I told y'all he was the troll or whatever you called it. Oh, you mean the mole? And yeah, it was also because Lost as a joke, but that makes it even funnier if it's true.
Was there a troll reference in Ethan's stories?
I don't know. I don't recall that. I think she meant to say mole.
Okay.
Yeah, because then she corrected herself and said mole. So Susie thinks that Man in Yellow is Ethan. I'm afraid to say it too much that it's a possibility because I know a lot of people hate that theory. I don't want to turn people off too much, but I'm not
You said
saying
it
it's
3
what
times now, Julie. That's bad luck. It's like summoning Beetlejuice.
I'm not saying it's what I want to happen, but I'm looking
Well,
at
people didn't want Beetlejuice, did they? Or maybe
no,
they did. Actually, I think they did.
they kind of did. Yeah. But I'm just looking at what could be potential foreshadowing in the show and clues, not what I want to be true. So, Dieter said someone in Facebook was also talking about Ethan being the Man in Yellow, responding to the video I shared from today's live stream. Oh, by the way, thank you for sharing this around, Dieter. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all your support. I don't know what I would do without you. Thank you so much for sharing my videos around and all that you're doing. I know that's a theory that's making the rounds, but it's either like it's kind of like a love it or hate it thing. A lot of people hate it, and I understand why they hate it. Hopefully, if it turns out to be true, people can deal with it and not hate the show as a result, because it's a possibility. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's a strong possibility. I'm
I can
afraid
deal
they
with it.
it wouldn't ruin the show for you.
I mean, I read H.P. Lovecraft sometimes, and everything is bleak and dark in those stories. So yeah, I'd be
Yeah,
fine with it. I know a lot of other people might not be, but like I'm one of the people that was laughing at the end of Game of Thrones when other people were upset. But I'd also read the books and kind of expected where things were going, even though they didn't do the proper lead up in the show.
right. Oh, I so I never actually watched that, but I know that
I tried saying this. I tried saying things in a spoiler-free way.
I know a lot about it, even though I never watched it, and I know why people hated the ending and how I don't think there's a single fan that liked the ending. I've never seen one. That sucks. Uh,
I didn't
and
like the way they end up executing it, but I thought that it would have been decent if they had done it right. Um, I know that they did a reshoot, and the original version actually was better or made more sense.
yeah,
But they wanted to cut some sort of things out for some reasons, and then changing things and did a reshoot that basically redid. I think it was like 1 or 2 episodes or big chunks of them, and then things didn't really make as much sense. But yeah, I don't know.
yeah,
I still enjoyed it.
yeah. Well, you're the kindest I've heard in talking about the way Game of Thrones ended, because I've heard everyone else saying they hate it.
Well,
They
they
hate
rushed
it.
it. They,
What?
they rushed it. They condensed it way too much. The showrunners wanted out at that point, and they just wanted to get it done and over with. It seemed like it was a lot of work, though. I mean, I've seen like the amount of work that they put into it and how much it took just to make the show. They had to do all these multiple shoots at the same time and stuff with different people directing in different locations, and it was crazy. So I can see how it would wear them out, but oh man, it was a
Yeah.
worldwide phenomenon. We were all the entire world was into that show. Like oh, that was just soul crushing. Like what just the disservice they did to it, the way that they did, they really could have done it better justice, but I still enjoyed it. I mean, so like, I still enjoyed it, but yeah, I'm still mad at them though, at the same time.
Okay, yeah. Well, it sucks. It's a shame because I know it was a worldwide phenomenon and people were so invested and passionate about the show, and then they couldn't stick the landing like that. Hopefully we won't see something like that happen on From, and they get the amount of time that they need to tell the story that they want and not rush through it. So that would be a shame. I wish they had done for From what was done for Silo with Apple, where Silo was just renewed for 2 more seasons at once. And I'm really annoyed that they didn't do
That's
this
really
for
fun. I
From.
kind of understand that at the same time. Do you understand why with Silo?
Something to do with like they're basing it on the books, and I'm not caught up with it. I haven't finished the season yet, but something to do with they need a certain amount of time to tell the story from the books.
Oh, the next season is a flashback season, so they're probably going to be able to do filming for 2 seasons at the same time.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I just wish that MGM would do this for From, because it's extremely difficult to plot out a mystery box series when you don't know how much time you're going to get. And I think they've strongly hinted in interviews, the 3 J's, the showrunners have strongly suggested that they're aiming for 5 seasons. And but they don't know if they're going to get it. So they have to figure out when they're going to reveal what and how to time it. And it's so difficult to do if you don't know how much time you're going to get. So I just hope that they get the time that they need to tell the story. It would be terrible if it got cut off early. But
Also, too, I hate to say it, but Jack Bender's in his 70s. So like, when is he going to want to retire?
That's a good point. Yeah. Like he might want to retire at some point, and that's another good point there. So I hope they are able to tell the story that they want to tell. And it wouldn't be the same without Jack Bender. It's a true collaboration between the 3 of them. a.a. said, I don't think Ethan hates Jim. I don't think he hates him either, but he has issues with him. There are serious issues. Ethan loves both his parents. I think Ethan can see that. Plus, Jim stayed with him the first night in town when Christy was operating on him. Jim kept him calm. Oh, that's true. Jim is a loving father, but there are some strong issues in the family. Right now, I don't think that there's motivation that would explain why he does it, unless there's more to the story that we just haven't seen yet. And also, who knows what could happen as a result of this whole journey. Maybe Tabitha doesn't survive the end of this, and it all starts with her digging that hole. That could be justification for him coming back and killing his father. I think Tabitha's going to make it at least till the end of the series, but I mean, who knows? Something bad could happen to her. Who knows what could happen, really? But it's just a theory. He looks at Jim when Jim mentioned he almost killed Donna. He doesn't let Ethan go to the bottle tree. When Jim mentioned he almost killed Donna, he does. Yeah, I know Ethan wanted to go check out the bottle tree and he wouldn't let him. He looked at Jim mean when Jim mentioned he almost killed Donna. Oh, okay. Yeah, it could happen. We haven't seen the whole story yet. There could be a lot more motivation that we just don't have yet. More to the story. Ethan and Jim were on good terms right before he died. Oh yeah, they traded an I love you and all that. They were on good terms. Absolutely. Which would make it ironic if something happens after this that causes him to come back and kill him. It could be a case of immense dramatic irony if that's the case. Let me see. Hold on, I'm way behind the chat here. I'm going to be wrapping it up shortly too. It's been a long live already.
Yeah, I'm fading, and I think we covered pretty much everything.
I think we did. Yeah. Yeah, he does wear a lot of yellow for sure. Yes, that's true, Amy. He wears a lot of yellow in season 1 and in season 2. And there's actually a scene in season 2 that makes me kind of question what was it? Yeah, he's wearing yellow and he's talking to Jade, and he's telling Jade sometimes it's important you figure out if it's a good symbol or a bad symbol, because bad symbols can make people do bad things. He's wearing yellow when he says it. It's just something, there's something weird about it. And then Jade says, "You're a creepy little kid, you know that?" Again, could be
I
foreshadowing,
loved when he said that.
right? Could be foreshadowing. I'm just saying. He says, "You're a creepy little kid, you know that?" And he's wearing yellow, and he's saying bad symbols can make people do bad things. Well, who knows? Could be foreshadowing. Maybe that's the plan all along. But we don't have enough information to be 100%. Like, I'm never all in on a theory like that. I'm just looking at evidence, and it's a working theory. It's not something I'm married to or anything like that. I think there's a lot of clues and foreshadowing pointing to Ethan being the man in yellow. I don't hate the theory or any man in yellow theory, but I really think he's just the first townsperson to sacrifice their child. Yeah, a.a. That could absolutely be. I've been meaning to make a theory video on this. I think I can't remember which channel made one a couple months ago on Ethan being the man in yellow, and I looked at the comments section, and some people thought it was an interesting idea and liked it, and then other people were just trashing it, hating it. So I'm prepared to get some hate if I do put it out there, but whatever. I'm trying to get a thicker skin. And I'm not married to any theory 100% either. If I see different evidence in the show coming up, then I'll do what I've done before, and I'll throw it out as a possibility. I've dismantled my own theories before and abandoned them when I didn't think the evidence fit anymore. And now he's just the monsters times 10. He is probably the one who brought the deal to the original townspeople. Yeah, that could be. It seems like he probably, if I had to guess, I'd say he had a role in the origin story through time travel. He might have been from that time, or he could have been from a later time, and through time travel, a weird paradox, he went back and was part of it. Hard to say. I mean, time travel can make things even more confusing, but yes, Dieter, I will be getting some rest. Absolutely. It was awesome having Doug here. I really, really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a great time, even though it's tough for me to sit through with the pain situation, but it was 100% worth it. Next time, I think I'll just have different sitting arrangements, and that'll be more comfortable. But yeah, so yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything we missed that I wanted to mention, but I think we did cover everything. So I highly recommend that people check out Doug's play here, Deadline. It's a really fun read, and I think From fans would thoroughly enjoy it. And if enough people get it and read it, we can have more people to talk to about it. Maybe Scarlett would like to read it, and I don't I wouldn't say I don't think we can read it on here or anything like that, but I'm talking
But we can discuss it.
We can discuss it. Exactly. I think that would be fun. It's a fun thing to do in the off season, and it's just got so many parallels to From, so I really think people would enjoy it. I'm enjoying it a lot. So if you want to get a copy of it, the link to where to get it is in the description of this video. and it's playscripts.com. So, yeah, and it doesn't cost much. Totally 100% worth it, and just keep spreading the word about it, because the more word of mouth this thing gets, the more likely that it's going to get another production, which it so deserves. I'm looking forward to seeing if he can adapt it into a screenplay too, because I really think it would be a great movie. I love meta stuff. It's so meta, this play within a play. You've got two writers who are trying to write their way out of a murder mystery that they get trapped in. I just love it. I love that concept. So yeah. Were you going to say something, Doc?
No, my cat did.
Your cat did. Yeah, so what was I gonna say? So if you haven't seen the interview that I did with Doug yet, the link to that is in the description of this video. There's a part 1 and a part 2. You can find the links right there in the description. It's a really interesting watch. All of Doug's interviews are great. I love listening to his stories and insights. So you can check that out. Thank you to everybody that's already watched. I really appreciate it. I know it's tough in the off season. People's interest starts to wane and get focused on other shows, but it's really fascinating to hear what Doug has to say. And so yeah, check out those links to part 1 and part 2. I had to break it up because it was an hour and 41 minutes. There was no way. I mean, I doubt people would have stayed till the end if I did them both at once. But you can break it into 2 and split it up, and I promise it's worth the watch. And I also have a theory video on the Man in Yellow that I put out a couple weeks ago. That's on my channel. I'll have to add it to the description of the video of this video too, but it's there. I'm going to be doing a part 2 of that, which is, so part 1 was on the Man in Yellow. Part 2 is going to be focused on the Boy in White and what I see as the battle between these two opposing forces. And hopefully within the next week, I'll finally get the chance to record. It's almost done. I just need to record it, the Boy in White video, and I'll put that out. That's the second half of that theory. Finally get that out. And keep an eye out for my Severance breakdown for episode 1. Hopefully I'm going to get that out tomorrow. Actually, technically today, Saturday. It's now today. So the script for it is done. I just have to finish putting the video together and recording it. So I'm going to get that done today. So keep an eye out for that if you're a fan of Severance. And then I'll get right to work on my episode 2 breakdown and try to release that within the next several days. Our next live is going to be Severance on Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll be talking Severance episode 2. So much to talk about. I'm really looking forward to that. And of course, our next From Live will be Wednesday. Our rewatch will continue with season 1, episode 9. And we're nearing the end of our season 1 rewatch already. Can't believe it. Looking forward to that. Let's see. Martin says, watch us get a flashback of Boy in White tell Ethan that Jim's going to die, and that's the only reason he gives him a good goodbye. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be crazy. Ethan had a strange mood during that scene. I swear, he wasn't emotional like Jim, and I sensed that was an actual choice. It wasn't that the actor wasn't showing enough emotion. It wasn't anything that he was doing wrong. He cried over Tian Shen, over her passing. He can be emotional when he wants to be. It seemed like he was told to be very stoic and serious in that scene, because that's what he was. So it's kind of interesting looking at it, thinking, I wonder why. Jim was really sweet and emotional, and Ethan was very serious and stoic, kind of had a dark aura. So I don't know. It's possible. Yeah, that would be funny, Martin. Let's see. Yeah, I have to finish Silo. I still haven't finished the Silo season. I got too busy doing other things. I didn't even have time to cover it like I was planning to do. But it's a great show. Silo is a reflection of our society divided into thought patterns and mass controlled and farmed. I love how you think of things on a macro level, David, and with like symbolism and like analyzing things using psychology and you know, other frameworks of analysis, like Jungian analysis. It's so interesting. It's so cool. Yeah, I love that. David said Tabitha pushed Julie away and reached for Victor in the finale. Or it was the episode before, I think. But yeah. If she also begins to push Ethan, that could make him turn. His mother isn't his mother. His sister is story walking and his father dead. Right. So we'll have to keep an eye on that in season 4. There could be issues there. Tabitha is going to be really screwed up now after finding out her true origins. This could screw up their relationship. Like this could send her down a path away from Ethan. And it all started with her digging that damn hole. So maybe something terrible comes of it and related to Tabitha and Ethan, and he blames his father for it. Who knows? It could totally happen though. Drought 23 says, do you think Jim wanted to get whacked? Because there is no way he thought he could beat up a monster. I mean, it seemed illogical and irrational, yes. He's just such a stubborn character. He could have just, he could have ran. Julie said, run. You know, we have to get to town. I think this is where it happens. We have to get to town. And he said, get out of here, pushed her away. And then he tries to fight this guy that he clearly knew he was a serious threat. You could tell. And yet he tries to fight him off with a big stick. It made no sense. So I honestly don't know why he did that. Was he really that stubborn? He thought he could. I mean, yeah, the guy is older than him. So maybe he thought he could take him, but he knew something was seriously wrong. You could tell this guy's walking in. You could tell something is not right with this character. He's extremely sinister. They've never seen him before. They know everybody in town. He's not just a regular dude in a dirty suit. So why didn't he just run? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe just his pure stubbornness right up to the end. He wanted to get information out of him, maybe like find out who this guy is. It's hard to say. Yeah, that's a good question though. It made no sense. And thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. I did my best, with the interview, the pre-recorded one, which you can find the link to that in the description of the video, parts 1 and 2. We get into a lot of stuff. It's not just all the things we talked about tonight. It was other things. I tried to stay away from the stuff we talked about in the interview, actually, because why repeat the same things? I asked completely different questions in that than I did tonight. So it's not a rehash of this. So I highly recommend checking it out if you haven't already. Both parts. I would really appreciate it. And if you could leave a quick comment, even if it's just one word, like it could even be an emoji. That helps with the algorithm. It helps people find the video. That goes for this live stream too, by the way. If you wouldn't mind, if you guys that are listening, when the live stream ends, the comment section will open up. If you could leave a quick comment, it really doesn't have to be anything other than one word or an emoji. Triggers the algorithm, and then people can find the video more easily. Because I don't have a very big channel, and it's hard for people to find this stuff. But yeah, with the Doug interviews too, I would really appreciate it. Not just for myself, but I really want Doug to get that platform. I want more people to see it for his sake. because more people need to know about his amazing work, the plays that he's written, especially Deadline. I really want to get the word out as much as possible. So when you watch those interviews, if you could just leave a quick comment, again, it could be as short as just one little word or something, and then more people will see it. It'll pop up in search results, and it ends up getting seen by more people, which, you know, I just want to help however I can. I don't have a big channel, but whatever little platform I do have, I want to use it to help people like Doug get the word out about his amazing work. Not just about From, because he talks a lot about From in the interviews, but we also talk about his other work, his plays that he's spent 34 years writing and stuff like that. So it would mean a lot to me. And Doug has been an amazing member of the Fromily. He has been so kind and so generous with his time in spending so much time responding to messages and comments on social media for the fans, just knowing that it's going to make their day. And he doesn't understand why it makes their day. It seems crazy to him because he's just, he doesn't have any ego. Clearly, you can tell. But people get so excited and happy, so he keeps doing it. And so I think in return, like, if we could get the word out about these interviews and and help them get views, it helps him out. And however we can help him, I think he deserves it with everything he's doing for this fan community. Like, I mean, the whole cast is known for being interactive with fans, and it's so kind. And he just takes it to a whole other level. He goes above and beyond, and he doesn't have to do that. He has the time, but he could be spending it doing any number of other things. So, I would consider it a favor, not for me, but for him. Anybody that watches the interviews, the pre-recorded interviews I did with him, leave a quick comment. So it helps other people find it and view it to get the word out for him. And what he did for us tonight, being here for 3 hours, that was amazing. He didn't have to do that. So again, above and beyond, this guy, he's just the nicest guy, one of the nicest people I've ever met. And so he deserves all the support that we can give him. And thank you, Martin. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you had fun. I hope I juggled it well enough. It was a juggling act, trying to figure out when to, like, I was telling Doc and Scarlett to jump in and talk. Like, I was telling them in the private chat, like, jump in when you want to jump in. Because I'm new to juggling all this, and like,
You did great. Doug, I wanted to give Doug space to talk, though.
Yeah, me too. Exactly the same.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you two were included enough and not excluded from the conversation. So it was like, if you want to jump in, jump in. So
oddly enough, I had a lot of questions that fit into our conversation, like a natural flow. So that was cool. Like the pet thing.
Good.
Like talking about plays and stuff, and the accent thing, it kind of flowed in.
Good. See, I love when that's what usually happens for me now. With these few interviews that I've done, I'll have a list of questions, but then I never ask them in order. The conversation, it's so nice when it just flows in the right direction, and you can just fit in the questions you had when they come up organically. So I'm so glad. I'm glad. And hopefully I took enough questions from the chat, and apologies if I missed a lot. I did the best I could, and I was also trying to see the chat without glasses and highlight comments. So sorry if I missed any that you really wanted to be asked. Hopefully we can do this again and have him on again too. That would be a lot of fun. And I appreciate everybody that came out and was hanging out in the chat, even if I couldn't highlight as many comments as usual. Because obviously we were listening to Doug, and so it's a different type of live. Normally I'd be here like highlighting a million comments, but obviously we're not doing that if we're listening to a special guest here, an actor and whatnot. So, but I'm sure you guys understand that. And thank you all for coming. Truly appreciate it. And thank you, Dieter. Please make sure to check out Love Crochet. I have videos about her and links in Discord. Yes. And actually, I'll edit the description of this video to put her her store for her for the crochet dolls. For I'll put that in the description of this video. After this it'll take me a little while after this closes, but I'll edit the description and I'll add that in there within an hour. I would add it in. So yeah, definitely make sure to check that out, and we'll be doing a giveaway with her soon. And yes, please hit the like button before you go if you haven't already. I would greatly appreciate it. And if you have the time after the stream closes, the regular comments pop up. I don't think they're there yet. I think the stream has to end. If you could drop a quick comment in, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you,
Amy.
everyone. Have a great night, everyone.
Yes. Thank you for being here, Doc and Scarlett, of course. This was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. And
Honor and pleasure, as always, Julie.
I'm so glad you were able to change your shift and join us, Doc. That was great. That was great that you were able to. I'm so happy.
Right. Thank you to Steve Pimentel for that. My boss.
Yeah. There we go. Nice. It all fell into place perfectly, and yeah, he has a really good energy indeed, Amy. He's a great guy, Doug. And yeah, hope you enjoyed your birthday and your birthday song on the saxophone from Doug. What a sweetheart for doing that. He's amazing. And yeah, there were a bunch of birthday messages for you, Amy, too. So if you look back when this is over in the chat replay, there is a replay of the chat. You'll be able to see people were all saying happy birthday to you too. So okay. So just to reiterate, I'm going to within the next day watch out for my Severance breakdown. Season 2 episode 1 is going to be first, hopefully by the end of the day today, Saturday, and then I'll get to work on my Severance episode 2 breakdown. Should take me a few days, but I'll get it out. And our next live will be Monday night for Severance, 10 p.m. Eastern. And first we'll break down the episode, then we'll take some call-ins. So if you like Severance, definitely come check that out. Our next From Live, again, next Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll dive into Season 1, Episode 9 of From. And in the description of this video, you'll see parts 1 and 2 of my interview with Doug Hughes, and then also the link to where you can find his play, Deadline, awesome read. Link is right in there. And also the link to his website where you can find out more about him. So thank you again to Doug for being here. Thank you to you guys. Thank you to everybody in the chat. And have a good day or a good night, everybody. And Scarlett, did you want to say anything before I close it out?
Keep deep diving, but reaching for the stars.
Yep.
Yeah. And,
Right all.
yeah. Until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. Have a good day or a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlett of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs. There's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.